Thank you guys for joining me here tonight. We're going to go check out some of these panels tonight. Quite an unusual show. I also wanted to do some show announcements for you guys, starting here. We are bringing to you some extra content, in terms of live streams. We brought to you a live stream on Wednesday, one on Saturday, but we're also doing a Friday morning show now. So the Friday morning show is going to be over at Benton's channel. So you guys, if Friday morning around 8 a.m., 7 a.m., we're going to start streaming at Benton's channel. So anybody who wants to join us over there, we're also going to be doing a Friday morning show. So we got the Wednesday show, the Saturday show. Thank you so much, Ronan's journey, man. Bless you, man. Thanks for saying that, man. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been feeling emotionally unstable, but yeah, bless you guys, man. But yeah, man. obviously, if I bring myself on stage, I'm gonna try to keep it professional. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, bless you guys. But yeah, situations hasn't gotten better. I still haven't heard from my wife, but I'm bringing you guys the Wednesday show, the Saturday show, and the Friday morning show. So you guys make sure you guys know I'm doing 3 shows now: Wednesday, Saturday, and Friday morning on Benton's channel. I will be restreaming it here, but right now I'm just gonna be hopping on some panels, going to check out what's going on out here on these different channels out here, man. We'll probably go over to London McLovin's first, but yeah, the thing is that tomorrow, I also wanted to announce tomorrow on the Saturday show, we're bringing to you a special guest. We're not going to have the regular panel show tomorrow. For the first few hours, we're going to have a special guest talk about the um, Kabbalah and all that type of stuff. He's going to be an expert. Is a controversial guest, so we'll see. How it goes. But yeah, special guest appearance tomorrow on the Machine Lies. Bless you guys for being out here with me. And talking to me. And that's going to be on religious topics tomorrow. But yeah, man, we going panel hopping out here, man. Let's check out what's going on at the rebuttal bar. We're going to be calling in here. So let me call in there. Share the screen for you guys, man, because I promised London I'd come through to his show, the rebuttal bar. Let's check this shit out, homies. You know, shit. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, actually, let me grab a fucking let me grab my motherfucking cup first. Let me grab my coffee cup. Give me a second, guys. Let me grab my coffee cup and I'm gonna sign in to this shit. See what's going on here. Enter the studio. I gotta share this screen out here, and then I'll be right back out here, man. Let's see. Get up in the rebuttal bar. Here we're gonna be at. Yo, what's going on, guys? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to stream this to my channel here, so yeah, so it's gonna be a minute here. And there we go. Let me full screen this video here. Yeah, bless you guys. Thank you guys for being here with me. And give me 1 second. I actually gotta mute my TV up because it's making all types of noise. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
No problem.
No problem.
Wicked. The machine lies in the building.
That's
Good
awesome.
That's good stuff right there. Good vibes. Hey, hitting them out of the park today. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Did you hear him on Benton this morning? They had a really good show this morning.
No, was he over there?
Mm-hmm. It was really good. It was one of the best streams over there in a while, at least for me.
Thank you guys. Yeah, we're doing that Friday show every Friday morning on Benton's show. So yeah, you guys, I'd love for you guys to come through and check that out with me.
I think I did actually. I think I might have seen that. I think I'm forgetting my days. Today is Friday. Jesus Christ. Yes. I thought today was Thursday for a second. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the co-host on the Friday morning show over there. So so we'll bring because I was thinking about doing a Friday show once I get like more subscribers or so I guess since I got a significant number of subscribers or whatever, I was like, let me go ahead and give people more shit because more people want to see my shit. So I was just like, it only corresponds with if I get like 2,000 subscribers, I'll probably do like every day, like 3 hours or some shit. But but if that doesn't happen, I just do my regular shows. in terms of, but yeah, I opened up a Friday show for the people, so yeah, because I know Benton gets down on a lot of those topics, technology, society, he's more into that type of stuff, so he likes talking about that stuff. Yeah.
I feel you. Most definitely. Hold on. Hey, TT, where you at? Where the hell's TT? Because the other day when you was up here, right? My man TT, Tony Taylor, I think you and him would have had a good vibe. You understand? But his
Yeah.
connection, his audio was shit that day with the technical difficulties through StreamYard.
Yeah.
But I think it's gone away, the bug, or to some
Seems
degree.
like it.
Yeah. So hey, TT, where you at, man? Waiting on you.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, we're gonna have a special guest on the Machine Lies tomorrow night.
Nice.
I can't tell you guys who it is because it's too much controversy. Too much controversy, but it will be a somebody who's significantly more well known than the communities that we go ahead and visit and stuff. Trying to reach out to the people. Yeah, kind of a YouTube celebrity.
He's over there. Now I'm gonna have to tune in for sure.
We get some YouTube celebrities lined up tomorrow, so we're gonna be doing it big out there. Every now and then I get like a big name. I get like PhD or somebody, or I'll do like a debate, or I'll surprise everyone. But yeah, I get. I try to antagonize people, and then into trying to debate me. And sometimes it works, sometimes they just ban me. But
yeah.
Tony put in the chat he'll be up momentarily.
Awesome. Yeah, blessings to Tony.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
Yeah, I was watching earlier. I know Jesse was up here. Peace to Jesse. The missing link. Talcott was up here. Axis Rat Blood. Yeah, peace to you, brother, man.
There you go.
So I've been watching out here. You guys talk about the Mandela effect.
Yes.
And yeah, ultimately I think you're right. It could be so many so many different factors. It could be in our mind, it could be groupthink, it could be all that shit, for sure. I'm not heads or tails about it either at this point. But yeah.
Well, if we live in a simulation, I can see where the Mandela effect would apply and make sense.
Definitely.
We're just all remembering things individually or whatever.
Yeah. And I know there's definitely because in terms of reality, a lot of people can make claims because reality is you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, anything's possible. Reality is stranger than fiction. That's all the fuck we really know. But the fact that made up things are as real things, and sometimes more real than real things. You know what I mean? That's also some shit. There's some shit to that, because imagination is greater than knowledge anyways, isn't it? You know what I mean? So, the realm of the mind is always far greater than what's going on right before us, even though that, like they say, the truth is always hidden in plain sight. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be,
Hey, I like what you just said there, imagination's greater than knowledge.
Oh yeah.
To some degree I rock with that. Yeah, I really rock with that. I like that.
Yeah. Reality greater than fiction, imagination greater than knowledge. You know what I mean? For sure, because you couldn't make this shit up. If you go and try to make up whatever you want, whatever crazy thing you make up, not only will it be based on some shit that's already real, but like what's going on around you is way crazier. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just what it is. You know what I mean? Like, you just need to open your eyes, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you'll see, like, nah, shit is weird, shit is real weird,
I totally agree. Totally agree. That's kind of what I was saying to Mr. Jack Talcott about, you know, some of this realm we're never going to even get to experience. So a narrative can just get painted for us, and there our imagination goes running wild with this narrative that's been painted for us, right? And I think that's where they catch you. Once you kind of accept the script, that's when your imagination no longer exists.
Yeah, I mean, people take things as fact of the matter. You know, nothing is brute fact. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. If you believe something to be a brute fact, it's like you've been misled. You know what I mean? Or you've been led to believe. You know what I mean? It's like,
Led to believe, yeah. I mean, a lot of people do rock with the Mandela effect, and a lot of people just don't even want to hear it out. And then there is some people on the fence. I'm on the fence with it, right? But at the same time, I've said before that I want to believe it, but I need something like big to grasp onto. Something big.
well, I think with Pamela, I mean, what she's saying is right. You know, if you could simulate experiences, you know, as they clearly, you know, do in our dreams. You know, this it's a simulated experience, you know, of some shit like so far, you know, that it actually makes you think that it's happening sometimes, you know. So it's like if your mind could just do that, then definitely, you know, it would be easier if that was possible. If we know for a fact that that's possible, that your brain could wholesale out of whole cloth construct a whole new experience and make you think that it's real, well, then somebody could implant false memories in there. You know, it's got to be plausible. There's got to be a way, because if there's a mechanism, there's a way. You know what I mean? To to get into that shit, you know, to get into that mechanism, you know.
The mind is so powerful. I mean, with hypnosis, there's bad therapists who can implant like false memories, and then there's hypnotists that can implant like good memories. And then you think about things like the placebo effect, and like people that are getting treated with a medicine and a placebo effect, and both of them have therapeutic benefits. I think the human mind is like so underestimated in its potential and power.
Yeah.
Mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Yes.
But another thing I wanted to ask, right? I mean, this Mandela effect, right? How far can we trace it back to, right? I mean, did it only really come about when technology advanced, or has it always been there? I mean, has there been someone before people like ourselves talking about it? Has there been someone else pioneering this?
Oh
Or has
yeah.
it with technology? Okay, there you go.
Cause if you look, cause here's the trippy part, and I'll just say this, because if you look at Plato and Confucius, they were under and the Hindus, really, they were under a concerted notion that we had devolved from something greater, you know. So like, I'm not saying that's Mandela effect, but definitely they were talking about the fact that histories were changed. Like there was hidden histories out there, you know, like the history of the Sage Kings. They said it was all done away. Why? Because they said the history was lost to Atlantis and shit, you know, like the flood and all that shit. So they definitely thought like, you know, I guess it's kind of like that. What I think of it as 1984, the Ministry of Truth, where they go and change like little historical facts. You know, they just fuck with like, you know, they just say, oh, some shit happened in 1965. No, actually, it just happened in 1963. It could be as small as that, you know, but it'll fuck people up to where it'll stop them from finding real information, you know.
Because you know what, right? The other day we played something, and they was talking about our phones, how our phones and our brain is able to play a bit of ping pong back and forth, if you know what I mean. So I was thinking somewhere along the lines like, you know, since the arrival of certain technologies, was this the way how for them to, you know, play with our mind, get into our thoughts and stuff, and this is why people are screaming Mandela effect? I don't know. I know it might be out there, but that's along the lines I was thinking.
You know, it's got to be effect that's increased with the phones because and that leads to an idea in postmodernism, you know, called spectral time, you know, where they talk about um not only you know, you could talk about a primitive future just as you could talk about lost futures. You could talk about a lost future or an archaic revival. You get what I'm saying? So like, for example, like you could talk about like for example, the version of the future that people had in the 80s of what the future was going to look like. That's a lost future. It's an imagination of a forgotten world that never existed, never came to be, but it still affects how things are today. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be a lost future, just as you have the concept that like maybe the medieval world could come back, or you know they have a neo medieval or a neo tribal age. You know, well that's an archaic revival, a revival of some shit that came through in the past. You know, some fucking yeah. So postmodernism has those time illusions. You know what I'm saying?
See, and that's my thing with it. Like, once it's in there, it's kind of hard to shift, right? And I feel like some of the stuff could just be, you know, a setting just for that, just for our psyche, right? Because you know, once once they have it written down, automatically we think it's the truth, right? Until we get older, when we start to see the deception through these things, right? But I feel like with all the civilizations that came, well, the so-called civilizations that came before us, because there's not much evidence of people, just buildings, right? And the further you go back, sometimes when people show you, it's just, the streets are empty. So where are all the people? You understand? But I feel like some of these buildings could have been just, you know, put there just to play on the mind, just to take up space in the mind, really, just to take up space in the mind. All these narratives, all these so-called timelines, they could have just be stage sets somewhere all around the world, just to take up space in our mind. Because once it's there in the mind, it's hard to shift, right?
Right. Yeah, for real. Yeah, that's deep. You know, and also, uh, you know, you could get into, you know, like there's a dude named Mark Fisher who talks about this in postmodernism, where he's like, you know, he talks about like one of the things he talks about how like there's like no new music being made. You know what I mean? He's like all this
That's
shit
true.
is just recycled shit. Like they'll bring back fads from the 80s now, you know, and that's happening more and more because people have shit from the 80s to bring back because they had video footage of shit that's going on in the 80s, so people feel nostalgia for some shit that just happened, you know. So like the window of nostalgia is getting like lesser and lesser because of technology, you know.
Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, technology takes away the mysticism about this realm.
It certainly keeps people from experiencing the mystical in this realm. If you're always looking in a black mirror, you can't connect to the inner mirror.
That's dope. I feel that. Yeah.
And I think they actually have an episode of Black Mirror where they implant false memories because they could look at the tape and see the memories of what happened, and so people could go there and change that shit. Or I think that's the plot of Minority Report or some shit too. You know what I mean? Or some shit like
Okay.
that, where they just like they're constantly manipulating the time frames and shit. I mean, you know what I mean? And the way they do it in Minority Report is like through these oracles. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean, or whatever. They have these like beings called oracles that they like hook into these machines, you know, and they you know, it's actually trippy that they would have this kind of you know, occult narrative embedded in the film, but that's just how it is. I mean, we can't escape that nowadays. They're just gonna put oracles in the film, obviously an allusion to the Oracle of Delphi, you know, that Socrates went to, you know, one of the things he talks about, this dude Mark Fisher, he's talking about like when you see like a hat or some shit like retro clothing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the retro clothing, it'll bring you back to a time, and he'll say that capitalism itself causes the hypersubjectivity of time because like it's like why how could you look at this and he's actually from the UK as well, Mark Fisher, you know, but yeah, he died, you know, I think he already passed away, but yeah, he was a pretty well-known philosopher when he passed away. But he was talking about how like, yeah, like when you'll see products like old products today, like it'll cause like
Mm-hmm.
nostalgia, and that's because of like the quality of how shit was made, that like capitalism itself is causing us to view time in a different way because like products will cause nostalgia. So you have like the feeling of nostalgia is not caught up with memories of people, it's caught up with memories of things. You know what I mean?
There you go. There you go.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's like, oh
Yes.
shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Yo, I like that. Yeah, I like that. And you know what? This is what I was trying. Okay, see, I'm glad you said that because this is where I was trying to go with it yesterday over on Ian's panel with Singh. I think Singh touched on this kind of, but you put a name to it, right? Okay, that's powerful. What's the guy's name again?
Mark Fisher.
Let me write
And
that down one second.
yeah, and I'll send you a video of his if I find it, you know, but there's an exact video that talks about this. Because he wrote a book called Capitalist Realism or something like that. I mean Capitalist Realism, if I'm not confused, but yeah, he was a postmodern author. And you know, he wrote about this shit, and one of his shits, he actually studies like music albums. You know, he'll study like Joy Division and shit. You know, and he'll say like how Joy Division, like the sound of Joy Division is part of the culture of technology, like that things aren't moving forward, and that people have this like malaise attached to like what's going on because they're waiting for this future that's not coming. You know what I mean? Like constantly, you know, they're like in a, like, you know, and fucking on God's bathroom floor, you know what I mean? Just waiting for this shit. You know what I mean? But yeah,
It's
yeah.
funny, right? Because sorry to cut you real quick,
No,
because
it's all good.
we was talking about I think we touched on the subject of the Mandela effect, but time came into the subject, and I was saying whenever I think of time or the past, I just think of buildings and objects. I don't think of the people more sometimes. Do you understand? I just think of the, like you were saying, nostalgia of the objects and the things, but never the people sometimes.
Yes.
And that's when I think of time, like the past. I just think of the architect and the buildings and all these other things. I never think of the people too much because the setting's there. and it's always going to be there. The narrative's there, right? So, like I said, I wonder if that's plays on the psyche. Just, you know, it's always going to be there.
Yeah, they even talked about like Drake, you know, like the Drake music, you know, like how like the dudes at the like he'll have all these songs where he's like, you know, he's like chilling at the club, but he's like bored. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like
Yeah,
it's like what the fuck? It's like if you're not having fun, just leave, homie. Like, but yeah, he's got like this thing where he's like,
yeah,
like, you know, and and the way this cat described it is perfect. This cat, Mark Fisher, he goes, it's like everybody's in this electro downer haze. And I'm like, yeah, that is exactly what the music sound like. It sound like, you know, like electronic, like disco music that's sad. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, like you'll hear some of it, have this like kind of like lonely vibe to it, like desperate vibe to it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
Arab, you know, like you hear like Rihanna, she's like desperate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, like you said, they're in the club, but they're down in the strip club at that, right? Oh gosh. Yeah. That's hilarious. So I'm just rolling up another one. Don't mind me.
For sure.
Hey, where's Tony at? Tony, where you at, bro? Taking your sweet time. Nice. Hey, we made it Friday, bro, to the bright side of the road. We get to let our guard down for a little while, right?
I'll dab to that.
Hell yeah.
There you go. There you go. Dabs, flowers, vapes, flavors, whatever you like. Whatever you like. Shout out to the machine lads and these folks over there. Destroyer and them boys. Salute, salute.
Yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. Sophia, Destroyer, Moose. We got Moose in the house. We got fucking
Shit.
Joe King. Peace, Joe King. Uncle Fatty. You know.
Salute, salute.
Yeah, bless you guys, man.
Salute. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Combined forces out here, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Form like Voltron, you know what
I mean? Voltron. I ain't seen that in years. Voltron. That was cold.
Decepticon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good old days, right? Nostalgia and shit.
Oh, yeah. Nostalgia. You know. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, like anime is like nostalgic, you know? You see some animation, it's like, what? You know, it makes you feel some type of way, even though it's not really saying anything about what time it's from. It's like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, this anime is like early 90s shit. You know what I mean? It's like it just gives you that vibe, you know?
Mm-hmm. I used to be heavy on the anime.
Yeah, me too. Neon Genesis, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a deep one. That's a fucking deep one.
Yeah. Appleseed, Guyver, Thistleton Monster, Devilman, Akira, Ninja Scroll. You can go on and on, man. So many. Yeah, so many. So like I used to, cause you know what it wasn't even me. It was actually my brother. He was heavy on them, right? But sometimes I used to walk into the room and he's watching something. I'm like, oh, what's this? Oh, whoa, okay, wow, whoa. And then it got me hooked from then. I was like, okay, I like this one. But some of them was a bit too extreme sometimes. I'm like, nah, that's a bit too much there. Yeah. But overall, it was okay. Good experience with the anime. Good experience.
Yeah, even if you look at the most popular shit like Dragon Ball Z, you know, it's crazy messages just in the setting of the show, because here they are walking around in a futuristic land. You know, they're walking around where there's skyscrapers and buildings and flying cars and shit, but there's dinosaurs. You know, so again, it's trying to tell you something. Like it's trying to tell you like you know, there is a world in the future that's more advanced than the world today. You know what I mean? It's crazy because that dude, you know, it's called Sun Wukong. That's actually Goku. You know, and it's the same in Chinese mythology. It's the same guy as Hanuman in the Hindu tradition, the Monkey King. You know,
Monkey King.
Monkey
Hey.
King. Yeah.
Okay. You know what's crazy, right? Because I was watching the, how would you call it? The cartoon version or whatever. Sorry, the animated version rather. And I was watching it with my children because they like it. Oh no, we watched it for the first time together. But I found a few gems in that one, boy. I found a few gems in that one. And the same gems that I found in that, they showed it to me in what's his name? James Terrell. Some of James Terrell's work and some other work that I've been coming across. So they're showing it through the artwork of this guy here on my icon. He showed the same stuff that they show in these cartoon movies. So it's like, whoa, what are they really trying to show us? But it's to do with the pineal gland, that's the thing. And the underworld. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Monkey King.
Yeah. And then you got the Namek people, you know, where they're super spiritual alien race of people that also have advanced technology, you know, but they don't really fuck with other planets. They don't play that domination game like going to fuck with other planets, you know. And then the people who are fucking with other planets are like, you know, I mean, one can only describe them as, you know, cyber capitalists and fucking lunar kabbalists. You know what I'm saying? They on some shit. You know what I mean? Like the fucking dude who creates like the most evil creation in the world is like a cyber galactic wizard. You know? You know what I mean? Yeah, and they showed that dude who creates this you know, Majin Buu, that he's more powerful than the devil. Like the devil is actually just his bitch. Like he got the actual
Damn.
devil there as a character, and the then he just is like you know, he makes the devil his bitch. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's crazy. Who hold on, who was it you? You tied in that dude to the Hydra, right? Was it you?
Yeah.
Okay. Was you? Okay. Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Majin Buu and the Terminator when they break up into a million pieces and then form back together and shit. That's Hydra
Hold
power
on, give me 2 secs, guys. My son just walked in. Give me 2 secs.
for sure.
No problem. It was nice seeing you guys over on Benton's this morning. Y'all had a really good panel. No one was too crazy or anything.
Yeah, we bring down the energy. I'm sometimes able to do it on my show too. I'm getting better at it. Bringing down the energy. But you don't want to bring it down too much. Sometimes I let the fights go.
Right.
And sometimes I provoke fights. I'm not gonna lie. The reason is because certain people actually like that type of they like that type of energy. So as long as nobody gets their feelings hurt, I guess it's all in good fun. You know what I mean?
A little chaos.
Yeah, a little chaos. As long as it's metaversal. You know what I mean? Like I said to Jack, I said, we could face the you know, face our enemies in the battlefield of the mind. You know what I mean? You
Yeah, I
know,
know what you mean. I've been curious, what inspired you to get into studying like occult stuff? Because I noticed you kind of have an expanded knowledge base on that. What inspired that?
I wouldn't have done it if they didn't try to subvert Muslims and Christians. So that I was like, oh, okay, you guys want to play this game? You guys want to say you're a Muslim or a Christian, and claim that that's not anything important with that, and then vice versa. You want to claim that you learned nothing from Islam or Christianity, you know. So I just so I got into it like through indirectly, I guess, just by studying history, and studying theology really. And I wanted to, and when I studied theology, all of these notions, the division between the esoteric and the exoteric, the difference between transcendence and manifestation. Like transcendent meaning that something is ontologically transcendent, meaning that it's exists in a realm in and of itself, separate from this one. It transcends this reality. Where I started to question if those things could exist, or if something could be e- esoteric, meaning that it's compared to surface knowledge. Is there a difference between surface knowledge and hidden knowledge, and what is the qualitative difference between the two? Those types of things. When you get into the greater aspects of theology and stuff, you have to answer these questions for yourself mainly. But I started to deny, because first of all, I became very skeptical of philosophy. Then when I started to study theology, I became very skeptical of theology as well, because I had noticed how much of the theology was influenced by the occult. you know so it's just I guess I just wanted to know what was going on. And if people think that everything is just face value, well, they're mistaken. They got to be mistaken.
Yeah, I'm still coming into gnosis of all this stuff. I've known about it intellectually for a long time, but as the reality continues to reveal itself, it's hard not to notice like things like right in front of your face.
No doubt. Hey, my man TT, what's going on?
Hey, Tony,
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's
There
up?
you go.
and your
What's up,
sound's
London,
great.
my man? Pam, you're a sweetheart. Machine Lies. Man, I appreciate your angle, bro. You
Bless
got a
you.
unique perspective, and I appreciate that, because I think sometimes that's what's lacking, that unique perspective.
Thank you, brother, man. Game recognized game. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, you were talking about the nostalgia of things maybe being more of effect on us than reality itself, to where maybe it's more of a feeling that affects us than what we actually experienced. You know, because the only things that really move us is how we feel, not what we think. What we think can change from second to second because we're always second guessing whether or not we believe it to be true. But what we feel, we can't second guess.
Yeah, because feelings come from within us, but thoughts are an extra layer on top of what the fuck's going on. So like there's experience and then thoughts are an extra layer above experience. You know, but it's like they don't add anything to experience. See, thoughts are not the same thing as consciousness. Consciousness is much more broader than thoughts, you know, and consciousness includes feelings, as well. That's what they call thumos or the heart chakra. You know what I'm saying? They got different names for it. In the West, it's called thumos. In the East, it's called, the heart. Basically, which everyone knows. There's many ways in which the heart is more powerful than the mind. Because the heart is spirit, the mind is, you know, uh, uh, consciousness. Spirit is life, and I think consciousness is something that belongs to everything, because everything has consciousness in terms of everything can be experienced. Everything has an experiential quality to it, and everything has a um, thinking quality to it. If you see, and that's what I meant really when I said imagination is greater than knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You know, that the realm of the mind is more powerful than our personal, what we can extrapolate from it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What we perceive to be real,
Exactly. Yeah.
but that's a perception in itself, you know, which basically tells you that the truth is not the truth. The truth is your perception. So how well you perceive is how well your perception to the truth is, I think.
Well,
What
say
what I'm basically stating is
yeah.
it our purpose to increase our perception to the rate at which we can bypass the simulation? You know, can we see past the digital experience and go back to the analog?
Yeah. I think that you know seeing is believing, but the shadow is really, because the light casts a shadow, and once you go into the cave, I mean, once you leave the cave, what I mean, you gotta go, you gotta basically what it is, in Plato's cave, he says that if you leave the cave and try to come back and tell other people in the cave that, like, man, this is not reality, man, like out there, like there's so much more, like there's a whole world out there, like you're just not seeing it, Holmes, like there's so much shit going on, and these motherfuckers just looking at you like, yeah, but there's shit to do in this cave, so I'm gonna go get to it. You know what I'm saying? And he says, "Man, there's just no way, because if you get a fish, you take him out of the water, and he sees a dude, and the dude's looking at him and smiles, and then throws him back in the lake, and then the fish goes to the other fish and goes, 'Man, there, I just got out of the water. There's a whole world outside the water, and fuck, like there's a motherfucking dude out there. He just fucking grabbed me.' And the other fish is gonna be like, 'Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, there ain't no shit out there, dude. Like, what the fuck you talking about?' So it's like, it's like, what you got to do is you can't hit people with the truth directly. You got to leave breadcrumbs, to get them out of the motherfucking cave so that they can find their way out on their own. Because to the truth, we are not possessors. We're just a witness. The truth is a living truth. You can only lead people to the truth. You can't teach anybody the truth. You don't own that shit. You're not it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And that's why
Yeah,
they
it has
say,
to be their own truth.
yeah, that's why game always recognize game. That's why I said that, because it's like, I can only show you some shit that you already know. You're gonna have to realize it for yourself. How can somebody teach you something like if you say I'm right? Oh man, the machine lies is right about some shit. Well, then you must have known it for yourself. You know, how the fuck you gonna tell me I'm right about some shit that you don't already know? You know, all truth comes from within. You know, when you say when you say somebody said something correct, you just realize some shit you already knew. You know, you're not learning shit. You know, we all already have the truth. You know what I mean? It's just
It's a
about
remembering.
facing that shit. You know, remembering it and then being like, all right, I'm with that shit. Like I'm gonna roll with this shit. You know what I mean? Because there's a
Right.
lot of
So
people
what you're
remember, but
saying is that you can give people the option and show them the door, but it's up to them whether or not they open it
of course, yeah. You know, ultimately,
The seed to sprout when it's truly ready. All we can do is plant the seeds.
and water it.
that's right.
You know,
That's right.
it's crazy because if you think about, what London was talking earlier about Mandela effect and all that. I don't know if anybody remembers, but back in the early 2000s, they started giving out these cards to where you had to convert your antenna signal from an analog signal over to a digital signal. And it kind of started a movement of switching everything from all these analog signals to these digital signals. And if you think about it, analog has a natural frequency. That is kind of the homage to the analog, but the digital can be completely 100% manipulated. So it makes you wonder if in these movies people were basically being hypnotized, you know with a message, and the moment they woke up, they're starting to notice slight differences, to where they believe, that there's a change in time. It's possibly a simulation. We have quantum entanglement with other parallel universes. It just all seemed to kind of be established when the analog went to the digital. But that's just me.
I see what you're doing. You're saying when I mentioned the advance in technology, like you was just talking. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
with the okay, yeah, exactly. That's along the lines what I was thinking. Something like that. Yes, I'm glad you put it like that.
But yeah, because we have digital light now, we have digital screens. Um, Nothing is analog anymore, and analog had an inherent natural frequency to it that I think was harmonious to us. And this digital frequency is 100% manipulatable. And I do believe that what may be causing our distortions.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, motion is inextricably linked to time. You know, there would be no, you know, one could argue, you know, it's like a chicken, like philosophically speaking, it's chicken or the egg shit. It's like what came first, motion or time? You know, because the only way you could calculate time is through motion. You know, so you know we would, you know, in other words, we'd have no perception of time if it wasn't for motion itself. And then you look at digital shit. Digital shit does not move at the speed and pace of human movement. You know, if you pick up a bow and arrow, if you pick up a pen, if you pick up a hammer, or if you pick up a sword, you're gonna move it at the speed of your own hand movements and such. But automation does not move that way. Automation moves on a totally different pace. So you simply set
Right.
events into motion, and then the end result of that, you know, the process is hidden from you. In other words, you know what I mean? And that's why I define technology as that too. I define technology as you know, concealment of means, you know, to a particular end. You know, because like you only see what's on the screen of the TV. You don't see how it gives you the image. Even if you open up the
No.
fucking TV and look at the little bits and pieces, you won't learn how the fuck the image got in, on the fucking TV. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you
Yeah.
know, so you see what it's doing. There's no way, even if you inspect the machine, you'll learn how it's doing what the fuck it does. You know what I'm saying? So the
You
process
can't. I
hidden.
mean, the original patents for the TV, they had to go in front of Congress and admitted that they could project images into your head with the original patents. Not what we learned in the last 20 years, 30 years, the original patent of the TV.
Subliminal shit, yeah.
That's deep.
Yeah, they knew that they could project images into your head. That's why I have a firm belief is why they go after children, because there's been studies that have showed that kids are actually in a theta state until they're about 7 or 8 years old, which is why kids always are so mesmerized by adults and cool things and magic and all these cool things about life, is because that theta state is basically mesmerizing these kids to believe everything that they see and hear. So if you can indoctrinate them before that theta state ends, you can set them on a path for life and they're unaware.
Sadly, these days, I think humans by nature are analog, and these kids are analog when they come into this realm, and then they hijack their consciousness by digital technology. And I think that explains like a lot of stuff that we have going on today. Because when we unplug and get back to nature, you know, there's a reason why when we return to nature we have more clarity.
That's it. I mean, even when you look at some of these buildings, like we were saying, when you tie it in with tie this whole experience in with time and the place that we live in, right? But I hear some people say this reality is just numbers, right? And it's like, even when you look at some of the architect around this place, some of these buildings, they hold significant numbers just in the design. So some people, when you look at buildings, they're immediately thinking algebra or some type of math in their head. Everything's like coordinated, calculated, down to the buildings, down to the positions of them. It just speaks maths to me. Everything screams maths, whether it's in the physical or things you can't see.
Yeah, but it seems like that mathematical geometry that was built into these buildings was basically the law of the universe. And that's how, I have a very good inclination myself that churches were never about religion, that these were generators, these were harmonic resonators, these were meant to heal people, and these were meant to send vibrations out to the community and heal the water at the same time, because most public water supplies usually ran underneath the local church. So these were basically giant harmonic resonators, as opposed to any type of ridiculous religious worship.
Hey, let me go on this here real quick. Machine gave us something.
Well, that's just the thing I was trying to show you earlier. The Mark Fisher, just a sample of his work there, but yeah, for you for the future reference, but yeah, bless, man.
Yeah, let's watch a little bit. Let's hope I don't get hit with no some bullshit. But let's go.
Hit with this, yeah.
About some of the main ideas in my new book, Ghosts of My Life, which really in some ways runs parallel to, or is the other side of the kind of ideas that I deal with in capitalist realism. If capitalist realism was about the complete takeover of capital, of not only of culture and economy, but also of the psyche, then Ghosts of My Life deals with what was thwarted by that, the traces of the outside, the persistences of exteriority in this world completely dominated by capital. But what I'm going to do today really is bring you the bad news that you already know, which is I'm going to talk about music culture, and perhaps UK music culture, especially, as a symptom of temporal pathology, or a temporal malaise, which can be understood at least two levels. One is the level of history itself and the sense of historicity. A newly ubiquitous sense of the waning of historicity, to use a phrase from Frederick Jameson. Jameson's theorizations of the postmodern, which developed in the 80s, I think, now look increasingly prophetic. And what Jameson was theorizing in the 80s is still a somewhat marginal phenomenon, still an emergent phenomenon, is now ubiquitous to the point of almost the point of invisibility, I would suggest. But I'll come back to that. What is the bad news that you already know? Well, that it's that the future has disappeared. The dimension of sorry, I meant to go to the second. The second aspect of this temporal malaise is the experience of time itself, the phenomenological sense of time in everyday life. And I think, I guess my big thesis of the relationship between these two things, the more that our everyday life is taken over by the urgencies of what Jody Dean called communicative capitalism, what Franco Berardi-Bifo calls Samuel capitalism, the more that the rhythms and the dispersed attentional economies of communicative capitalism take over our life, the more that there is this difficulty in grasping a sense of the historical moment in which we live. So to come back then, so what is the bad news we already know is that the dimension of the future has disappeared. That in some ways that we're marooned, we're trapped in the 20th century still. That what is it to be in the 21st century is to have 20th century culture on higher definition screens. Or 20th century culture distributed by high-speed internet, actually. So there's a strange, what ought to be a strange sense of repetition, of a clotted or blocked time, a time that's in many respects slowed down or flattened or retarded or gone backwards, where the sense of a forward momentum of culture, which isn't the same as.
He's talking that shit. 420 if you got it. 420 if you got it. He's talking that shit. Let's go.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm liking it already. Anything you want to add to it while I paused it?
Well, just how he's talking about the UK culture. He's an incredibly rare philosopher, and it's sad that he's no longer with us, because he was able to apply these thoughts, his philosophical thoughts and narratives to the the minutia of this culture that we're experiencing, the cultural realm that we're experiencing. UK music culture. What a topic to apply these philosophical ideas to. It's stellar, type of thinking from this man. He's honestly brilliant thinker, for sure.
Indeed. Let's go.
As a progress. I'm not arguing that what has disappeared is a sense of the progressive in culture, as if somehow, 90s jungle was progressed above Robert Johnson. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that the thing that's disappeared is a sense of difference, or a sense of the specificity, the sense of culture belonging to a specific moment. That is what has disappeared in the 21st century. So there's now a feeling that nothing ever really dies, but that's not good. That means that we are assailed on all sides by kind of zombie forms which persist forever. by revivals. Anything can come back. Anything can come back. There's a kind of what we might say excessive tolerance for the archaic. But part of the problem is since the sense of historicity has waned, has declined, it's difficult to characterize anything as archaic anymore. What does it mean to say something's archaic in a situation when practically everything feels old? The phrase that captured this for me, and which I use at the start of Ghost of My Life from Franco Berardi, is the slow cancellation of the future. The slow cancellation of the future, I think, which captures not only that sense of termination, but the gradual nature of it. Of course, it's not that the future in culture disappears overnight. It withers, it drains away. But it's, at least in terms of music culture and in the UK context, I think we can say that this waning, this disappearance, this cancellation of the future started to become evident about a decade ago, and has intensified since then. And I think in that time, our expectations of music, which I'm treating as I say, symptomatic and as the most obvious example of this, but it's not as if this only applies to music. Our expectations have declined, and this flattening out of time has become more naturalized. I don't think we anymore expect music to sound like a radical break from the past. We expect music now, and culture more broadly, to be a quite subtle. If it's different, it'll be a subtle remodulation, a subtle reconfiguration that is available, that is available and understandable, accessible only to initiates and aficionados largely. It won't be some gross sensational shift which is readily apparent to anybody. For Berardi, the slow cancellation of the future clearly is not just a cultural thing; it's also a political thing. Of course, the sense of the disappearance of a political future, the sense of a future which would be radically different in political terms from today is also part of it. But it's also about the disappearance then of a certain linear sense of time, I think, a certain narrative of time, with where time is marked in the same way that space is marked. There's a kind of time marks in the way that there are landmarks. I think this is, this was how those of us born at in a certain period, from the late 60s, 70s onwards, experienced time as marked by music in certain ways. That there was a strong connection between particular periods and music, and it was, one could periodize music, not only by the year but often by the month, and the sense of a rapid supersession of styles, genres, techniques, methodologies which went along with that. The sense that it was really experience of modernity through popular culture. And modernity, as theorized by someone like Marshall Berman, as this sense of permanent impermanence, as this sense that all the solid melts into air, that any particular form is temporary, evanescent. It will be overcome. It will be replaced. It will become obsolete. I think the way in which we experience that, not now in culture, but in terms of technology, You know, we experience the experience of modernity is now in terms of smartphones or iPhones.
There we
That's where
go.
we permanent obsolescence.
Mhm.
In terms of culture, we have
Yep.
the opposite now. Nothing is there's no criteria for obsolescence in culture. There's as I said before, an accommodation towards the what previously would be characterized as the archaic. But you know, part of the problem is there's no effective sense of the contemporary by which one could, you know, to which one could compare the archaic now. And that, you know, that's as I said, I think been in place for about a decade. So one of the phrases that I use is there are non-times as well as non-places. Non-place as this, you know, the space of circulation of late capitalism, which are effectively indistinguishable one from another. You know, airports, retail parks, etc., etc. I think years time has become like the non-place. That, you know, what was the sound of 2005? What is the sound of 2008?
Or what is the feeling?
Yeah.
What a sound of 1975 was. Even if you weren't alive, you probably got a sense of what it is actually. But you know, I think what's characteristic of the 21st century, increasingly, especially since around 2003, is that disappearance of that sense of specificity of cultural time.
See, he's talking about the existence of the digital right there,
Okay.
because
Yeah,
that was
pretty
about
much.
the time that it all changed.
Yep. He said he actually said exactly like 10 years ago, and that's when the digital shit happened. That's when the global war on terror happened. You know, so there was all of a sudden this international world politics. You know, it was the movement towards world politics. You know, and that is a non-place scenario too, because where's a global war happening? It's happening all over the world. You know what I mean? You know,
Right. There's always
yeah,
the perpetual war,
you know,
you know,
global
but what
war.
he's talking about seems to be that he's talking about, okay, there could be psychics out there that know the known future and it is set in stone. It is already written. But what he's basically saying is that time and history is malleable,
Right, right, yeah, yeah.
you
Ultimately,
know,
yeah,
that it's manipulatable, you
and
know,
that
and
yeah. Go ahead.
That makes the
well,
Mandela effect make sense.
It doesn't.
well, that's what
Doesn't
I'm
it for real
curious
though?
about. Seriously, because what if it's, you know, an analog change of what has happened? So, say you go to a certain period in time to where your average population is basically just going along, going with the flow. They're going along to get along. And then at one point, you have an awakening of consciousness. Okay. Think about if you could awaken consciousness and talk to other self, which would be your future self and or past self. If you could talk to your past self in real time, you could change time. Because if you think about systemic thinking and how we think about our own root thinking, you think one thought and then that has a root system that grows out from there. So that one thought grows from that other thought. So it almost shows that time itself is manipulatable through perception.
Oh yeah, and
We have
yeah, Go
we
ahead,
have
guys.
time manipulation perceptions every day. How often do you find yourself saying, "Man, today went fast. Oh, well, today went
Right.
slow."
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And then the more shit's happening, it's almost like the faster shit goes. I mean, that's a real thing, and that goes to the acceleration of culture and events that increases the past. You know, it increases the feeling of the past because it makes you think that it's like the faster the future comes on and the more shit comes on, you know, that's happening, that's new, the closer we get to the past. It's like the gulf widens in both directions. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah, I
so,
feel
yeah.
you there. I feel you there. Mm.
Well, think about this. You have the Mandela effect that we were talking about earlier. Okay, so you go to a certain point in time, most people do not have connection with their own other self. But you get to a certain point where average, not average people, but some people are starting to awake and connect with past self. Say that you could go back and talk to past self in current time. You would have a ripple effect of changing their systemic thought to where you would notice not major changes in time, but only small details being changed, because I believe there are people who are going back and connecting with past self and changing history through that manipulation.
You think it's possible, Tom?
I really do, because there are channeling works that talk about Dolores Cannon talks about this, about how she's went in hypno therapy sessions with people and went back in time to talk to people in their past time. And at one point, she talked to a few witches, and they came back to her and said, okay, we've contemplated with ourselves and we figured out that you are not going to change time and space by talking to us. So therefore, we will give you communication and give you some of our secrets. But the butterfly effect basically states that if you change one flower in existence, that all time ripples out from that one change. Therefore incurring a Mandela effect where everybody remembers one thing, but yet in reality, we experienced another.
Wow, that's wild. That's almost like you're saying to me, Tone, is well, what I'm getting from it is like every change could be someone's ripple.
Yes,
Damn,
I completely believe that. Really.
it's heavy. Shit, that's heavy. Oh shit. Oh, shit.
The Dolores Cannon material is really worth looking into. She has some sessions with Nostradamus and people like that. It's quite fascinating. I've studied her almost all of her works.
Well, I can tell you, Pam, people consider Dolores Cannon's work kind of niche, like very specifically into one specific target. But I will tell you that going back and looking at Edgar Casey's work of his channelings, he was called the Sleeping Prophet. He actually confirms a lot of what Dolores Cannon says, and this
And
was back in the 30s.
And there's a lot of other channeled material and a lot of other like ancient texts that are whatever that I've looked into, and I don't remember right off because it's been a minute. But I constantly see Dolores Cannon's material like reinforced or whatever, because she was one of the people I read like when I had my awakening back in 2012. I read her whole body of works, and it really helped open me up to things.
It's awesome.
Good stuff. We keep going.
Cool.
One of the lack of distinguishing marks, that is to say, of a particular period. And a sense of the futuristic now belongs to the past. It has not been updated since the 90s, really. In the 90s, with genres like jungle, you felt radically unprecedented. They felt like there's nothing you'd heard before, nor could you have heard it before. And there was a feeling then of the future rushing in towards us, and we being caught up in it. I think that's almost entirely gone now. The futuristic, when we use the word futuristic, it's almost the same as the word Gothic. It refers to an already existing and established set of generic protocols. It's like a font, like Gothic font. Futuristic means it sounds a bit like Kraftwerk or something like that. It's not actually futuristic. It doesn't refer to an actual future, or indeed a virtual future that is impinging on the present. It refers to a set of already existing associations, which are now been eternalized. the way to establish a lot of what I'm saying, I think, is a simple kind of time travel experiment, which is, if you imagine beaming back anything, any music produced in the 21st century into 1994. I picked 1994 deliberately because it's 20 years ago, and it's hard for some of us to accept. 1994 is 20 years ago. But if beaming it back to 1994, what would happen if people heard that music in 1994? Would they go, my God, this is inexplicable. I've never heard anything like this. This isn't even music. I don't think anyone's going to do that. I don't think anyone would do that. Actually, I think the reverse would be the case. If you beam back music from 2014 to 1994, people are going to say, "Are you serious? This is coming from 20 years in the future. This doesn't sound that different from what we've got today." And I think that's, thinking of that 20-year period illustrates the kind of slowing down, a flattening of time that I'm referring to. Because if you think back of 1994 to 1974, the vast sonic worlds that had been born and died in that period, the enormous kind of series of mutations that had occurred between 74 and 94, or again between 54 and 74, the speed, the rapidity, the efflorescence of different sounds, different sensations that emerged in that period. Since 1994, I don't think, I think that that's flattened out. It's not that nothing at all has happened, but I think it's hard to make the case that almost anything that has been produced in those 20 years subsequently was sonically unimaginable in 1994. I think it's a whole series of fairly logical extrapolations of propositions, of methodologies that were already in place. And part of that means then the disappearance of retro, I think, or the disappearance of the concept of retro in the very universalization of retro. I mean, there's always been, as long as there's been popular music, there's always been retro dimension to popular music. There's nothing new about that. I think what is new about the current moment then is really that there's not the failure of any alternative to what would have previously been considered retro. Now we can ask the question: retro compared to what? What is not retro now? I think that really, I guess, follows from what I've been arguing so far. I guess this became apparent to me in the mid-2000s, which I refuse to call the noughties, although in many ways they're a decade which deserves such a horrible name. But was when I was walking through a shopping mall, and I heard the Amy Winehouse cover of Valerie by the indie plotters, the Zootons. And when I first heard it in a casual listen, I genuinely thought that this was a 60s record. I thought that so I reversed the temporality in my mind. I thought that the Zootons was a cover of this 60s song. It was a production by Mark Ronson. Mark Ronson specializes in those kind of refurbished sound of the 60s. Of course, if you listen to it closely, you realize that it's not 60s soul. It couldn't be. Nevertheless, that initial response sort of indicates this kind of flattening of cultural time that has occurred. So it's something which had come out 40 years later, could sound like, that could sound sufficiently like something from that earlier period. A similar thing happened when I first heard the Arctic Monkeys, who have subsequently become even more boring than they were when they started off, which is so much even. But when I first heard the Arctic Monkeys, and I saw that it's actually the video for that track, Bet You Looks Good on the Dance Floor. But when I first saw that, I actually did believe that it had come from 1980, that it was some post-punk group that I hadn't actually heard at the time, but had somehow been rediscovered. And almost everything about the way the video looked, the way it was shot, the clothes they were wearing, and of course the music itself conspired in that kind of conspired to construct that appearance, that simulation. And again, I think if we actually imagine it being played in 1980, that record, no problem. It could very well have existed then.
Talk that shit.
The Shins too. The Shins was like that too, right? They had the Shins. They had all these groups that came out exactly like that. You know.
Exactly. This is quite interesting.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating. Yep.
I like what he's saying. I definitely feel what he's saying there. Wow. Okay. Okay.
I got more philosophy videos on that too. You know, there's the concept itself actually comes from, I think, Jacques Derrida, you know, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he talks about hauntology. Yeah, he's a postmodern philosopher who talks about hauntology. So instead of ontology is a study of being. He talked about hauntology. Because like in the way and he was using it as a play on words, because in German it's written the same way, haunt and ontology, you know. So he was like he was like talking about how shit from the you know, forgotten futures you know, that are from the past will haunt our idea of what the future is supposed to be like, you know. Fascinating shit, you know.
So you're talking about creating like a time loop.
Yeah, or like a time anomaly, or the way he described it was rather poignant. He said he used the words temporal pathology. You know what I mean? You know,
Right, in which meaning the way we perceive how the
symptoms,
pathology of time
right,
has progressed,
right, and he's
which
saying
is
like,
always going to
yeah,
be specific to the individual.
exactly, and it's like he's like, these cultural aspects are these symptoms of this time delusion. You know, because it's like, look at like
Wow.
culture, like you could see it in the music, you know, if you could see it in the fucking music, like it's weird, you know, like.
So is it possibly saying that if we notice a difference, say the Mandela effect, that this is a cognitive issue and not a reality issue?
Well, it goes
Is
to
this in our
what,
mind or is this actually happening?
well, that goes back to the idea of postmodernism, because the idea of postmodernism actually came from this concept called phenomenology. And in phenomenology, they rejected empiricism. So they said that you couldn't observe facts in the world because those facts were part part of the aspect of you observing those facts in the world meant that you were taking a good look at your own, inside your own head. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that nothing was objective, that everything was subjective to yourself.
Exactly. And it comes, see, it really goes existentialism, you know, phenomenology, and then postmodernism in terms of philosophy. You know what I mean? And a lot of these movements
Bro,
happen in Germany, but existentialism is like existence precedes essence.
you're nailing it, man.
Yeah, and then phenomenology is like, well, the mind is before like
Whew.
what you could perceive in the outside world, and then postmodernism is there's no such thing as definitions, like at all. You can't define shit, you know, including space and
You
time.
better slow down. You're blowing people's minds.
Yeah, the first thing they dispose of is space and time. They said space and time got to go. That's why he's talking about non-time and non-space. He's bringing that to the forefront because he's like, look, it's not just postmodernism. It's not just a theory. We live in this shit. You know, we living in non-time. We living in non-space. Like, for fuck's sake. You know,
Well, I think we're in space-time as opposed to time-space, because the time-space has a space all of its own.
yeah.
You know, so maybe time is experiencing us instead of us experiencing it.
Oh yeah.
Never heard it like that before.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think in
It's a
Zen.
different way to think about it.
Oh yeah, in Zen, they got a poem by the master Dogon called "The Time Being." You know, and yeah, he actually says being and time are one and the same shit. You know,
Yeah. Hey, that's wild. Even just the thought of that, even people saying in the time being, I see you in
Right.
the time being.
Yeah.
Or being time,
Yeah.
Wow.
you know? That's just like the Truman Show when the fucking light drops down in front of Truman. It happens to be the star Sirius. And Sirius B is where the Dogon tribe is from.
Oh,
They didn't do that by accident.
Oh, yeah, I remember that part in the movie. Yeah, the light drops. Yeah.
Yep, that's where the Dogons say that the ascended race is from. It's from Sirius B.
Mhm.
I believe that.
The dog star they claim, right? Is that the dog star, Tom? Is that what they call it?
It might be with Sirius. You might be confusing that with Cerberus.
Okay, I'm quite sure I've heard somewhere the dog star, Sirius.
It might be. I wouldn't say exactly because I don't know for sure, but
Oh,
you're
Cerberus
probably more right than wrong.
could be also Cerberus, because Cerberus is a dog star. Is the no? Hold on.
Sirius is the dog star. I just looked it up.
Oh,
So,
cool.
okay,
Yeah.
good stuff.
Which is cool because that kind of ties back to like the crazy what we were talking about the other day, the Ethiopians, which was the center of Christianity, which were the Canaanites, which were the dog people, which
Damn.
kind of alludes to the Dogon, which is the dog on.
Mm-hmm. That's wild when you break it down like that. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Good stuff. Good
Yeah, I'm
stuff.
taking it off the inspiration of what you guys are saying. So, this isn't my original thought. I'm just going off of what you guys say, which is pretty fucking awesome.
yeah, I know.
Salute.
Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah, and also, it's crazy how much they knew about, or like how they even knew where Sirius was. How they can identify its place in the sky. They didn't have any technology at all. So how long were they sitting there looking at the sky? You got to think it's like either somebody that was looking at the stars for a much longer time gave them this knowledge, or they looking at the sky for a long ass motherfucking time. You know what I mean? Like there's only two
Well, they
answers.
talk about the Dogons, and they basically state that they had knowledge of Sirius B and C because
Right.
basically at the time we only had knowledge of Sirius A. Okay. And the Dogon actually came out with knowledge of B and C 40 years before we confirmed it at NASA.
Mm.
So how'd they do that? Their exact position in space and time.
Yeah,
It's interesting.
might be one of those Mandela things, where they just, maybe the Dogons made up this story, or they made the Dogon story up, you know what I mean, or vice versa. You said, you know,
Well, the
okay,
Dogon actually have some crazy relics
right,
that are made of gold, that they protect themselves, that are of a nature that they themselves could not have made,
right, and then
because they're primitive, they're aboriginal, they don't exactly have modern tools to create certain things and representations. And they did this with no knowledge of the scientific community. So that already shows the knowledge that was given to people that, nowadays we just say is hooey fooey, but
Yeah.
I believe it to be more accurate than what we say.
Yeah, it's the same with NASA, where they you ask them, why don't y'all go to the moon today? And they say we lost the technology. It's like, yeah, but we got pictures of the shit that we used to get there. It's like, whoa, this is tripping me out, and it's like with the Dogons, like they got this technology and they're like, well, this is ancient shit. Like we don't even know where this came from, but we used to know how to use this shit. It's like, oh shit. It's like, yeah, it lets you know about exactly what that dude was talking about in that video. That there's shit from the past. Like one example of it is like there's shit that was made in the '80s that just works better than shit that's made today because they knew what they were doing back then. But the people who like make shit, they rely so much on machines that the skills to make some of that simpler shit is now lost. There's like lost skills and shit. I mean, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you look back in the early 1900s, there was a lot of evidence of people building robots that were carrying their carts and doing the labors that they could not do. And now all of a sudden, in the last 30 years, we're like, oh, we've had such advancements in robotics. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? You go look back 100 years and there were robots that were pulling carriages. But now we look at it and go, oh, well, that's just speculation. That didn't happen. That wasn't real, And we're like, I think you're fucking lying. I think that we've gotten dumber. I don't think we've gotten smarter. I really don't.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
What we got here?
Oh shit. Damn. How they missed that one for real?
That's a giant face.
Yo, they slept hard.
What are you showing there, bro?
Damn, I was muted. My bad. I didn't even realize. Oh shit! I was saying the buildings on the foreground. If you look down here in the middle, can you see the little buildings with the roofs on them? They're small, right at the bottom.
Yeah.
Like little huts. They look like huts on my end, the little spiky roofs. Is that what you guys are seeing on your side? My color might be different to your
Yeah.
color. Okay, cool. Whoa, I like that.
Creepy. Hey, London, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I was just curious. I notice in a lot of these tribes that they stand on stilts. I'm curious if they are trying to represent the giants of the old. Why would they trying to be taller than what they are all the time?
That's a good point.
Just figured I'd throw that out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, good point. Mm-hmm. Nice one. That's a good point. This one on the far left looks creepy, like a type of insect or something.
It's funny.
Maybe
I've seen a
that's
lot of
the
AI
ant
creepy
people.
like that.
So what was that?
I
Go
said
ahead,
I've
Pam.
seen a lot of creepy AI look like that, like AI art.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you
What
know,
did
it's
you think
possible
of?
they talk about ant people too.
Yeah, they did. The
Ye-
who was it again?
It's relatively common with scientists nowadays that they say that if humans, the mammal, did not evolve to be the dominant species, that the dominant species would be ants because of their evolution. So if mammals did not win out, the ants would have.
Hmm. Interesting.
Wow.
Hold on. Let me take that. My man, Alki, respect. Respect. You make sure I snap that twice. Make sure I snap that twice. Let's go.
Wow.
Oops, I'll leave that as well. So my bad. I'm crap at this.
Wow.
Crazy, right? Hold up.
That's impossible, man.
You read my mind. I'm thinking, what? I'm looking, but it's not registering until it's like, come on, London, any minute now. That's stone on stone, right? Or what is that? What's the things in his hand? What type of stuff is that? He's hitting stone, I know that much.
It's called like a bellstone. So from my previous research, I found that this is a geopolymer that was made to produce a certain tone, which is identical to Gobekli Tepe, which they have individual cylinders that are made of a specific geopolymer composite within each pillar that produces a different tone, which means that they were aware of the mixtures of their geopolymers to where they could create different tones within the density of their mixtures. That to me is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I think Axis Rap Blood was talking something about that earlier. But yeah, something about
What about the geopolymer or the tones?
something about music therapy or something like that. It was a specific word he used, but I don't know. You know.
He used the word frequencies.
Yeah, like something about like sacred tones or some shit like that. But yeah, he was talking.
He was talking about cymatics.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. He was relating it to those concepts. So, but yeah,
Right.
we have some, and also they got the I Ching and the Platonic solids. You know, also linked to that, where they got music. You know, in the Timaeus, Plato says it's music, the harmony of the spheres that creates this world, and in the I Ching, it's basically like cymatic patterns because it's made on turtle shells. Because a dude boiled up turtle shells, and the different turtle shells made the patterns, and he said that these patterns actually represent the universe. After he put turtle shells on a fire, and they came out different patterns. That's how he got the I Ching, according to legend.
Wow.
Yeah.
Its turtles also have 13 different segments in the back of them representing the original 13 zodiacs and 13 months of the year.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's part of the Platonic solids too. They relate it to the zodiac. You could actually put the Platonic solids on the zodiac map and get different dates, and those dates actually line up with the equinoxes and shit.
Wow.
Interesting.
And for those that don't know, that the plutonic solids are the 5 main basic shapes that we have in reality that form all forming.
Yeah, that's in the Timaeus. The dialogue is called the Timaeus by Plato. It's one of his metaphysical dialogues. But yeah, he talks about the
Nice.
zodiac, and they also talk about it in the Jewish a mystical text. They talk about the Kabbalah in those you know, they talk about the zodiac there too. So it's in both the Western.
Shit.
Yeah.
So you're more Platonic of theory than aristocratian?
Well, I reject both of those guys, but you know, but in terms of philosophy, but I definitely, you know, understand that they have a complete system in terms of philosophy. It's had a lot of influence. Those two guys, Plato and Aristotle, huge in terms of just the Western world, you know. But if you go in other places in the world, they don't give a shit about Plato and Aristotle, you know.
Well, it adapted everything that we are, because if you look at Plato, he described everything as the highest value being the group itself, which is not good. And Aristotle explained that the highest value was the conscious individual, you know, which is the highest value in the universe. Because once you start accepting that the group is the highest value, then sacrifice becomes nominal. it becomes negligent.
Yeah, there's something to the collectivist and the individualist mindset in each of those thinkers, exactly how you just described it. Yeah, that was pretty much on point, I would say, you know. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good stuff. Let's keep going. Salute to the grand old chat room. My man Access Rap Blood down there, enjoying the lovely show. Salute, bro. Excuse me. Big shout out to your folks over there as well, Machine Lads. Much love to them. Let's keep going. Yeah. What's that? Ooh, the fish. Yeah. Fish. Beats slapping. It's kind of like Wakanda on steroids, boy.
Right.
Yeah, Wakanda on steroids. Oh,
They keep saying Dogon, but it looks like Dragon.
mhm.
Perfect.
Whoa.
Okay, there they go, black and white.
Hey, will you stop it right there?
Yeah.
Bro, I hate to stop you, but that checkerboard is fucking creepy, dude.
Yeah, hold on.
That is an ancient Masonic symbol. And if the Dogons had that before the Masons did, it makes you wonder if the Masons adopted this from them.
Yeah, indeed.
That's what they're all about, the black and the white and the concentric opposition of eternal squares.
Mhm.
Well, they got it. They got it
Crazy.
really in everything because they got it in the Egyptian. They got it in Plato's cave. They got it in Zoroastrianism. You know, so really, and in Taoism, you know, so they really got that almost in every, you know, the battle between the light and the dark, really, you know.
Hey, riddle me this. Do they have it anywhere in the Nordic?
Mm.
I think,
You know, not for sure.
I think
Because
they
you know,
got, yeah.
okay, go on. No, go on, please, please.
No, no, I was just gonna say, you know, I think it's like Asgard is like light, isn't it? You know, it's like it's heavy light shit, you know, there's something going on with Asgard that's got to do with light or being up in the light, you know. And yeah, I definitely think there's got to be something there, you know.
Well, it's the higher
I,
realm because if you look at what is it, Lord of the Rings, they call where we're at Midgard, which would be the middle land, you know. So that denotes that there's a lower land and a higher land.
mhm.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I think even when they do show you the Asgard, it seems to be somewhat of like in a holographic way when I've seen it represented. Like it's there, but it's not there. Like it's meant to be obscured, hidden. That's like another illusion. Even when I'm looking at the black and whites now, it's almost like illusion. You know, like how would you call it? Hypnotized. You know, when it's spinning round and round.
Right.
That's almost like illusion as well. Right. Yeah, it's interesting.
It's almost like the duality of it all is removing the specifics of anything particular, you know. um I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain.
Yeah, cause I mean, if you know, cause I know that Thor's got the lightning, so already you got light there, but in terms of it's saying here that Balder, Balder is a god in Norse mythology. He is a son of the god Odin and the goddess Frigg, and has numerous brothers such as Thor. Uh,
Right.
so it said here that he is a light god, the god of light. So they got some. So I mean, if they got a god of light, I would guess there's a god of darkness. But
I would
yeah,
imagine that being Loki.
yeah, and this guy's a brother too, so it might be.
Right. He's the adopted brother, to where Baldur is the last born son of Odin. But he was killed by Loki. That's why Odin went after Loki, was for him killing Baldur. Because Loki was not actually a son of Odin. He was a son of a frost giant and a Norse goddess.
It's interesting. I mean, I do rock with the Nordic stuff, what they be kicking out there. I do like it. So sometimes when I want some clarification, I always refer to the Nordic mythology. Just keep going. Hold on. All right, now we're talking. Because I'm seeing the celestial bird to some degree. Hold on, let me clip that shit. Okay. And the waters that go around. And okay. Oh, that one was cold. I see the bird, I see the hydra, I see everything. Hold on a second.
Go back.
There we go. I see the bird here to the left. I see the hydra up here in the middle. I see the body itself.
See the dragon. Look right below the body. You'll see the dragon.
Is this him here? No.
No, right next to
Oh,
it.
this one here.
Nope, down.
This one.
Down. Up to the left. There you go. There's the dragon.
I thought that was more of the bird. You thinking that's a dragon?
Yeah, it shows the 4 legs and a tail and a snout.
Yeah, you could be right there. Yeah.
Much
Yeah.
love, y'all. I'm gonna dip out. It's about dinner time. I've enjoyed being on the panel and getting to hang out with y'all.
Much love, Pam. Thank you
Yeah,
for
thank you.
joining.
Yeah.
Peace
Appreciate
out,
you.
Pam.
I'll be in the chat.
Have a blessed
Much love.
night. Thank you so much.
Interesting.
So these are all the relics of the Dogon.
I think so. Yes. Could be. Yeah. I think you're right.
Wow.
I think you're right. Whoa. That's not a body, is it?
The fuck is that? Oh, you went past it. What is that?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I don't even know. It's
Like-
something wrapped up, maybe a body or an animal. Something. Is it wrapped up? I don't know. What is that? It is that. It almost looks like it's a snake or something. I don't know.
It looks like it's pretty important to him.
Mm. Even where are they even standing? They look like they're at distance and no hard helmets, no visor.
They're on the side of a fucking cliff. It's like, how'd you get there, man? You guys fucking mountain goats?
Exactly. How did they even get down there to tie it? Oh, I think they're probably lowering it down. They must be lowering it down.
True.
Yeah, for that distance, yeah. They must be lowering it down to somebody that needs it down there.
But it don't look natural.
No. But I mean, look, they're wearing like speedos, bro. That don't even look natural. It's wild. Let's keep going. Apple's not playing. Oh, there you go. Mm.
See, they got that symbol too. They got the star and the crescent there too, you know, and they say that Muslims, you know, like Muslims made that shit. It's like that's not even Muslim. You know, it's like crazy. It's like that
Nope.
symbol has nothing to do with Islam, just like the cross symbol has nothing to do with Christianity. You know, it's just some shit they add in, you know. And neither does the two triangles should have anything to do with Judaism, you know.
Yeah, it's not represented to David, just as the crescent star is got more to do with America than it does the supposed fertile crescent in the Middle East.
Right. There's the Star of Tammuz. They got this same thing on the Star of Tammuz from Babylonia, you know.
Right. The inverted triangle.
Interesting. Oh, sorry, what was going on there?
He was happy as hell to have that white girl there. You know what I'm saying?
What's
He was
happening
like,
here? It's like something blew up from underneath him.
yeah, he's like, get under that rock, girl. You know.
Yeah. Show that white girl power. Wow.
Don't want to miss one bit of that. There's someone knocking at the door.
Hello.
Be more bush. Be more bush.
Busker, yeah. Busker's a street performer.
Yeah, this is my friend right now. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he's good people. Yeah,
Good stuff.
Be more is short for Baltimore. as
yeah,
in
he's
Baltimore,
chilling.
Maryland.
Yeah, he's a
Be
good
more
dude.
Busker. In fact, but unfortunately now, like the whole world's gone to shit, and all the places I used to busk, like the places have been closed down. So like, there's no really anywhere to sit where people would come around. Like in Baltimore and Fells Point, there used to be like tons of people, and then all of a sudden, the whole BLM thing happened, and then all of a sudden it got so violent down there. And then give it a year, then just about all the places I used to play in front of got shut down.
Wow.
Gotta love this planet. Gotta love America.
But
You
yeah,
have to.
Buster,
Yeah, right.
I know you came out here because
I wouldn't
you were-
necessarily say love is the overarching factor here.
I'm sorry, I got confused. Who was talking?
oh no, no.
Go ahead, machine.
No. I was just gonna announce to Busker that I was about to head over to Jack's panel. So you know what I mean. But yeah, I'm glad you joined me out here. But yeah, man. But yeah, I forgot to drop the link out there. But yeah, he because he was watching over at my channel and he joined over here. But yeah, I'm about to head over to Jack's panel there. If you want to come through.
That's cool. Is anybody gonna continue wherever?
Yeah, that's where. Yeah,
I
that's
think
where I'm
Jack's
gonna.
live. Let me see where Jack's live. Yeah, let me have a look. If he's live. Yeah, Jack is live. Yeah. Yeah, with Flow State.
Yeah, and I'll drop the link over
That's
there in
funny
my
guy.
chat for you guys. This time I forgot to drop the link to this one. But yeah, I'm sure, I didn't really have that many people out there. But yeah, man. We had 30 people in the house before we turned Mark Fisher on. And then I lost everybody. They're like, we don't want this philosophy shit. That's what it is though, man. People don't want the heavy topics, you mean? That's my fault though.
Yeah.
No,
They say
hey,
it's too deep, and you
That's
say,
what
hey,
it
why
is,
it's so
yeah.
deep? And they're like, hey, I got no choice. I'm always deep.
Yeah, for real. But
So
I'm
hey,
glad
this
yeah.
stream is all done with. Is this all there is?
Oh no, I think
this
London's
stream.
going
No,
on for a while.
we're gonna go on for a
No.
little while because I'm waiting for I'm trying to hang around for Steve to go live because Steve's got a subject that I want to speak on, a topic rather that I want to speak on.
Hell
So
yeah.
So
we're
I
just gonna.
can stay here and I won't get booted or something.
No,
No,
probably not
dude.
here. Probably not here, my brother. But yeah, stay chill out with these people. I'm gonna have my show tomorrow. I'm gonna have a special guest out there. So if anybody wants to go check that out, we're gonna have a special guest on the Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism and all that. So yeah, man,
Ooh.
you guys come and check out that
All right.
special guest tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern. But yeah, man, peace from the machine lives over to London's panel. And catch me over at the Jack Talcott show. Bless you guys, man. Thank
Hey,
you.
salute to you, Machine Lies, man.
Thank
Nothing
you.
but respect.
Thank you, Tony Taylor, man. We'll talk more soon. For sure. I go live Wednesday and Saturday. You come on through there anytime you want to talk as well, my brother, man. Bless you guys, man. Thank you again,
Bet, brother.
Yeah, bless, man.
Much love, bro.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you.
For sure. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon. Yeah, send me an email, London, if you think of anything, and we definitely will collaborate soon, man. Peace out, guys. Bless.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah.
All right, and we should. Oh shit! All right, and I should be live out here on my show still. Let me stop this screen and head over to Talcott's stream. We're gonna be up at Talcott's stream. I believe this is Talcott, or let's see, what's this? Get up on this.
There's a whole lot of shit going on with that claim that I don't really want to unpack, but that could be unpacked.
I don't even know what to do with it.
What's up, TMO?
Yeah, welcome, brother. Good to see you. You still floating around on your stream?
Oh, it's the.
Oh
fake.
yeah,
Oh shit! I thought it was a fake. You weren't moving for a second.
yeah. We're live at the Machine Lives as well. Thank you guys for being here. Because I just learned how to do this, So, the other night on Flow State, I came through and then restreamed to my shit. I noticed I could just share the screen, and man.
Mm.
But there is sometimes a lag. I don't know if you guys are getting that lag. I'm like lagged out on my shit.
Your image is
yeah. There's no way.
It takes it out of the image, but I don't think the audio's lagging.
Yeah, there's no way to fix the image. Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine.
You get the apparition.
Oh,
People don't look at YouTube nearly as much as they listen to it, anyways.
that's what I think, especially with these things.
Yeah, I mean, 90% of my YouTube consumption is done with my phone in my pocket while I'm doing something else, just listening to it.
Hey, sorry, totally off topic from that, but this comment, I didn't even think about that. I didn't pay attention. I did message Paul earlier today, and so I wouldn't be surprised. Paul's probably accusing me of harassing him with text messages, yet little Paulie boy wants to restream. I think Paul is a fan. He's just afraid to admit it.
He's a fan of all of us. There's no doubt about it. He instantly knows whatever happened on the panel. He can't stop. He's definitely a fan of you. Definitely a fan of you.
It's a sickness. He's got a sickness.
It's I don't know what it is. It's like twin flames, but in a bad way. Maybe he and Snafu have the same issue. I don't know. I'm still figuring these things out.
They do. I've seen that they're
both repressed homosexuals.
No, I don't. There's similar. There's similar patterns between the behavior shown by Paul, Snafu, Tommy. I mean, probably the most energetic.
Did you see my live stream the other day where you look like you're just coming up with this on your own? This was that observation with those three people was covered in one of my recent live streams. I actually clipped that section out and uploaded it as a short, but then left it unlisted just because, like, I don't know, it just felt unnecessarily kind of like douchey, like it just sort of say antagonistic for no reason. But that's
I actually think it's accurate. Machine Lies has had his own people coming out after him.
Maybe I should make it public.
I don't know.
Here's my phone.
Yeah, I like the pressure. I think I perform well under pressure. you know, and that's key for me, especially certain people. I think a lot of people in my family have given me a hard time. I think that's why, because the thing that Punjabi people do a lot to their family members is that we constantly degrade each other. So it's just like, it's just like, and we don't really show a lot of affection. So like, there's a lot of like Punjabi poetry. Like we write some of the greatest love poetry in the world, but like we're really known exterior as like warrior like people. So it's like weird, like like there's no such thing as like PDA in our culture. Like people don't do PDA stuff. Like your parents, like you don't see your parents like kissing each other or anything like that. Like that's never gonna happen. Like like that's considered impolite. Like love is meant to be in private. So, but you get berated in public. So it's just like, so it's like a weird mix. You know what I mean? So I fit right. I feel like I'm at home. You guys start talking shit about me. I feel at home. Yeah.
I observed that. Let's see, last night on Venus's channel, we watched some of me and Tommy going at it, and you were there for it. And every now and then you jump in and go after somebody in the chat. And I really like Machine Lies' brand of hostility, because it's like simultaneously super chill and hostile as fuck. It's a good juxtaposition. It's like salty and sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my favorite kind of food too, so it makes sense.
Hey, Flo.
Oh wow.
100%.
Don't
I
care.
give you everything
Hey,
I own.
brother, what's
Ian
going
Smith's
Nothing.
gas.
You
And
own
that's why he
nothing.
switched up the conversation. He knows exactly who told me,
No.
and that's why he made the comment that I should not tell people my private shit online, because he knows he sniffed gas and he knows who told me.
What is
And
that?
he's trying to lie about shit.
How the fuck would I know
Sniffing
he's
gas?
sniffing gas?
Well, again, he knows who I know and what was said, and that's why he's tripping out. So for you to make a claim saying I'm not telling the truth, I put my everything I own.
You own nothing. You never tell the truth.
Sniffing gas is
What is the
such a-
damn point?
it's such
That
an
is what I want to know. What is
the point, Jack? Well, it shows you his mental stability. He's a druggie.
According to
sniffing
you,
gas.
according to you, you know what? Piss off, dude. Your fucking narrative. I heard from somebody somewhere that someone did something, and so I'm going to run around and make sure that everybody knows what I think of them. You're a fucking clown, dude. Stop being a clown. There's too much shit in this world for all of this nonsense. Fascinating. Fucking fascinating.
Yeah, I think the thing about I thought it was funny when Toilet Bowl Earth he was he said, because he doesn't like this Somali, I think he's like Somalian or Sudanese or something. But over there they chew like this cot, which is like this speed type of stuff. If you watch like I think that there was a movie with Tom Hanks where he got like kidnapped by some pirates, and these pirates were like chewing this stuff the whole time, and it's basically like speed, and they chew this material, and so he had he was like, oh, Machine Lies is chewing cot. And I thought that was a funny one, because cot is like, it's like an African type of drug. So like people in North Africa use it, but yeah, I just think that that's such a funny, like cot, or like what was the thing that Snafu said? Sniffing paint. I find that hilarious. Like that's a funny like drug to like make up that somebody does for sure. But yeah, I like the creativity that Snafu brings, you know, especially like you could tell that he's creative because he's making like these funny pictures, even though they're extremely inappropriate, like derogatory, you know what I'm saying? And I would never talk about an old lady like that. But yeah, bless you, brother Snafu. But yeah, you shouldn't be talking about you know, because she could be old enough to be your mama, you know, for sure. But yeah, and probably has enough wisdom to act as a mother to you for sure. You know what I mean? Because you know, I heard that Venus was in a punk band, and yeah, I love that type of music, punk music. You know, that's one of my favorite types of music. And
Hey, on this, are you aware that our police departments get their policies and codes from the UN? Perhaps we should concentrate our efforts on the patrolmen instead of their leaders. Possibly. I don't think there is an organized level from the UN down to the local police departments, but sure, there could be some influence. But we should concentrate our efforts on everybody. Okay. Yeah, go hit up the patrolman. Go and when I see the patrolman, I'll talk to him as well. But in the meantime, I believe there is a path and a way to speak to the people who are issuing the instructions and the training.
and I think fundamentally there's a logical misstep there. If the policemen are controlled by the UN, why would you go to the policemen? They're already controlled. You know, you just said that, so I think it's you know, wouldn't you just go to the UN because those are the people that you need to change. You know, because it's like they control the policemen. You just said it, so I think you know, it's a wild statement for real. But yeah, bless you, Clint, man. You know, you got your thinking cap on. I like that.
Respect to you, Mr. TLM.
Oh,
Get
bless you,
this.
man.
The reason I go after granny panties like that is, do you know they're involved in PE stuff with monograph, chaining kids on walls and pushing
Hey,
that shit?
you gotta tell me about
No. You want to talk?
yeah, you gotta tell me about the monograph, because I'm not even sure who that is. But yeah, once you explain it to me, I'm sure I'll get
I
it.
wasn't either until I heard Snafu never shut up about him, and so then and now I'm subscribed to him. It's weird.
What is
It's
the
crazy.
deal with that? What is he talking about, dude? Did you get any?
You know, I really still don't even know much about monograph. Like I looked him up out of curiosity, but like I don't know. As far as I can tell, he's just kind of like an OG nerd who's got a sassy attitude. I don't know who he is. I would still probably never have heard of him if it weren't for Snafu being so ineffective at being angry at people.
Yeah, I know Snafu wants to come up and tell us all about monograph, but frankly,
No, he's going to tell us about ourselves. He's going to tell us about If monograph is those things that he claims he is, which I still haven't seen any evidence of it, just the claim, then who's really supporting them?
People promoting him.
Right.
Snafu.
Hey, Jack, can I send something to you to pull up on your screen? Evidence that Flo wants about him being questioned.
I've seen the thing where that person's wearing a mask. Are you talking about the one where the person's wearing a mask?
Jack, can I send evidence to you of monograph who Flo now is saying he supports being questioned by the pedophile task
I'm saying
force?
you support.
No, let me send Jack some
send it
evidence.
over. Put it backstage. I want to see it.
Send Jack some evidence.
Snap.
Because you're
If it's real, then I want to see it.
Letting Tommy run around with this symbol, and then now you're fucking saying I sub to a pedophile, and I got evidence. And Mr. TML, Mr. Paul showed some of the stuff on his channel, and it made everyone cringe. This guy is fucking into the beast system, ritualistic, big racketeering criminal.
It has
rings
nothing
of that
to do with
nature.
us right
And
here.
it's funny
Snafu.
because I got evidence, Mr. Talcott. Let me pull it up so Flo could be educated here for you.
That's what I was asking for. Will you put the link backstage? Nobody wants to hear you talk about
Yeah,
it. Just do it.
I think tomorrow, like 4 hours into my show, I'm gonna be having a special guest. But after that, I'm gonna have an open panel, and you could drop me those links and stuff. You know, you can expose that information on my show.
Sure,
too.
I would
Yeah.
love to explain because
And
most of you
if
guys
I'm
were
wrong,
wrong.
Yeah, go
Snaps,
ahead.
if
Let me
I'm
just
wrong,
say this
then
without-
I'm wrong and I'll
it's like
retract
tree to
it.
top.
This dude,
I-
you are
it's like tree to
autistic,
top.
man.
Most you got. He asked who was targeted first by Illumitami, saying who he going to go to the house. And again, these people are connected more than you know. And everyone picked Benton and Paul Enslaved at first, right? The YouTubers they think of off the top of their head, right? And me and Moose were on the list. And of course, old Snafu was the answer. Some of them got it right because they pay attention to the optics, but most of you guys don't even pay attention to it. Flo's sitting here saying, I need evidence. Dude, Flo, if you actually looked into it, you would see people have disappeared.
I'm not
because of
looking
the
into
grants that
everything.
Monograph has done
I've
over
heard
the
you say
years.
it about
You
Tommy,
are a
and
fucking
it's
clown.
bullshit.
He has been
I've heard you
questioned by
say
the
about
fucking
Tommy
task force.
based off his
Okay.
profile picture. You're full of shit.
I had to take a break.
I appreciate that. He's. I'm
Snafu.
never going to look into anything Snafu says for the same reason that I don't worry about wolves when the boy cries.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, part of the reason maybe I never have looked into him was just because of how crazy this has been promoted.
Yeah. He's like a gatekeeper to truth, or like a stumbling block. Snafu. Everything that you do, Snafu, you're bad at. The opposite happens. You want to shut people down, you end up promoting them. You want to make hash oil, you blow the place up. Like, you're just bad at what you do, Snafu.
Our egos get in the way. The human part of us it's a joker, it's a trickster, it's a clown. The human part of us is kind of a fool.
That's not the human part of us. I don't have any part of me that looks like that. Don't you give me that fucking
There might be something, but yeah, it's certainly not as apparent. All right, so he dropped a link in the back. I'm not gonna bring it up. He's got a couple of links in the back, so I'm not gonna do it on the show at this point.
Jack,
No, that's fine. I'm glad
links
they're
are
here.
very serious, and they are published by a what do you call it? A whistleblower for P Task Force. And
So,
again,
Snap, why are you running around promoting them?
Flo's going to double down and say I'm sub to it when the man presents children being harmed. Flo, you're a scumbag piece of
Snap,
shit. And all
I want to
do
show
is
you something.
Act like shit
Snap,
going down
shut your
online.
mouth.
The
Can you
Pogo
just mute him?
experience is real.
Don't leave him up.
Flo, you're a sympathizer to pedophiles. Fuck off.
You are a promoter of them. You just heard two of us, at least, saying the only reason we know who this person is because you run around everywhere that will have you and drop their names. You are advertising for them. I'm going to read these articles. If they check out, then I'll unsubscribe and not have anything to do with them. If they don't, but if they do check out, I wonder why it took this fucking long for them to come up. I mean, the dude can never shut the fuck up about him, and he's got a channel. But he's like withholding the evidence. Get the fuck out of here, Snafu. This is your own incompetence. You suck at everything you do. That's what I was just saying.
There's what these are is a fixation, right? Snafu's got his fixation on the concept of Pogo and the other labels.
Which we should, I don't feel like unpacking, but I feel like you could unpack that.
it certainly makes you wonder. It brings some questions because that's how this reality works. There's significance in our patterns, and people don't see their patterns.
Like when somebody really hates gay people, what's the first thing that you think about them? They're probably gay.
Gotcha. Yes, the projection, right. I know there's ways to communicate with people. I know there is. I've seen it done. I know human beings can communicate complicated ideas with each other. It does happen. Can it happen on these panels? That's the question for the future. Hey, Raylene. Thank you. Fiat and some dookie, I guess. Thank you.
I wonder if that's somebody sent me a Cash App the other day that said 4 and it had the poop emoji. I wonder if that was the same person.
Interesting. Could be.
Yes.
I think our only mental illness, well, there's many mental illnesses, aren't there? TML, were you in on that?
Oh yeah, I think it's fascinating stuff. I mean, the one thing you don't want to do outright is question their delusion. You know, so you don't want to burst their bubble. You kind of have to work.
I've been doing things all wrong.
Yeah,
Me
you kind of
too.
have to work within their delusion to a certain extent, because there's large parts that they accept on principle. Those things are going to be hard to go past, because they're relating things to, because there's a nugget of truth behind what they're saying that can be worked with. But if you tell them that, because crazy people don't actually know that they're crazy, that's part of the aspect of it. So if you tell them, hey, you know what you're saying is absolutely not real, well, they'll say, well, that's how could that be? So really, crazy people think they're getting saner. That's stage one of actually going crazy. So that's part of it, I think. And I think ultimately through this median, as they say, to a certain extent, the median is the message. And I've been trying to tell people that, we talk differently on we talk differently on that's a great comment. You have to that in terms of in terms of talking to a child, you have to think like a child. Like you don't just talk to a child as if you would an adult. You kind of get on their level. And then that's another thing with with um with an somebody who thinks they're an adult, who you can't talk to them like a child. But the thing is that ultimately how you talk to them also matters, because if you talk to somebody through a text message, and I was talking about this earlier on Benton's stream, that an anonymous live chat, for example, is a relatively new medium of communication. Anonymous live chat is a feature that's not been around so long. Like for text message, a text message embodies a certain form and connotation, and there's even certain abbreviations and stuff that are rudimentary for text messages at this point. Same with email. Email, you send an email, your email version of yourself is going to be different than your text message version of yourself. And it's because the form that you're using to communicate is leaving something there. You know, it's adding something onto what you're communicating, unfortunately. And the authenticity comes from avoiding what it's adding, you know, to that particular experience.
It takes consideration and the intent to be considerate, though, to know. If I understood you right, the ability to allow people where they are to communicate where they're at takes some care and intention. Maybe I missed what you said, but
No,
sorry.
because that's something that you know, care and intention, those are things that you can't emulate through the form of mediation, you know. So you can't emulate that through the live chat, you can't emulate that through the screen here, you know. It actually comes from a person. So those are the things that, you know, for example, you know, what can an AI not replicate? You know, well, those are the things we're going to be left with, you know. Like those are the real human things, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, there's going to be that nugget, you know, of like you said, you know, sincerity, that cannot be emulated through the use of machines. And it's like the machine is adding something, and certain people, they behave like the machine, you know, spamming the chat, you know, and type of spamming and looping, because that is the median. The median, that's how the median successfully wants incurs successful communication. If you just keep spamming the same thing over and over, well, that changes the way you think. The same way you're spamming in a live chat, it's going to translate into the way you think, you know. So you know, you're going to get stuck thinking the way you do in a live chat when you're not in a live chat. You know, you're going to be stuck with those limitations, you know, for the rest of the day, because it's affecting how you communicate. It is, you know.
Hey, let me correct something.
Sure, yeah.
I've unsubbed from Monograph because of the links that Snafu dropped. So
yeah. I
who knows?
hesitated to subscribe
I'm
too.
not convinced that they're true. I mean, like, they still definitely could be false, but it's evidence that I had not seen before. So with that said, I may have been wrong. Snafu's still ineffective at everything he does, but I have unsubscribed from them. So.
Good enough. You know, that's a sign. Good for you and others. Be willing to look into things that's offered. Be willing to consider what is being offered and why it's being offered. And, you know, go from there. And these devices, yeah, people hide. You know, it serves a tool, and if people want to communicate with others, they will. If they want to just present a character for themselves and keep themselves entertained and distracted, that's what they'll do. Speaking of, I feel like shutting it down. It's been a couple hours already. I'm feeling content and complete. I know Steve's going to be streaming in a couple hours, I think, an hour and a half maybe. Flo, you got anything going later?
Who knows? Nothing's planned at the moment. I promised my daughter we'd go get something to drink, so that's the only thing that's planned so far.
Good for you. Fucking Tommy.
Hey, did you find those receipts, Tommy? No, of course not.
Am I? And what?
No, it has nothing to do with you. It's me and Tommy. Tommy, yeah, he just claimed to have receipts for something that I don't think existed, and then later on a different panel, he claimed to have found the receipts, but he refused to show them, and now he's just angry because he's gotten called on his bluff twice. That's why I don't bluff. Aw. There isn't that sentence.
See, and exactly, and this is where Tommy's lying to himself.
Yep.
There is a you, Tommy, in flow state because it's there in the words created by
Showed
Tommy.
it to us. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So I guess Tommy's streaming later too. I don't know what that means. That being tagged in your live. I'm sure
that's not. I'm sure nobody cares.
no.
Why haven't you tagged me so that you could show the receipts, Tommy? Oh, our conversation today inspired me to go ahead and take that short I was referring to earlier live, the one where Tommy and Snafu and Paul are
I respect what you just said, Flo.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for at least, and that's what I'm saying, Jack. I'm surprised. The evidence is out there for most of you guys, and you wonder why the death threats, I take it more real. Flo, this is more deeper than you know, and it's realer than you know. Whether you want to like me or not, it's because we've uncovered some of the most nefarious fucking shit there is, and it's real. I got plenty more where that comes from if you guys do want to dig deep. And for Flo to even just say what he said, it should show you what I'm going through and what we've been saying, because when you uncover these criminals and their nefarious shit, they will go on the attack.
Snafu, can I
for being real on that?
Sure. Can I give you some another thought in the same vein though? Part of the thing in my own mind that made me assume everything that you said was bullshit is the way that you went after Tommy for the P word, just because of.
But see, you got to realize Tommy was in monograph shit. Tommy was part of them when they were on the attack, and when we started getting death threats, I'm going to bury your body, this, that. Venus and Tommy, they're part of Mr. Monograph's little crew. So this is
I don't know.
than
I don't know
you
all the lore. I'm just telling you your optics.
I get it. I get it. So I'm just glad you took the time to read what I read, and I hope Jack and you guys do. And the evidence is out there. They always stand against traitors, criminals, frauds, and pedos online. Anyways, thank you, Flo, for at least recognizing what you read. And there's plenty more evidence out there if you need. Anyways, Jack, I recommend you read them too. And honestly, you should just show everyone, really. But speaking for the innocent children, there you go. But anyways, yeah, thank you, Flo. That's all I got to say for at least recognizing what I sent you.
Gotcha. Snafu and I just cupcaked. Look what you did. You ended any wars one cupcake at a time.
That's how we'll get it done. Welcome, Goblin.
Hey, what's going on, Jack? I had to come bring some facts to you real quick. I usually don't invest this kind of time with you, Flow State, but I will tell you. What you received was a news article, right?
That was one of them, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not discrediting what Snafu is saying at all. I believe he is absolutely correct. That's my opinion. But I do want to point this out to you. When you go and you scroll back through that news article and you look on the very bottom, it's going to have a letter on it. One letter, okay?
Okay.
That should tell you that is a psyop. You know, a non-letter. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're alluding to. I didn't read all the way down the article. I actually read.
Like I said, I'm not discrediting what Snafu said, but I do want you to realize that letter is on that article.
I appreciate it. I'll take a closer look.
Y'all have a good one.
Yep, you too. Strange things.
Yeah, and somebody in my chat said that this person had intentionally seeded I guess untruthful information about themselves online so it'd be impossible to find them. So that could be the case, as well. So, there's many different conclusions one could reach from a piece of evidence, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. These things are far from proof. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Like I've said before, the internet, it seems at some point, like overnight, the internet went from being the place where you could find information on anything at your fingertips to the place where you can't trust anything you see at all. So,
and that is, it's a point that ultimately, because this tagline here is paranoid chilling, so, definitely there is a type of vigilance, that needs to be had, but at the same time,
it needs
yeah.
effectiveness. The outcome needs to be kept in mind. And if your tactics are not supportive of the conclusion you want, then what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, well, vigilance, it has to be an internal resource, because otherwise the extreme externalization of your own fears is solid projection of a false reality, onto like what's going on.
Jack looks like he smells a fart.
So I was trying to pull up an image. Was it William Casey?
Are you watching us, Katie? Are you watching us? My girlfriend just giggled when I said that Jack looks like he smelled a fart.
No, I was pulling up that quote. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. The best way to convince the American public to believe in falseness is to confuse them. Give them a bunch of contradictions, give them a bunch of opposing experts and authority, and then tell them it's too complicated. Trust the experts, trust the plan. It's all coming together. We've got you. Just cast your vote. Make sure to get out and vote, people. Fucking A. The government's been lying to us a long time, and the government is people. I mean, William Casey, CIA director, I don't know what years. This is, the website said that was 1981. So, go ahead. Machine lies.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's a fascinating quote. For sure.
It's sickness. This is what government officials have been thinking about. How to confuse, how to deceive, how to manipulate, overthrow. It really is. It's the work of the demonic forces.
The same ones that demonize business owners and
the system that allow business owners,
but props up celebrities and politicians. Okay, I got you.
that's a sickness. It really is. We should not be doing this. This is not how humanity is intended to live.
But the brilliance, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that the brilliance of the quote lies in this fact that he sees that that deception actually works a lot more effectively if people don't teach you wrong things, but just get you to question those things you already believe are to be right. That's where we give up ground. It's not that where that we're giving up ground to things that aren't important. It's not that we're adding shit on that's unnecessary. And that's how most people perceive it. That the problem is how they're perceiving the problems.
It also shows that deception for its own sake is effective in helping along deception for a purpose.
I'm not sure I followed that, but I get what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, basically that if people aren't grounded in reality, if people believe lies that don't matter, then when you tell them a lie that does matter, they'll accept it easier because they're already confused about where they're at.
Yes. Starting with children.
Kind of like how they tell us that these vegetables are bad for us.
Dude, what the hell? And you're drinking that orange chemical soup?
I know, I'm a nightmare. And I'm sitting in this Wi-Fi bubble, you know, with my
Holy cows. Yes, this
But
is the good.
It's all in God's hands. I trust God. You're jealous of my orange soda, aren't you?
I used to love orange soda. I haven't had that.
I don't mean to be the devil on your shoulder.
Hey, you know what?
You've got to quit cigarettes. You can't. This is no time to start drinking pop. You'll get fat as hell, or no, to chew or whatever your nicotine fix was. But yeah, don't substitute it with pop, or you'll turn into Jack the Blimp.
I'm going overboard with the gum.
Yeah, a little bit.
But I actually thought about that earlier today. All right, so I'm replacing one addiction with another, the nicotine to the gum. I'm already sick of the gum, so I'm sure I'll be able to quit the gum real easy. But I'm going to use it as a crutch for a little bit. Hey, I do feel like shutting down, though. It's Friday night. I'm going to go figure out what to do. I don't know if I'll be online or out in the town.
Well, if you're out in the town, then don't be online. Adios.
It's good advice. Thank you, Flo. I appreciate it, brother. Machine Lies.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm feeling emotionally desolate at this time, but I want to be there for the people, and that's what's given me great strength. Is that I know that I want to provide something to someone. And if I don't have I'm one of those guys, if I'm not taking care of my wife, I have to take care of something else, and or someone else, that needs my help in a comparable sense. And it's how it is. Idle hands cause mischief, and boredom, there's a crisis of boredom as much as there's a crisis of empathy and loneliness in our time, because of the externalization of our means, our egos, our sensibilities into channeled, truncated forms of, existence that don't translate to a lived experience, a wholesome experience, learn what is real through what we see. And yeah, man, bless you guys. Thank you. Don't behave like a machine.
Amen. Much love, brother. Respect.
Blessings, Jack. Thank you.
I'm going to do some final words and then wrap this up. Brothers and sisters, all those who did join the panel, particularly in the chat, tuning in, viewing at a later time. Thank you to all who join, who do share their time, attention in this crazy journey of life. I know there's a lot of options. There's a lot of things for your time, your energy, your purpose. Thank you. Thank you for finding some worthiness to share with me. Even if it was just for something to complain about. But, what Machine Lies was just talking about there is really easy to feel alone in this world. It's really easy to get caught up in the all the craziness the world is bringing, all the lies, all the anger, all the problems. There's Snafu, Venus, I mean, children, grown children behaving as children. I guess that's what children do, is it not? Please, Father, forgive these children. They know not what they do. Please allow their minds to open, their hearts to soften and strengthen, so that we can do more. Brothers and sisters, for the future I see in the world for us, and I'm going to part ways with this. The future that is available for us all, it's filled with compassion. It's filled with opportunities to share higher moral standards, growing the morality that's available, the obligation to help ensure no harm is done. Brothers and sisters, there's a lot of harm going on in this world right now, between the famines, the wars, the incarceration, the human trafficking, the child abuse. There is addictions, there's poverties, there is so much sickness in this world. It can weigh you down. I used to let that stuff weigh me down. I care very deeply about what the world can bring, what the world has to offer. And I know what is available is a world with compassion, where morality is shared, recognized, where we don't turn blind eyes. Oh, I can't help them. Oh, they're too far away. They're not part of me. I don't have to care about those people. Where we have an unconditional love, where we have a true freedom, a freedom from fear, a freedom from the guilts and the burdens of a heavy conscience. We free our mind and our spirit of the burden of emotional bonds, emotional baggage, when we choose to fill ourselves with truth. And the best way to fill yourself with truth is with compassion. And the only way to fill yourself with anything is to empty yourself, to become humble, to become less so that you may fill, and to become more. And when we become more right now, and this is the point, I'm going to give this last point and then hey, if this is for me, feel free. You know what? You and Snafu can take your damn drama somewhere else. I hope that, you know what? I don't mean to assume. I'm walking into nonsense. Stupid egoic games of it. No one really gives a shit about what's really going on. Holy cow. So compassion, morality, unconditional love, when we start sharing those, carrying those, becoming those things, compassionate, moral, loving, kind, free, when we become those things, guess what? The world will be better. Arpol, thank you very much. Please check out some of the other YouTube creators. There are plenty of options. And if you don't find joy here, go find joy somewhere else. If you don't find joy somewhere else, go create it. The world needs more joy, not more bitterness, not more complaints. Thank you again for joining. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. Choose love, and God bless us all.
Amen, Brother Jack. Thank you so much for being there for me in these rough times, man. Bless you, man. And we're gonna go check out Steve in 30 minutes or so, but I was on Benton's show this morning. So maybe I'll play some of that while Steve gets started up, because all we're doing here is panel hopping. Bless you, Crystal Shaman. Yeah, thank you for being here. And we are having our regular live stream tomorrow. It's going to be a live stream in terms of a secret guest. We got a secret guest coming through tomorrow. So yeah, man, bless you guys, man. Thank you for joining me. We're just going panel hopping tonight. This is the first of an experimental broadcast I'm bringing you guys, where I call into different panels. I got the idea from Made by Jim Bob, him calling into a bunch of different TikTok programs. I thought, why don't I just broadcast myself calling into a bunch of panels, see who's live either Friday night or Saturday night. Well, Saturday night I do my live stream. So, I have my live stream on Saturday. So tomorrow night, join us for a special guest on the mystical aspects of Judaism. We're going to be talking about history, of Rome, Judea, some conspiracy stuff. We're gonna have a honestly, we're gonna have a truth or legend in the house tomorrow, a secret guest. So you guys, it'll be a blessing to have you guys out here. Destroyer, you're gonna be surprised tomorrow's show. We're gonna have a secret truther guest, but we won't have the panel. So I know you guys are gonna have a lot to say about it. And we will get to that after. I'm not going to be checking the chat or anything. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be a legendary broadcast for the Machine Lives, man. Be happy to have y'all check it out. Let me type this out here, man. Don't miss. Special guest tomorrow. Special guest tomorrow. Special guest tomorrow. At 7 on mystical doctrine. Doctrines of messianic Judaism. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bless you guys for being here, man. Yeah. And the reason I'm keeping this under wraps is because we're not a big channel anyways, so not about promoting some stuff. And obviously, since we're not a big channel, I'm sure that the people that are coming out to see us are not going to promote our work either. But yeah, bless, man. It would be a great honor to have this gentleman promote our work, because he is a great legend in terms of broadcasting in our modern age. I think, just modern day William Cooper type of stuff, man. But yeah, and yeah, bless you, Destroyer. Yeah, Destroyer and Truther Cop. Gonna find it interesting, Thank you guys, man, because you guys mentioned some stuff about this individual as well that I'm gonna be bringing on tomorrow. You guys have researched as well, and I could bring some of those questions, because this is about the history, in terms of the GDL and all that type of stuff. They got the Goyim Defense League, the JDL, mirroring that stuff. So yeah, we're gonna have some of that, But yeah, I'll get tons of guests in here. Controversial speakers, truthers, big names. Who knows? We might have that monograph fellow as well. But yeah, I'm not gonna have. I don't even know who that person is. So yeah, we're not gonna have that person. But yeah, But But yeah, you know, shit. Destroyer. Damn, Destroyer taking some good guesses. But yeah, man, bless you, Destroyer, man. Destroyers are smarty pants. But yeah, man. But yeah, man. You know, but we gotta get some people in here, some truthers. Truthers, conspiracy thinkers, as well as Orthodox priests, Catholic priests, rabbis, you know, and sheikhs. You know, we got to get the sheikhs and the imams and the rabbis and the priests and all the little people in here too. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We got to get all of them in here. We're going to put hard questions to all those people too about their religious practices, about their organizations. It's not going to stop until they put a bullet in my head. And then, you know, you're going to see them holding my dreads. And you're going to see my head going. And I want to tell you, I told you guys, this is a limited time offer. You know what I'm saying, man? Bless you guys, man. Yeah, man. I wish I would get well, first of all, it'd be a blessing to have any of those guys that were mentioned by Destroyer, for sure, or any of the people, but yeah, man, and these guys like made by Jim Bob and this Crucible community and some of these other people like Drew from Chalk Body Outline, they think they're the only game in town. They think like, oh, if I can't work with these people, I'm gonna be working with nobody. I got tons of guests lined up. Okay, I'm gonna have tons of connections out here. Okay, with people. There's gonna be a lot of work coming up in the future. I have so much material I've already filmed that is set to be released in the future. Tons of of material. So you guys don't worry, man. I'm gonna be coming up with, I'm not done with anything. It's gonna be a lot of material coming up in the future for this show here. But yeah, here's the show me and Benton did this morning. I came out there. We started a show yesterday. Oh, not yesterday. I'm sorry. This morning. Our Friday morning show. So yeah, we'll watch some of that Friday morning show. And see what's up there, man. Before we hop on Steve's panel. Yeah. And we're bringing this show to you Friday morning, every Friday morning. So we got our Wednesday night show, 7:30. We got which is a 9-hour long show with the panel. We got our Saturday show. This time we're bringing you a guest. We're going to try to get a guest on Saturdays if we can. Saturday night, we'll try to bring a guest and then we'll delay the panel until, about 3 or 4 hours into the broadcast, or something like that. But yeah, in terms of the Friday show, we also got a Friday morning show on Benton's. And here's a sample of that show. So you guys go ahead and take a look at our Friday morning show, man. Me and Benton bringing it to you guys, man.
Like, it's not important. It's really not. Yeah, and I get it. Musical's a secret. The drama has been excessive. And it's hard to go through. All right. Well, folks, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce my brother and yours, Mohammad, aka the Machine Lies. How are you, sir?
What's going on? Give me 1 second. I'm trying to restream this. I'll just call it Benton Friday show. I don't even know at this point.
Me neither,
I'm
man.
slow at work. Yeah, I could kind of maybe do this later too.
If
Change
wha-
the title.
Hey, man.
Is that possible? You could change the title later, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna simulcast? I guess.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we're
cool.
simulcast on the Machine Lies channel. Yeah. So, we're gonna be bringing this to you on Friday, guys. Bless you guys. So we got this. I was actually planning on doing a Friday show because of my subscribers. To get them going on something new that we want to do. So.
Nice. I love
So
that.
thank you for facilitating that. Yeah. Yeah, because I thought there's no reason to do more shows unless there's more of a demand for it. So I thought, let me just create the demand first, and then if people want it, and yeah, tomorrow we're gonna be having a special guest at night on the Machine Live Saturday night. I can't tell you guys who it is because it'll cause too many problems because it's a controversial guest. but
Okay.
yeah,
a
but
surprise.
it's gonna be a surprise expert on the Kabbalah and Judaism and all of that stuff. So we're gonna be bringing that to you on Saturday, continuing our religious content. And all the haters, fuck all the haters, really. It just so happens that last time I was here, I was trolled. There's all these types of people, and every time I try to associate with somebody, somebody will send them a message,
Yes.
about me online or something like that. That I've done all of these, I've had all these gaffes in public, So I wouldn't worry too much about it, brother Benton. These guys are going to continue their attacks, troll farms,
Oh,
echo
yeah.
chambers. And every time you turn on their channel, they're just talking about somebody. It's like, all right,
Well, yeah, absolutely. And those attacks just make me stronger in the long run. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I love what you said, that in order to evaluate somebody else, then you would have to have standards. And in order to have that, you have to have vigilance. You have
Yes.
to have vigilance.
Yeah,
They can't even keep track of
No.
they can't even keep track of what they have a problem with because they don't have any standards.
Well, and I want to say this, Mohammed. See, here's my narcissism is I'm so important that I want to put my vigilance, my discipline, and my energy into myself. Why would I want to spend my time holding these people accountable? Why am I going to dissipate my energies when they're just going to do whatever they want anyway? Like, it doesn't really, logically, it doesn't hold water in my world. So that's how I approach it.
Yeah, that's what I also said last time. I said, how much sincerity can you have while wearing a mask? And that's kind of what this whole experience is. Sincerity is the other side of vigilance. Both things exist in the heart. And that's why they're fundamentally different from any form of reasoning you can employ, because it's like you put on the title, trust and faith. That is a heart chamber kind of feeling, more than it is a mental acuity. And there's many people who are smart that have their heart in the wrong place. There's many people with intelligence that don't have vision, in other words. Like they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul, and people don't guard their vision. They
Yeah, I agree. And I heard Snafu on OTW trying to speak as if he has undergone some sort of process of internal transformation and personal growth. Right. Which is just, it's ridiculous. It's just, now maybe it's true. I would love to see what he was like before then, if this is the improvement, because I've got like 3 earlier versions of me that are very distinct from this version. And it's based on what I've done internally within myself. Right. And I know when I talk this way, a lot of people are they will just naturally, almost like a jealousy where, if they haven't undergone that process, it's basically like, well, how dare he come out here and claim all this credit? And my thing is, I'm astonished when and I'm not saying other people haven't made progress. I'm just astonished when other people want to just stay like they are, right? And then seek to, like the crabs in the bucket, want to just tear everybody down. Well, I'm so used to people trying to tear me down that I just expect it as normal now. Like even my friends at some times are trying to tear me down. Like I've just accepted this is how most people are, for better or for worse. It's sad, but again, I'm the head doomer in charge here, right? So I don't expect much of anything out of anybody. Does that, what does that say about me? What does that say about humanity? Like I have almost no expectations for people's behavior and how they're going to treat me.
Yeah, and it's like when people try to look at their past and try to spin it into some sort of great, awakening or some change that happened to them. It's like, yeah, but it's like, it's a lot of false humility attached to that. Like, oh, like a lot of turning your failures into successes. And it's like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have resilience. Resilience is a very important thing,
Yes.
to have, especially if you have a solid foundation in life. But then there's all these people that are also projecting their enlightenment or whatever into some future event that's going to happen. Like
Yes.
they're going to get to some stage. It's going to be like, once this happens, once they get that job, once this person comes back into their life, once this happens, it's going to be the best thing that's going to ever happen. And it's like, that's a faith in the future. That's also false. You can't have false humility for the past. You can't take sides with history, and you can't have this faith in the future.
Yes.
That's you gotta
Yeah, you can't even promise me or guarantee me I'll be here tomorrow. That you can't prove there'll be a tomorrow. Future? What are you talking about? Yeah.
Right. And that's why a lot of these people, it's like, that's the last thing is that really how you want to be when Jesus comes back, or if I'm gone tomorrow, that's the last thing you would have said to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's like, what effect did it have? Did it change the course of what I was to experience? Did it uplift my soul? You know what I mean? Like whatever, you know what I mean? And it's like, people act like you have 15 years to do the thing. Man, I heard in a Chris Rock movie, he says that everybody says that live it up because you don't know if you'll get hit by a bus in the next 15 minutes. And he says, yeah, but you probably won't get hit by a bus, and the decision you make next is going to affect you for the next 15 years.
That's true too. Yeah. It's both things at the same time.
Both, yeah.
It is. It's both things at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. The fact that I'm not promised tomorrow is not, that's not a license to be very irresponsible and, actually live as if there's not a tomorrow, because, and this is what I say is based on the pattern that it has emerged. I will be here tomorrow based on what has happened up until this point. There's just no proof of it. But the pattern seems to suggest that it would. But I think what you were talking about, when folks say, well, when they're putting things off to the future, once they get this job, that's all circumstances. That's all life circumstances. And one of the advantages for me and I chose to live as a homeless person for so long, was I really had a lot of time to just walk around. I was alone with myself and my thoughts. And I figured it out that so many people in the earlier versions of me, I was so focused on resolving my present circumstances. And that's based on a fantasy that if I resolve these circumstances, now there's just no circumstances. It's like, no, wait a minute. If I resolve these circumstances, they're replaced by a new set of circumstances that I'm going to probably have just as much anxiety, just as much discomfort, as much disorientation around. So I might as well learn how to accept and work with the present circumstances. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, just like those things, like vigilance, sincerity, resilience. These things have a continuity to them. You're not done being vigilant at some point. It's just not, it's like it's a constant thing. So it's like you don't get to the peak level And that's the problem with enlightenment, singularity, collapse, anything. You know, it's like you're reserving things for the future to have something happen when you should already have been prepared for it, was the point. You know,
Yes.
it's like the preparations had to be made beforehand. You know, so it's like yeah, definitely. You know what I mean?
Well, and for me personally, you know, I always have many things I'm working on day to day, and it's more of an informal practices, all these informal practices. So one of the things I'm doing, I am mastering my emotions, but I have a long fucking way to go, but I'm so far ahead of where I used to be. Right. So when you see me yelling at OTW or yelling at Paul Enslaved, that's has nothing to do with them. That's something in me that I'm working with, and it's probably some sort of repressed some bullshit from 30 years ago, right? And now I'm working it out. It's got nothing to do with them, right? But it feels so important in the moment. And you know, and I'm aware of that, but you know, and I will take credit. Go ahead. I see you had something to say.
No, I'm just saying that sometimes you just got to match people's energy, because that is one way to do it too. You know?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And you know, I didn't think it was possible that I could be seriously ill for an entire year. I've just undergone 365 days of fucking serious illness, and I'm basically healed as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know that I'm all the way back, but I seem to be most of the way back. Now, here's what's interesting, Machine Lies, and I kind of wanted to see what you think about this. And this ties into the title of my stream, which is about, you know, faith and belief. I forget, there was another term. I forget which one it was, but see, I knew, because I understand my mind, or I believe I do anyway, and I understand strategy. I was so ill about a year ago that I knew I couldn't be delusional about this. So I fully accepted that most likely I was going to pass away soon, because I almost died anyway. Like, I came very close to dying. And then so I fully accepted, okay, I'm probably not going to live another year, right? That's what I accepted in the moment. But some folks try to turn that into, oh, well, he's manifesting this. No, 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 no. I needed it to be real. I needed to strongly believe that, so that I had something to build off of, because that's the only way. I had to take it as serious as it was. See, and I believe that, well, I know that this was how I harnessed the power of my mind and received the healing. Right. And in the last few months, I've received accelerated healing. And I believe this broadcast had a lot to do with it. I really do. In fact, I know it did, right? But I can't go out here and convince people of that. I can't go to Paul Enslaved and say, well, actually, I almost died, and I've received a great measure of healing the last 2 or 3 months, and it's a lot of it is because of the broadcast. He'll just laugh and make some kind of attack on me, right? I can't even really be real with people like that. You know, I have to wait till Mohammed's here, and then I can be real. You know, it's funny how that works, right? We sort of give each other space for that, I think. And not just me and you, I mean, people in general. And other folks are push that away, right? Other folks push those experiences away. And I know,
I think it's
go ahead,
because
please.
they're afraid of it. You know, they're afraid of that experience, and that's the thing about dying before you die. You know what I mean? You know, it gives you it makes you not afraid anymore, because it's like you know, like it
yeah.
says in the Tao Te Ching, you know, to die but not to perish is to be eternally present. You know,
Well,
so, yeah.
Yeah, and sorry to cut you off, but I kind of have a lot of energy
it's all
around
good.
this today. So,
Of course.
like, so when I'm doing a live stream and I meet Moose the other day, and Paul's watching it and keeps saying that what they're scared, and they're beta boys and they're scared. I'll tell you what fear is, folks. Fear is being 5'10". You know, I used to weigh about 190 pounds. I lifted weights, and stepping on the scale and it says 116. And all I've been doing is losing weight. So I'm looking at that 116. I'm like, shit, that's finna be 110. It's finna be 105. What about when that motherfucker says 99? Right? Now, praise God, I managed to claw my way to 120. I held 120 for probably 6 months. And then now, hallelujah, I've gained like 25 pounds in the last probably 2 months. You know, I'm up to 145. I'm now a normal body weight. And see, to fully heal, I'm going to need, I've known since day one, I'm going to have to be able to do some fasting, right? And again, back to the religious traditions, but I can't fast if I'm 120 pounds, you know? So now I'm actually have enough body fat on me that I can probably actually fast at least for, 3 days at a time. And I will utilize the power of my mind and the power of my belief to get myself in as good a condition as I can, so that I can continue to exist in what I consider to be a literal hell realm. Now, that's my belief, right? That's my knowing. I don't need other people to believe that, but that seems true to me. But go ahead, sir.
And that's what it is. You know, when I talk to you, you know, or you know, like I was doing mushrooms with one of my friends, and he said, you know, when I was doing this with you, it became especially apparent to me that whatever you are, like something, like here's you, like here's your body, and then it's like there's an alien in your head. And like whatever you are, like something else was shoved into this body, and now you're pretending to be like this. And he's like, and that's exactly how I feel when I talk to you. You know, that this isn't Benton. This is like somebody shoved you into this. You know what I mean? And now you're just dealing with the fact that, oh, here I am. I guess this is how I appear to people. Like this, you know what I mean? Like you have that level of self-awareness where you're just like, oh, look, this body is just dying. You know, it's 116 pounds now, like almost like you're above yourself looking at yourself, you know. And that's just what it is.
That's true, man.
You know, and it's like you really don't know how much you know strength you really have until you die of this world. You know? So you really let it go. You say, okay, you know what, that wife's not coming back. There's things that, you know, whether she does or she doesn't, you know, I got to prepare that, you know, I will have nothing. I will have nobody. You know, I will not be taken seriously, you know, for all intents and purposes, you know, and that's why I got to take myself serious as hell. You know what I mean? And you know, yeah, like you said, you know, you know, sincerity comes from, you know, knowing where you're at, you know what I mean, and not caring what anybody else thinks of where you're at. You know what I mean?
Well, not even not caring, that's their problem. I mean, if they can't utilize their logic and reason to see things about me clearly, that's their problem. It's got nothing to do with me, you know. I know I'm a ridiculous, comical person on some level. Like I get that, but you know, if they can't see through the ridiculous comic aspects and the accent and the presentment to see what's really going on, that's their price, not my problem. You know, it's probably just to my advantage, actually. You know, especially as I'm repeatedly underestimated. But I don't want to make it all about me.
It's all good. You know, this is the Benton Show with the Machine Live. So, you
Hell
know,
yeah.
it is about us to a certain extent. You know, people are just going to have to deal with it. You know, if you want to watch cable, go watch cable. You know, those shows aren't about anybody or anything. So you can go watch that if you want. You know?
Yeah, I can't, man. I just, I think most of us are that way. We just, you know, I do watch some movies here and there, but yeah, I just, most of this, as far as the TV, I mean, there's a TV on the wall. You can't see it, but I'm within 2 feet of a television. I've never turned it on. You know, I never will. Why? For what? But then, you know, we do know I'm watching YouTube videos at various times, and that's, you know, become a version of television. I certainly am aware of that, but, and maybe this rings true for you. You know, I realized at a certain point I need to be making more content than I'm consuming. That was, you know, in the years past, I was way unbalanced towards, I was taking in a lot of other people's creations and I was making almost nothing of my own.
That's a great one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
So finally,
Yeah,
it took me many years, but I've reversed that. I now make way more content than I consume, and it's very important for my certainly my emotions as far as being cranky and agitated. I'm way less agitated when I'm actually doing some shit as far as creatively. Makes a big difference.
That's an excellent perspective. So is the lack of perspective of somebody who, I mean, the lack of perspective I find amazing of somebody who would watch a production or a YouTube live or something like that and continuously comment. I have, you know, shout out to Toilet Bowl Earth and Enslaved by Truth, you know, because they hate my show. They claim that they hate my show, but they watch every fucking episode. It's like if you're just gonna comment on what you don't like instead of making something, then it's like it's almost like you're sitting there eating food on a plate that somebody else prepared and you're bitching about it. It's like if you don't like the quality of the food, you should have been in the kitchen helping prepare the fucking meal, or change the channel if you don't like what's on the TV, or make your own show. Those are the two fucking choices you have. You're gonna sit there and bitch about what I'm doing. It's not gonna affect me, but it's certainly not doing anything for you, sir. It's like, that's what I'd like to put out there. It's like, damn, it's like it's like, I guess if you're a fan of me, or if you're a closet fan, those are the only two options you have as a viewer. But but yeah. But yeah, I love that all these cats, especially in the live stream and all the other people, I went and the strangest thing happened. I went and started going in the live chat of the Sanity Machine.
Oh, wow.
And I know that Drew had a bunch of, crazy, conflicts with him, in which I was by proxy war involved and sucked into this. But then when I finally sat down and had a conversation with the fella, me and Neurojack had a conversation with him. It went rather well. And he found out my channel was about technology, and he was very interested in that issue. So he wanted to check out some of my content. And of course, I received some backlash from Drew Berger and some of those institutions, because they were like, why are you talking to the Sanity Machine? But as soon as I go in the live chat to talk to the Sanity Machine, somebody comments on my video, and they say, "I love your content. I have excellent content too. You should check it out." And I go click on their channel, and it's just a channel attacking the Sanity Machine.
Yes.
So this person saw me in their chat, was watching their content, and waiting so that they could come and attack them in my comments section, and direct me and my viewers to a channel where they expose the Sanity Machine. It's like, I don't even know this person, but whoever this person is, whoever these people are extremely invested in,
maybe this says something about my cynicism, but I just expect I expect it to be that way. This is just, again, this is how the people are. Now, real quick, corporate fiction, and good to see you, corporate fiction. Is there a demiurge running this matrix, though, or good God? And what I would say is, I'm only speaking for myself, right? I don't think it matters. I mean, as far as my day-to-day life, the fact is, now we get back to resolution, and we get back to the external versus the internal. I think folks have such a strong desire for resolution, but not comprehending. Again, this is my opinion only. I don't see that I have any power to resolve these external circumstances as far as the realm or the matrix or whatever the government's doing. So I don't waste a lot of time thinking about that anymore. I really don't. I've accepted that this is, from my perspective, it's a horrible fucking nightmare dystopia. When I go to the Slave Mart, or I go try to have a live stream with Moose, we're getting kicked out of the Starbucks, and crazy people are driving up to us in parking lots, and it's just complete fucking insanity. I've divorced myself from the desire to live in sanity. The sanity's inside of me, right? I don't control the insanity outside. And again, now we're back to, will folks, pretty pleased with sugar on top, direct the efforts inside themselves, seek resolution within oneself, where you are the one who can use vigilance and discipline to resolve those things if you choose to. That's what I'm doing, but whether or not anybody else does it has nothing to do with me. Do it or don't do it. That's everybody has their individual choice. But yeah, go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I was just gonna talk about some of these people in the chat. Bless you guys for being
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
Corp Fiction, Divine, Spirit, and let me scroll up here. Bless you guys for being here.
Yeah,
Sophia Byrne,
absolutely.
thank you, Sophia. Pixel T, I just seen you yesterday. Bless you so much. Yeah. Sterling Gray, yeah, thank you. Yeah, Sophia's a true homie. Somebody said soul sister Sophia, you know, for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
No, bless.
Yeah, she does some interesting videos on her channel. Actually, I need to have her. I've got a list of people that I promote over here. I need to make sure she's on my list real quick.
Yeah, but about the soul trap, because I know that that was a very fascinating question. I think and I do have excellent memory, so I will remember you guys' questions as we go on, you know, so bless you guys, man. But yeah, this soul trap question is a real interesting one. And I was just talking to my brother Sanity Machine, and that's his thesis as well, that we are trapped here in this hell realm. You know, he believes he's from another place. You know, I haven't been able to ask him what it is, but I think that he's also sympathetic to the notion that you know, you don't really need a demiurge. You know, for all intents and purposes, technology is the demiurge. You know, if you need a demiurge, just look at the world of technology. You know, look at how we've created this artificial world, and even embedded in the question, you said, is there a demiurge in control of this matrix? Well, see, you called it a matrix. You know, so I mean, you know, the matrix is about technology running the world. You know, to a certain extent. And if you look at technology, technology is the furthest extension of this physical realm, you know, because it's where the immaterial and the material meet, because creativity is both happening in the mind, but it's also a physical process. There's not that many things that cross both of those boundaries. You know, that's why they always look at magic, creation, technology as being you know, mediators of spirits and stuff. And if you look at the dead matter that's involved in creating technology, look at the type of fibrous materials and the type of metals and the type of stuff. They have a sort of magnetism that is opposed to human magnetism. And there are also channel energies that are opposed to human energies. You know, the medians that exist through these dead energies are power that, you know, in alchemy and all of those topics, they would consider it a sort of dark force that you're harnessing, you know, in order to gain this in the world. So I mean, if you think of the mind as a powerful tool, and you know, creativity, that's where the devil really sneaks in, you know, because he knows it's the barrier between the material and the immaterial, you know.
Yeah, I love that. And, you know, what I see from a lot of folks is just, you know, a sense of disempowerment. And as if, and again, you know, almost as if we're just sort of at the behest of whatever this beast system is. And I think that's where a lot of the mistaken notions of, and again, I think it's back to what you were commenting on with people wanting to resolve their present circumstances. I think a lot of folks sort of want to see, you know, the government or the financial system or, you know, whatever's going on with the infrastructure. They'd like to see all of that resolved first, right? And then move on, you know, into harnessing the power of their mind. But the fact is, I had a backpack and traveled all around the country and harnessed the power of my mind, right? That's we don't need anything. A person can be in a jail cell in solitary confinement and choose to access the power of their mind. That's always there. And I've been saying this for a while now. It seems to me like the most powerful phenomenon is the human mind, and we all have one right here in our skulls. So am I insane enough to come here to go through all of this pain and struggle and not tap into the power of my mind? To me, that's insane.
Yes. and that is the fundamental. And this is the thing that really drove me to find out that philosophy is a gigantic troll and a gigantic a gigantic waste of time. The reason I came to this conclusion is because I started studying. I went to the end theory of philosophy, and I'm not even joking. I read a lot of classical philosophical texts. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to.
I believe
but
you.
I just, but the simple fact is that I did, read through the fundamental books of Western civilization and the humanities, and what I found there is that they end at the notion of philosophy of mind. It's like they can't go any further. It's like philosophy of mind is where it all gets sewed up. It's done. They're still talking about the problem today. They can't realize space without consciousness. So there's no. So they don't. So they can't even talk about physics without talking about mind. It's laughable. It is laughable. It's almost like in 2,000 years. Plato presented this problem called dualism, and they haven't been able to solve it. That the mind and matter are two different fucking things. They haven't been able to solve it at all. At all. Not even one. They haven't gotten 1% progress in that area. Like through all of science, through all of philosophy, 2,000 years of a continuous tradition, nothing, nada, zilch. Fucking zilch.
Yeah, which leads me to believe that probably no progress is going to be made. Like that would just be my assumption.
Exactly. That's the conclusion for sure. Yeah.
But we're free to waste our efforts, and that's something for me personally. I've always been set up for effectiveness, problem solving, strategy, effectiveness. Now, part of being highly effective when I do choose, to undertake a certain, endeavor is recognizing what strategies can never possibly succeed and avoiding them entirely. Like that's half the battle, is just don't do a bunch of dumb shit that can't possibly bear fruit. And I see so many people, and a lot of it is emotions. A lot of it is they want to feel some type of way. So they end up wasting a lot of efforts because of trying to get a specific emotion, or they need to feel a certain way. And I've just been able to be ruthless with my thinking. And just once I recognize that, so whether you're talking about the philosophies and the people trying to resolve these various issues, and then seeing that all of these years have passed and all of these people have put a lot of effort into trying to resolve something and none of it amounts to a hill of beans. I'm the type to just see what's been happening and just say, well, okay, I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to waste my limited brain power. I'm not going to waste my limited resources trying to resolve that. And I've accepted the chaos of this world. I don't require the chaos to be resolved in order for me to tap into my own mind and to empower myself, right? I don't need that. And I think that's probably part of what holds people back, is they do want a community. They do want to be able to come together with other people. And, that's how I think some of these various systems, come in religion as well. And especially in the past, I think religion, in the United States has certainly waned to some extent. And then, I might have a view of religion as being an effective, although not the purpose of the religion, but religion being utilized effectively to control the masses in the past. And now I would say that it has moved more into technology, propaganda. It does seem as if the masses are programmed more or less in real time now through the media, and so religion has taken a back seat as far as I can tell. And I know you're interested in both of those topics, so I'd be interested to hear what you have to say.
Oh yeah. Well, this is I get a lot of pushback for my views on these topics, and the reason is because my wholesale rejection of philosophy and religion, but and technology, but my use of it. You know what I mean? And they'll say, well, how could you do both? And I'll say, well, it's simple. Religion and philosophy are technologies. You know what I mean? They are technologies, and if you look at it, they're trying to eclipse political problems collapse them into religious problems. They're trying to collapse theological issues into philosophical issues. This is obfuscation after obfuscation after obfuscation. When what you should have been dealing with is the politics, which is how we interrelate and connect and form our communities in the first damn place. You rejected that because you moved to some religious game, and you rejected the religious game because that the religious game is couched in some philosophical game. And this is automatically reverse of how these things were released to the world, because it's religion that created philosophy, that created science. That's what most people don't understand.
Yes.
Ancient motherfuckers were not concerned with science and technology. They just looked at the stars and shit, and they said, "Man, there's got to be God up there. There's got to be the spirits. They run the world." And then they said, nah, that's bullshit, because we figured out the logos. We figured out that there's reason and that we can interpret nature. And then they rejected that and said, you know what? Fuck nature. We'll never figure out what nature is. We've been studying it for 2,000 years. All we got is each other, and and all there is the state. The human being is determined by the state.
Yes.
And that is the confusion that we're in now, is that people don't even know how to backtrack how the fuck we got into this mess, let alone understand the present cycles of like confusion that they're enveloped in. It's like, oh shit. It's like, well, can't help them.
Well, it reminds me of something from The Godfather. They're animals anyway. Let them lose their souls. And that's how I look at the masses in a lot of ways. I mean, I know it sounds bad, but I really do approach it that way.
The goyim, for real.
Well, and in the movie, it was actually it was in a strictly racial context, but still, yeah, that's how I see the masses.
The Godfather is based on Meyer Lansky. A lot of people don't know that.
Oh,
and he definitely knew that these people are goys. He tried to seek asylum in Israel after they caught him, and they wouldn't even let him into Israel. They said, "You're too
hot for us."
Of a criminal." Yeah, exactly. It's too hot for them. So I mean, you can only imagine. And I think that Taj Mahal Hotel, that the Taj Mahal Hotel and Casino, Donald Trump bought that out. So if you don't think the mob is running the country for the last, in the last presidency and today, I mean, you have no idea what's going on. The elite have created two organizations. One is the mafia and the other is police. And they use them to protect you. You just don't understand what's happening.
Well, and I think that brings us back to this, the trap and the false notion of standing up, so much so that folks think that when me and Moose meet at Starbucks, we need to audit the Starbucks to like make sure that the Starbucks is being operated, based on rights and freedoms. It's like, well, what are you talking about? This is a corporation here. This is the number 2 restaurant in the country, by total sales. That they don't give a flying fuck about any of this. Like, why would they? I'm going to go in there and do a First Amendment audit. But that's just shows you the insanity of these people. Where now I'm supposedly lost reputation or credibility because I'm not standing up for my rights and freedoms at the fucking Starbucks. It's like, actually, this shows you how much corporations have taken over.
Yeah. That's a taste of what we produced this morning, on the Benton stream. I'm seeing another little panel opportunity open up here on this channel here on an Islamic panel. So I might hop up over here for a minute before I hop over at Steve's and see what the deal is, see what they got popping over here. Maybe just introduce myself and just talk to them for a minute. Seem like some young kids over there talking about Islam. We'll see what the deal is. They got an interesting question. Does the Quran affirm the Bible or Torah? All right, let's see if we could get in out here, man. We'll try to figure out what type of narrative they're running about Islam. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? This is my first time going on this panel, so I mean, we'll see what happens. Yeah. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, let's see.
So are you saying if it can be shown that it wasn't written by those who you claim it is, who it claims it is, then it can't be the truth?
No, I'm saying it's the Gospel of Judas is probably fake writing. It couldn't have been written by Judas. Judas killed himself after he betrayed Jesus. There was no time for him to write the Gospel of Judas.
No. What I'm saying is this. Okay, and I'll give you an example. You believe the disciple Matthew wrote Matthew, correct?
I do.
If hypothetically, if we can show you that Matthew did not write Matthew, will you then still follow it?
So you're saying if you can prove that Matthew didn't write Matthew,
Yes.
then
Would that be something you still want to follow? Like you still think it's inspired? Because right now, and this is actually related to the prophecy we're talking about, because you believe you're using using the New Testament as a criteria to interpret the Old Testament. What we're doing now is we're actually determining, is the New Testament credible enough to use as a criterion? Because Christians look at the Old Testament within the lens of the New Testament, whereas another group of people, the Jews, they don't even call it the Old Testament, they call it the Tanakh. They view it it's the Word of God, but they come to completely different conclusions than you do. Because on one hand, you guys, the Christians, look at it through the eyes of the New Testament. So now what we're trying to go through little by little is establish that foundation. Is the New Testament credible? And that's why I asked you, well, is it inspired? You say yes, it is. And I'm asking you why, and that's what we're going around this. We're trying to build a foundation right now. So that's all we're doing. So I would ask, if hypothetically, if it can be shown with evidence that Matthew did not write Matthew, will you then still continue to believe it?
probably not.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I would say, because honestly, Christian scholars are a multitude of, I think majority of Christian scholars are actually saying the gospel writers are anonymous. And one of the evidence is this, actually. Do you believe
I might have to
that
abandon this.
the names of the gospels, do you know exactly when they were given their names?
Hold up. So you say they're anonymous. What does that mean? Without last
That
name?
means, my apologies, they're pseudonymous, meaning we don't know who wrote it. They're saying, Christian scholars are saying, those aren't the real people who wrote it. It's anonymous, or it's a type of anonymity called pseudo-anonymous, meaning the person is writing another person's name, and it's not the actual person that wrote it, or the person it's ascribed to is not the real author of
It basically means there's no way to
Does that
find
make
out
sense?
who wrote it.
So before we go further with this, again, first off, I'll bring you guys back to what I said originally. I cannot prove.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. I think they're having trouble running their backstage. But yeah, I'm gonna pop over there for another little bit and see if they'll let me on.
Okay. So do you take the word of these Christian scholars, or do you look at their research and come to a conclusion of your own? Because I was on a stream like this, and then another Muslim told me this. You just take the word of these people, or do you actually research to see how they got to that conclusion of saying that they're anonymous and that we don't actually know the writers?
I do the research. So the reason why I take the word is because I do the research. For me, because again, it's something credible. The first thing I'm saying, because for me personally, and I'll just say this personally,
of course,
the how do I say this? The New Testament can be, even if it was, if it can be shown that the gospel writers are actually, it's been preserved, like as far as preservation method,
of course,
it still to me would not be true.
Okay.
So But ultimately, I don't believe that the New Testament is preserved. Going as far as to say even the ones that claim that it's claiming that it's the author, I don't believe that that's the case. And even with evidence, it's not even just me. When you look at the evidence with the works of Christian scholarship, because again, ask yourself, well, these, and I'm not just talking about any Tom, Dick, and Harry. I'm talking about the highest among the well-renowned scholars, like people like Raymond Brown, people like C.K. Barrett, people like Bruce Metzger, people like Bart Ehrman, people actual world-renowned Hans Kuhns, people, the highest among the highest, the most respected ones. They're the ones that are saying this. Because you can say, well, scholars, any scholar can say anything, but the highest among the highest, the ones that a majority of them build those scholarship from, and they use their works to do so, they're the ones that are saying this. And then of course it's a trickle-down effect. And you actually look at their works and you see the evidence of it.
All right, y'all. I think they're having trouble running their backstage over there. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that studio. I don't know what's going on back there. Maybe they only have 5 people up at a time or some shit like that. I don't even know what the fuck's going on up there. But yeah, we might hop over at Steve's instead if there's nothing going on over here. We'll hop there for a little while, check out what's going on there, man. But thank you for everyone for joining. But yeah, I don't watch that channel either. I've been going on it I went on it for the first time. They don't seem to have that many subscribers. I wanted to test them out, see what's going on, and I wanted to correspond with some of the Muslim communities, so hopefully I'll get a chance to go on that panel in the future. Maybe if they would have started earlier, I'll get up on there next time, but yes, no worries, But yeah, man, that channel's called Dots Connected to Islam. They got some type of thing going on there. Dots Connected to Islam. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know what the channel's about. I just know it's a small community. It's a small channel, so far. But yeah, talk about more weird stuff with Steve. So we're gonna open up another show here, and it looks like London's already there too. So yeah, we gonna see London again. Bless you guys, man. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this, and I'll be on these shows in the future, so it's good for you guys to see. I'll be on the Talcott show, I'll be on the Steve head motherfucker in charge Steve show, I'll be on the Benton show, and I'll be on London McLovin, at the Rebuttal Bar and on London McLovin's channel. So you guys see the the normal type of communities or whatever, the panels that I frequent, and so yeah, man, bless you guys, man. But yeah, this is a little thing about the machine lies going on, calling in to different shows. Bless you guys, man. We had lots of good discussions today for sure with the various guests, and this is gonna wrap up our evening tonight, But yeah, man. And then tomorrow, be bringing you guys a special guest, man. Thank you guys, man. Shit. How do I get up in here? Okay, let me clickety click here. Figure this one out. Yo. Testing. Let's see what's up, man. Let me change my motherfucking background out here, man. I'm tired of this fucking stupid ass background out here. Let's go with something more popping. Let's go with this shit right here, man. Fuck this. Let's go with this shit right here, man. You know what I mean? What you guys think? Oh wait, it didn't even change over here. Shit. Let me change my background over here. Oh shit. Excellent work today. Thank you, Destroyer. Bless you. Oh yeah, you won't be saying that after my surprise guest. Everybody gonna turn against me. I'm just kidding. Steve's numbers. 300. What? 300 watching? You serious? You serious about that? Let me go see. 562 watching? Damn. Somebody's restreaming that shit. I don't know what it is, but yeah, man.
They're covering up criminal crime, and so they follow you where you go to notice. I was in here earlier saying hi to everyone, and then I jumped out and blah blah. And I'm not saying it's just me. It's again, we are in a community that's linked, unlike many others. So the data collection is the new gold. Anyways, much love, you guys. Take care, Steve.
Thanks for all the numbers, Snafu. I've seen some people say I'm new here, so somewhere somebody shared this out. Maybe it's the topic, maybe on some other streams, but but if everybody can hit the thumbs up, subscribe, like the stream, just to know that you're real people here that are watching this, would be great to help out Steve and his algorithm.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. It's kind of now, if it's really that many freaking people, it's very stressful to maintain a show. People don't realize how hard it really is to run a show. But Neurojack, welcome. Machine Lies, welcome.
Thank you. I'm a little busy, but I just wanted to ask because of the topic, because I'm always interested in people's perspective. My question is this, because I don't really know where I stand on the question at hand, which is the shape of the earth. But here's my question. If it is as they say, and we can go to space and explore and do all that, do you think that that is a good direction for humans to shoot at? And do you think that that's a positive goal for human beings? Is kind of my question.
Well, I think as human beings, we always want to, or we've always seen, at least in our history from what we know, we want to excel. We want to get better. People, we're just a people that want to just, go amongst the stars, what's out there, be a traveler. And how the hell we get there is, we're limited by our technology. I mean, it used to be by foot, then we created the wheel, then we're on boats, you know what I mean? So, and then, possibly starship someday. So, I mean, if we believe what we see and hear up to this point, we're sending, we're sending, ships up into space, and it's just kind of like, all right, is that true? Is it not true? Where's the proof? So that's kind of what it boils down to, man. Can you believe it or not? I guess is the real question. Do you believe what we're being told? Do you believe what we're seeing? So,
since they had,
sorry, go ahead.
Since they had the Roswell, that's when this whole space all came into consciousness, and then in the movies and going out to space. In 1997, Richard Branson said within 10 years we would have tourist space travel, and during that time he got knighted and no space travel. And that was 2007. That was 16 years ago that was supposed to have space tourism going there. It seems like there is a lot of deception, and it doesn't make any sense. What is being taught is what is being told. And then with these craters, I was just wondering if, this was an actual asteroid hitting and making this crater, where did the asteroid go? Where did the rock go from it? Where, you know, we just see these big holes everywhere, but there isn't actually any of the, you know, the material that made the hole, you know, visible.
Yeah, I'm just in the whole, what can I believe? You know what I mean? You know, I know what I want to believe, you know, being a Star Trek fan, you know, I want to know that eventually humans are going to be in ships that can, you know, literally, you know, go to space and travel and, you know, what's out there, you know what I mean? However long is that going to take if it's possible? You know, it's what I believe in a made up mind, but in the real world, you know what I mean? What is the deal? You know, is everything we've been told true, not true? It's really crazy. So I don't know. I apologize. These numbers are crazy. It's kind of like it's freaking me out a little bit. There should not be this many people watching this silly.
What is it now,
match.
Steve? What is your numbers now?
It was up to 700 something.
750, and now it's around 500.
Yeah. And now, mind you, if these numbers are real, like he's right, somebody probably, you know, had to have done something. But I mean, the most viewers I've ever had in the stream, was when Zetetic War was on here. I think we had like 64 people watching and averaging around 50, 45. So these numbers don't even, it's kind of silly looking, but if they are true, hey, everybody, welcome. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat. Looks like we're more than 50% people who believe in flat earth. So maybe that's what it is. The flat earthers coming out. Maybe there's no one else streaming about flat earth tonight. You're definitely not going to get an education on it for me. I'm just learning, you know. I'm not an expert in any way, shape, or form. So,
but to answer your question about, you know, going out into space, is it viable? Should we be doing it? I think it's ignorant, it's arrogant to think that we should be spending all this money, using all this research time when have homeless people here. We don't have clean water for everybody. We're not in balance. We're not living symbiotic on our earth now. So what makes us think that we should go somewhere else, spend all these money and resources when we can't even, you know, fix the place that we're living on right now? And I think that that's a bigger issue than trying to explore space.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, this planet's so fucked. You know, there's wars. You know, there's just fighting and violence all across the globe. I mean, we definitely have to clean house. You know, first. I would definitely agree with that. Before we can actually, you know, it's kind of like, you know, clean up your own yard before you're going to go and clean up the town. You know what I mean? It's like, get your shit together, and then you could. You know what I'm saying? So. I can agree with that. Fix our shit before we go and fix someone else's, or even, you know, try to expand and leave this planet and go screw up another one. You know, what's this graphics? That's because the Earth is a globe. We're all just restricted from space travel. It's kind of relates back into the inability to interpret scale. I don't know. It's just so hard to believe, you know, like we're rotating or orbiting 1,000 miles an hour, you know, 24 hours a day. You know, 1,000 miles an hour, you know, what is it, 67,000 miles an hour, you know, to orbit the sun, and like another 400,000 miles an hour we're blasting through the Milky Way. Like it doesn't, I can't fathom how we can shoot rockets off of this planet into space and them not just be obliterated by those speeds. So if someone can make sense of it or direct, you know, maybe have some links or something that can explain it more in depth, that'd be great, you know. But are we going to find that? You know what I mean? So, what do you think, TML? What's your actual opinion on that?
Between the three options in the poll?
Well, you know, just in general, where do you feel like we are at in just today in the present with all the knowledge that we have? You know, where you stand? Have you ever made up your mind and then changed it, or?
I think we're no better off than the ancient people were, maybe even in 400 BC to now, I mean, I think there's a concerted, like delusion that's been, like a wool's been put over our eyes. You look at this guy, Alfred North Whitehead, who said that all of Western philosophy is a footnote to Plato. And I think that means that there's no such thing as progress. We're not moving towards anything. That's a great delusion of our time, is that there's progress. And I think there's just as much evidence to support that we've gone through a devolution as an evolution, for sure. And yeah, I mean, you look at nature. Nature is complex. You look at the energy density of a beetle is it's exponentially greater in terms of its complexity than an entire galaxy or a star system. There's more connections inside of your brain than there are stars in the Milky Way galaxy. Life is more complex than dead matter on every single scale possible, as to the, sufficiently throw the second law of thermodynamics that everything is entropy. It throws it completely in the garbage. Where's all the new information coming from to compose new life forms? It's complete craziness. So the to think that this universe or whatever is by accident, that is just a severe delusion.
Even the beast system people know it wasn't by accident. The way they do the rituals, the way they do the things, like they know. So even they know, Mr. TML.
There's a video there, 25-second video about Operation Fishbowl from I think the 50s or 60s when they tried to send a nuke up.
That's why Hillary Clinton said we'll break the glass ceiling and many other things to the nature. But think about it too, like again, the new military branch that has extended off, Space Force. What is on their logo? The Sphinx. And again, we've had combat veterans who said that they went out in Afghanistan and Iran and all these countries, and instead of like protecting citizens, doing weapon cache seizures, they were going to museums collecting these stargates, old architecture shit. This shit is real more than you understand. That's why CERN does rituals before, the technology that they're using with the beast system. It is all connected. And I always find it interesting that we always talk about space, this and that, but they've always talked about the ocean too, here on Earth, right? Versus like, what do we not know in our ocean versus we know more in space? Like, what is the truth, So anyways, good stream. Steve, we're going to look more into this thing of yours because it looks more like the bot attack that happens all the time. They're saying it was FMP that shouted you out. We'll look more into it, but I wanted to point out, notice at streams like this when you're talking on real subjects with real shit that get these pogo type optics. You guys aren't doing anything but talk about real shit that matters. So yeah.
Well, that's normal, man. We don't really talk about a bunch of bullshit. If people want to come here and do the drama thing, freedom of speech,
I'm just trying to point out that the fact is these attacks are on the narratives. Why do you think people talking about the skies get hit more? Why do you think all of a sudden they're coming to hit you with 600-700 bot attacks? With you guys aren't into drama, you're not in the, these are tactical tactics for data collection and suppressing narratives and suppressing freedom of research. So
well, it just seems strange because I've done quite a few streams, about flat Earth and the government and the Federal Reserve, fractional banking, all that good stuff, rights and freedoms.
Right.
So this isn't anything new. I have 200 something subscribers. It's not like I have a huge, stretch.
There's again the tales of other people's things can you walk in someone's shit, it's going to be stuck to your foot, so to speak. Remember, you're still on the right side, and they see that. But anyways, the fact is I love how TML said that because these beast system people, they do know creation is out there, whether they want to admit it or not. They know.
Well, here's my question. I think I think all of us are at the level of conspiracy where we look at everything that we're told, even the conspiracy stuff and even the crazy stuff. Like if you look at like a movie like The Arrival with Charlie Sheen, or the David Icke stuff, or They Live, or you name it, however weird it gets. Don't you ever like, I mean, I'm sure you do, but I'm saying like for me it's like it's very surreal how it's like everything they tell us on the normie side and on the conspiracy side is like almost to throw us off, or it's like a code, like they're speaking in code, telling us certain things about where they're coming from. Because like the flat earth for example, is like coming out of the occult. And I'm not saying that doesn't make it true. What I'm saying is like they're telling us stuff in a different language than English. You get what I'm saying? It's like it's encoded language, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, these secret societies communicate all in codes and symbols, and give us, they're supposed to tell us what they're going to do to us before they do it to us. So these are all encrypted in their movies and their TV shows, stuff that they're sharing. But did you maybe want to play this video, Steve?
Yeah, go for it, bud.
Activity for the 1962 high-altitude weapon effects testing termed Operation Fishbowl. At the northwestern end of the island was the Thor launch complex, joined later by Nike Hercules and Stripey units, plus a second Thor pad. On Operation Fishbowl, nuclear detonations rent the sky 5 times over the Johnston Island.
Lost it, Jesse.
Did you? Yeah, it was only a 25-second
Oh,
short
yeah.
video, but yeah, did you see how lame that technology looked like compared to like, especially that one that looked like the Wizard of Oz Tin Can Man? It
Well,
actually looked like.
have you seen that video where they were testing the atomic bomb, where the car was behind the house and then it was gone and then it blew up? Like, that's that same kind of like look. You know what I mean? That just old cinematography, what do you call it? Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting.
I mean, even with the Crater Earth, right? I've heard a few people say they're kind of on the fence, right? They need a bit more information and stuff, but there's a lot of information out there regarding this subject, but it's all like encoded. It's kind of encoded, and it's kind of just out there in your face, in the micro macro.
Right. What's going on, Flow State?
Same shit, new day. What about you?
Well, this is definitely not the same shit. It is definitely a new day. Have you been seeing the nonsense going on here?
No, not really. I just tuned in. That's the hole that a AR-15 bullet makes when leaving the human body, right?
You got it, man. You got
it.
No, have you seen the current viewer count right now?
I better get some new subs out of this.
Right.
If I don't get at least 50 new subs, I'm gonna be pissed.
Well, here's the funny thing: is it was up to 700, and I still only have 230 subscribers. So they're hanging out, giving likes, 478 likes, but nobody's hitting the subscribe button. So it's kind of strange. So it kind of makes me think that I mean, there's a bunch of quite a few people in the chat that I haven't seen before. But
did it shoot up suddenly? Is it possible you got raided by somebody else?
It's been doing it crazy up and down. I mean,
I have heard that YouTube numbers have been doing wonky stuff though lately.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. But there is some new viewers in here. Like, see, there's a lot of these names. These people, I've never seen these guys before. If they're real people, look at that guy. I don't know who that is, but
he's talking that shit though, Steve.
Yeah,
he's talking that shit. Yeah.
So
picking his column.
So it's got me off my game. I'm being a horrible broadcaster right now. So it's
well, you got kind of a power panel up here, I see. A lot
Yeah,
of
we got no drama. That's for sure.
a
I
lot
did
of
put
medium boiled brains.
I did put Snafu in the back, and I'm sure he doesn't mind.
He's
You
used
know,
to it.
because I don't pay the big bucks to have 10 people up here at a time. So, but definitely, if it's this numbers, which I don't expect to see ever again, it's just some kind of weird thing going on. I would probably reconsider. I would reconsider, spending the extra money, $20, but yeah, we're just talking about crater Earth, flat Earth, kind of like the typical thing. I know how you kind of feel. You're definitely into the flat Earth idea.
I'm definitely out. I'm more out of the heliocentric model than I am into the flat model.
Right, for sure. I can agree with that. It's easy to agree with that now, as time goes on, and there's an epiphany, right? Like you may get one sort of piece of information, you're like, fuck yeah, that makes sense, man. Gosh, I can't believe that, that makes sense. And then, and then you kind of get stagnant for a little while, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's another piece of evidence that just kind of, gears you. But mine was last week or so when I watched the TikTok of that guy with the spinning ball in the water, and I'm just like, wow, man, that really just makes so much sense. Like, how is that possible? This is even happening. You know what I mean?
I haven't seen that one, I don't think.
Let me see if I can pull it up. It's actually pretty good. Give me a sec. Yeah, it looks like we might be getting back to normal here. The numbers are finally going where they need to be.
I see it at
Yeah,
260.
and now I've been on here about 5 minutes probably, and my handle, my YouTube tag is my name up here, and I haven't gotten out one new subscriber. So these bots are fucking weak.
No, that's the whole thing is the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect for what? For shooting weapons? What is there to explain about the Coriolis effect graphics?
What is the Coriolis effect? Maybe you should start there.
I mean, not being an expert, that you're supposed to, Coriolis effect is basically gauging for the curvature, right? Which to me is basically just a trajectory. That's the way I look at it. If you're going to shoot something, you're not going to shoot it straight. Gravity is eventually, or the density, or the propellant, whatever is forcing that through the air, it's going to eventually die down and drop. So, being able to expertly calculate where that is going to hit your target, you adjust for windage and elevation. I know they use that. Like, what was it? Chris Kyle used the word Coriolis effect, and it kind of went through. I wouldn't say the ringer, but it got used a lot more all of a sudden. At least from what I've seen. Anyone else want to expound on that? Their idea? Am I wrong? What?
Well, I don't know about the Mandela effect here, but every time I've ever looked on how fast the Earth is spinning, it would say 66,600 miles per hour, and now it's saying 1,000 miles per hour. Earth spins on its axis every 24 hours, every 24-hour day at Earth's equator. The speed of the Earth's spin is about 1,000 miles per hour, 1,600 kilometers per hour, and I've always seen it as 66,600.
I thought that was the distance from the sun or something. I don't know.
I thought the Earth spins 1,000 miles per hour, no?
So have you seen this flow?
No, I haven't. I've got 1,670. Oh, that's kilometers. No, but now I'm watching.
No, the distance is 147.9 million kilometers.
And it all sticks onto it. And while that's happening, and the water stays stuck. Not only that, you're at 1,000 miles an hour spinning this way, which also at 67,000 miles an hour, 67,000 miles an hour, while spinning 1,000, you're circling around the sun. And while that's happening, you're also chasing the sun through the Milky Way at 514,000 miles an hour, single night, the stars are exactly the same. Every single night. Every single night, the stars never change. Polaris is always exactly where it is. Take this ball here.
So yeah, I saw that video, and it just opened my eyes that much more. Like, how much more shit can we believe? You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I've been trying to. Okay, I need to demonstrate these things because that's exactly the question I've been asking. Like, how can you think that this is happening? And the stars are the same, but apparently I need to demonstrate it, and I don't have a globe.
So it's around. Yeah, so it's around the sun. So that's how we're spinning. But
Here.
it used to say
Let me help you out.
66,600 miles per hour. Now it actually says 67,000 miles per hour, like he said.
But look, it gets even better than that when you consider the moon that's doing that around us.
Mm-hmm. Right. So now the moon has got to speed up and slow down just to rotate around the Earth alone.
Yeah, that's where I was going. And also, if the universe is expanding, the Earth has to do that as well to keep moving in a straight line and in a circle.
Yeah, so it's just new information, you know, when you're trying to put it together and you're getting to a point where like, yeah, man, this is making sense. And then all of a sudden it's like it stops making sense because you hit a roadblock.
You know what? We should really ask Tommy what his expert science opinion thinks. Have you told Tommy where you're at now on this? He's gonna he's gonna come undone.
No, he for some reason thought that I was a globey, which I'm like, look, I'm not sold on it being a globe. There's a lot of information that I've found that disproves it. Not all of it, but it gets you thinking, right? And my problem is when you get into the flat side, it's like I want a visual, I want a model. Tell me what you think it is, and no, not a lot of people can. They can't say, oh, well, this is what I think it is, because maybe they're afraid to hinder the community of the flat Earth because they are saying this is what it should look like. So
well, they're different. It's different things entirely. It's like defense versus prosecution.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify something on that end, because I think Flow State hit on a salient point there, that there's a difference between a theory and a model. For example, a theory is something like Mandela effect, where it has a predictive capacity. That means that you hold a notion and you test reality through that notion. So you put on these glasses and you see reality through these glasses. But of course, you could be wrong, because what you're trying to increase is your predictive capacity. When you formulate a model, you lose predictive capacity, but you gain an explanatory power. Now, but the problem with models is that you could look at the same situation and explain it two different ways. And a model doesn't leave room for predictions the way a theory does. Like Mandela effect is a theory, but flat Earth is a model. For a model to work, it has to explain everything. That's why it loses in predictability. But yeah,
and that's why I try not to ever provide an alternative model, and that's also why people in any argument, people in an opposition will want to ask you that. It's a harder claim to make. It's real easy for me to claim this globe model does not work in physics. That's simple. What's way harder is then telling you what a completely cohesive alternative is.
And also the science. And also the science, if it goes against their narrative, the science is squashed. The studies are squashed. It's not, real science when it comes to the official narratives that are put out. If it doesn't fit the narrative, it doesn't get funded or even see the light of day.
Correct. Official science is more of a branch of marketing than it is actual science.
100%.
So looks like we may have some idea. Looks like maybe Eddie Bravo and Brother Sanchez may have shared the stream. So if that is the case, appreciate it, gentlemen. Supporting my little old channel. But yeah, good conversation, guys. it's just one of those topics, where it's really hard to to explain to somebody like, am I real life? You know what I mean? It's easy to come up in here and we can talk with you guys. We can talk about things because we've kind of know each other. We've been here for a while. It's really it's hard to talk to people in person. So I don't know if there's a way, if someone has a trick, or being able to talk to someone about flat Earth without them thinking you're fucking crazy.
I don't even do it. I mean, in the real world, I don't even do it. If it comes up naturally, I'll engage it. But as far as me initiate, I never try to initiate anything. It's not really the hill I've ever wanted to die on. It's too hard of a push.
Right.
I will go after NASA all day, every day. That's an easy knockdown. Anybody who sticks to their NASA claims after I push on them, we really went to the moon, NASA's real, blah, blah, blah. Like, they're just willfully ignorant. And I really,
Yeah, and it's a lot of ignorance, and I'll be honest, I was that way. You know what I mean? I was ignorant too. I was like, "What do you mean the Earth is flat? Fucking dummy!" And then I'm just being honest.
we were all there.
But but it's just like, even like other topics in my life. It's like I don't like going in with the in crowd. I like believing my own, my own way. So I'm very stubborn in that sense. But then I finally decided, what? I'm going to open my fucking mind. Let me delve into this, because I was already in the rights and freedoms rabbit hole, and I really needed a break, to be honest with you. And Machine Lies, he'll know, like, being a big Star Trek fan, space travel, like, it's just a fantasy, that growing up as a kid. So it's a lot easier to delve into. Will it change? Has it changed, or will it change my mind the way I think about, that? No, it won't. But it's just nice to know in reality, like, what is really the case? What is really going on here? So.
I wanted to ask some of you guys, because some of you guys are a little older, so I'll just say this really quick. Do you guys remember in the 90s when like all that UFO stuff came out, and like they were really pushing the UFO thing like really hard, like with the Independence Day movie, and with like just a lot of TV like sightings, and you know what I mean? Like there was like so much like tabloid level like stuff on TV, like really hyping up like Nostradamus and like aliens. And I was just kind of like, for people who, I was a kid, I just wanted to get people who are a little bit older than me's impression of that whole experience.
I zoned out for a second. I'm not gonna lie.
I drifted when I was told that I was old. So
bro, that caught me too. How old are you, Neurojack?
No,
mid-30s.
Okay, we're the same age.
Yeah,
Steve's still old. Jesse's
I am old, but I don't look old. I don't think I look fucking old. Jeez.
Nah, because you dye that beard. I know you.
No, I don't, man. I really don't.
Fucking shit.
I want a full-on gray beard. I'm ready for it.
Look at all this gray right here.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean that as an insulting thing. Like, I was like 8, 9, 10 at the time watching all this, and like my impression was like it was popular. And I'm just saying, like, was that popular at the time, or was like, were people talking about that, or was that just kind of like a niche thing?
This is recent for me, honestly.
I remember when I was, I think, 6, I went to Universal Studios, and they had Battlestar Galactica. So that was, one of the, main themes at that time, when we went to California. So that's kind of was my introduction into that kind of stuff. I was never too much into the Star Trek, into the comics. That wasn't kind of really my thing. I liked wrestling kind of more than, the sci-fi kind of stuff. So it wasn't, in my consciousness, like, it would have been other people.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I never was or have been a Star Trek or a Star Wars fan when I was younger. But as I got older and I learned about, things being hidden in plain sight, whether it's movies or music, performance, whatever, I found myself watching these type of programs here and there when I got a bit of time.
I don't know. I just always grew up with, the idea of, Star Trek and Star Wars. What was the TV show Lost in Space? TV show, The Jetsons. You know what I mean? Was
Aliens.
big. Aliens movies. Like there was a lot
Predator.
of movies about space. So as my age, at least I'm 47. So, at that time,
Damn.
TVs were, small, black and white, and I remember that as a kid. So, and it was just, we didn't watch a lot of TV, but when you did, it seemed like a lot of it had to do, about outer space, stuff like that. So,
For sure.
and even today, it's still the same. Honestly, like I have Paramount Plus, just because Star Trek's on there. I mean, no matter what, every night Star Trek's on while I fall asleep. Even though I've watched the TV show, every episode a million times. It's just something that's in my brain, to want to be out there, amongst the stars. And then the idea of thinking that there may not even be out there. You know what I mean? Like that might not even be true.
But look, doesn't that open up, like, for me, like, it's sort of, I'm not sure entirely, but there is definitely a way of looking at it where it's like, oh fuck, shit just got a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
I watched the Jetsons. I watched, Star Wars. I had the Millennium Falcon as a kid and stuff. So that stuff was kind of cool. But the one that really kind of made it kind of real for me was V. Did you ever see that movie V, where that alien chick would swallow the mice? And I was really young at that time.
It was a TV series. It wasn't an actual movie.
Yeah, TV series V. That, and I never seen it anywhere afterwards. It was just played at that time. It hasn't really been talked about too much or seen over the years. I wonder why that disappeared, but that was very realistic. At that time of me being such a shorty, it really was kind of like a little bit freaky, actually.
What is FMFP?
Flat motherfucking power.
Yeah, that's
Is it really? Or did you make that up?
No, it is. It is.
Oh, this time.
It's
I used to
closed.
rock with them. I used to rock with them, so I know what it means.
That's a flat Earth term.
Correct. That's what Bro Sanchez says.
It's like fuck around, find out.
Right. It's interesting. But no, that show V. Somebody put there was like four different episodes, and you can never find them together. But somebody finally put all of those together, and you can actually watch it. It's on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I found it on YouTube somewhere. But no, that was a kick-ass like TV show. I remember being a kid. I was probably I don't know, 10, 11, 12, when that first aired. And it sucked because you can only watch one part, and then wait till next week, until the next one came.
Which one?
The V.
Oh, I never saw it. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh man, if you can find not the clips, but the actual movie of it, it's pretty interesting. Basically, it's about these aliens come to our planet, and they look like us, they talk like us, humans, but deep underneath they're freaking lizard people, and they're basically in cahoots with the top leaders in the government, and then the government finds out, and they know, and they're like, yeah, so they're shoveling all of us, freaking slaves into their food factories, basically to feed them. And of course, we figured that out, and I just ruined the whole movie for you, but we ended up fighting back and anyway, take our planet back from them. But no, back in the day, it was really one of those kind of like, like a truther type, movie. It was very, very good shit. So
You would have been younger, Steve. I just checked it. October 26th, which is my birthday, was the very first air of it in 1984. So I would have been 11, and I just turned 50. So you would have been about 8 years old.
Yeah.
When this aired. So I was 11, and at that time when I saw the alien chick, I thought she was hot. It was a hot alien chick, but I couldn't believe that she was like eating the mice, because I was never one of those boys that said, "Ooh, yeah, girls." I always had, crushes on girls, even at a young age.
And the rest of it, you guys would have been little kids, and the rest of us would have been sperm still.
Yeah, I was just arriving.
What do you guys think? What percentage would you put that it's like aliens running the world right now? Like if you had to say 50-50 or 60-40, or what do you think?
I can't give it that power. I think that if people talk about it being aliens, people talking about being demons, people talking about it, takes the accountability away from the people that got addresses and phone numbers that are actually doing this shit that, you know, that could actually be stopped. As soon as it's, you know, Draco, reptilian, aliens that are actually doing this, or demons that are actually pulling the strings, then it makes people feel powerless and less likely to do anything about it.
Hey, 660 viewers is a lot. If you're a new viewer, will you hit 1 in the chat? I just want to see if we gotta run some tests here. Apply the scientific method to these numbers.
Well, a bunch of Eddie Bravo was a flat earther, and there was a bunch of people said Bravo crew or whatever.
That's
Bravo
the dude
group, so-
from who was on Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah, that's the guy from the martial
Yeah,
arts guy.
he's MMA.
Oh,
he's,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
definitely in a flat Earth. He's been in a lot of the Hibbler videos. So I think I follow him on Rockfin. I don't know if I follow him on YouTube. I didn't know he had a channel, but clearly he does. So I'm gonna have to go check that out. Somebody definitely shared the stream, which is cool. You know, I definitely appreciate the new viewers if it's true.
Oh, all right.
yeah.
We got one popping up. That's not Boston.
Yeah, there's a lot of new names. So, you know, anybody, if they are real, you got to understand that we normally get about, I think, you know, 30, 40, 50 viewers at a time. So when we're seeing hundreds and hundreds of people, it's kind of suspect. But, you know, whoever told you to come here, we appreciate it. You know, I guess I'm gonna have to step my game up on being maybe a little better broadcaster and entertainer, but you know, it's all good.
No, this is great. That's dope. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I was
So-
assuming it was I just dropped my link. But I was
Yeah,
assuming it was bots or something. You know?
Yeah, I dropped some links, you guys. Sarah, you know, we're all a pretty good community over here. We try to keep it drama free, at least on this channel anyway. Flo's channel, we kind of do, but I'm wondering if it's just all the super chats I give you, Flow State. I think people are like, yeah.
People recognize it.
They're like,
Yeah,
oh, that's that dude. He's got all that money.
Right.
Let's go to his channel.
I see it too, and
He like spends $20 a day, man. That's crazy. That dude's rich. That's funny, but no, these are real time numbers right here.
You're gonna send me a W-2, right?
Yeah, right. 1099. So
all right,
but no, very cool. Appreciate it. Very humbled. Kind of being a little less starstruck, but
so do you interact on Eddie Bravo's channel? I'm subscribed to him and to Bro Sanchez. I don't know that
I do, but I never I don't if I don't have things on the little bell click, I don't see it, but most of the time I'm watching these panels here. You know how it is.
I put a little better Operation Fishbowl video up if you wanted to play this one. It's a little bit more in detail.
Steve.
Yes, sir.
Someone said Jesse dropped the missing link. That's quite real.
That's funny.
No, that's funny.
Nike Hercules. Stripey XM33. 4. Johnston Island was the center of launch and experimental activity for the 1962 high-altitude weapon effects testing termed Operation Fishbowl. But Johnston Island was only the core of Fishbowl activity. Radiating out in all directions from this tiny island, 800 miles southwest of Hawaii, were instrumented stations, 266 of them, at sea, in the air, and on land, encompassing a major portion of the Pacific Ocean, all geared to collect effects data from nuclear bursts at high altitudes. Now to set this broad stage in greater detail. Within the limited confines of Johnston Island itself, the operations testing and support facilities were crowded into every spare niche, including space between the existing Air Force Station plant and buildings, with some apparatus and offices crammed into World War II bomb shelters, including the scientific readiness team, task force control personnel, and launch control units. At the northwestern end of the island was the Thor launch complex, joined later by Nike Hercules and Stripey units, plus a second Thor pad. Fishbowl's line of more than 30 instrument rocket launchers with attendant checkout facilities were sandwiched between the island's runway and the shore. This Pacific missile range ship, berthed at the island's lone pier, kept an electronic eye on the missile for range safety purposes. A beacon tracking system followed the scientific pods and rocket instrumentation and backed up the Pacific missile range tracking and impact prediction systems. Standing offshore were 9 instrumented test ships, vital links in the Fishbowl effort, including the DAMP ship, acronym for Downrange Anti-Missile Measurements Program Ship, American Mariner. Pod recovery and surveillance ships, and an evacuation aircraft carrier, which took aboard personnel non-essential to the island operation during each event, completed the ship array in the Northern Hemisphere. On islands south of the equator, in Johnston's southern magnetic conjugate area, a variety of instrumentation to collect effects data was set up for Fishbowl. Stations dotted the American Samoa island of Tutuila, as well as the main islands of the Fiji and Tonga groups, and to the east, Rarotonga. After preparations in Samoa's harbor, Pango Pango, the instrumented motor ship Acania moved out prior to shot day to be on the station designated for each event, concurrent with the departure of the balloon launch vessel Haifufu. Fiji's jet airport at Nandi was the operating base for 3 Fishbowl aircraft. On each event, a KC-135 and 2 RC-121s gathered southern conjugate effects data. Closer to the equator, the coral atolls of Canton, Kwajalein, and Palmyra also held many of the trailers, structures, and antenna towers representative of the Fishbowl test effort. North of Johnston, 4 main Hawaiian islands, as well as French frigate shoals, Midway, and Wake Island, mark the location for many instrumentation sites. For each event, approximately a dozen test aircraft, including optical and I-burn experiment planes, rose from Oahu's Hickam Air Force Base and headed south. Also to the west on Okinawa, in the far north at Adak and Fairbanks, as well as at Palo Alto, California, instrumentation was operated for Fishbowl's test events. During the latter part of the operation, other stations were added. All in all, of the 266 Fishbowl instrument stations, 156 were on land, while 10 ships housed 80 separate project stations. 15 test aircraft carried the other 30 stations.
I wrenched you, Flow State.
Oh, you're a gentleman and a scholar.
The need for the test work carried on at Johnston and its far-flung array was compelling, for it stemmed from urgent Department of Defense operational needs requiring that high-altitude phenomena resulting from a nuclear burst be defined, with simultaneous direct measurements on military operational equipment. For while America had been making rapid strides in other aspects of missile technology, its investigation of high-altitude nuclear detonation effects had lagged due to the 1958 test moratorium imposed shortly after the nation's first look at nuclear effects at high altitudes. This initial exploration in 1958 was limited to 6 shots, with attempts to collect data with untried experimental instrumentation in an environment alien to the nuclear testers. From a ship in the South Atlantic, 3 small detonations, known as the Argus series, were launched and triggered aloft for the purpose of examining the Christophilus theory that a long-lived belt of trapped electrons could be artificially created by a very high-altitude nuclear explosion.
Dominic, bots like
Other
butt
effects on
craters.
Argus, although measured, were not thoroughly documented. In the Pacific, as part of the hardtack series, 3 effect shots, Yucca, Orange, and Teak, were detonated at respectively 26, 43, 77 kilometers, primarily to provide information on the change of blast,
Not sure how much you want to watch this. I thought it was only 5 minutes. It's a 27-minute video, but a lot of the people that talk about the flat Earth, talk about Operation Fishbowl. This is really kind of important because they weren't able to penetrate through the Van Halen radiation belt. They weren't able to go through. So it's kind of one of those things that a lot of people reference, and if anybody doesn't know about this actual stuff, it's good information.
Do you think that it's likely that they couldn't actually do that, or that's more misinformation?
Again, who knows when it comes to, it's all just speculation. You can just think, what your opinion is, but unless you're part of that inner circle, you could never know.
Well, here's where I was going with the alien thing too. Like, it seems that we're on a path of quote unquote progression of just like, we're just going to keep building this technological system, but nobody seems to have any idea why or what's really going on other than, it's control, quote unquote, right? And I'm just saying, like, I don't know if I really buy that. It's just human beings like driving that for no apparent reason. Like, to me, it's like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but like Machine Life started off with, it's like, it seems like we're a part of a project that's been going on for like, 2,400 years at minimum, you know what I mean? Like at minimum, that's where we're at,
Britt says there's no Van Allen belt.
Well, that's the belt that is radiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
apparently no human can live through that, right?
Pass through it. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like, okay, so where's the proof? You know what I mean? Show it to me. It's what saying it's one thing, but
that works both ways on that one, though.
Right.
Like
for
that's
sure.
that's why I mentioned it. It kind of gave me pause. Like, oh fuck. Well, okay. I got nothing for it. It's the first time I've heard it, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the National Press Club Federal Communications Commission Chairman Tom Wheeler.
It's an honor to be here at the National Press Club. The first generation wireless, 1G, was voice. The second generation, 2G, allowed both talk and text. The third generation, 3G, the internet, in a limited way. And today's technology, 4G, completed that digital migration. But if anyone tells you that they know the details of what 5G is going to become, run the other way.
This video is brought to you by the number 5 and the letter G. And pretty soon, everything else will be too.
I have to tell people 5G is a killer. I'm Mark Steele. Anybody who hasn't heard me, I'm a weapons systems head-up display expert. I'm one of the leading experts in the world.
Talks like you, London.
No, not that. Cover in relation to this. The reason I became an expert was to invent them. What I'm going to say to you today, do not believe a single word I say. Not one. I want you to do your own research. You'll find it's absolutely terrifying.
I don't know that I trust that dude. That dude seemed fake. That dude, I don't know. He didn't check out like a real person to me. Just my spidey sense.
Which guy?
The guy who talks like Blunden.
Oh yeah.
Who was wearing sunglasses inside at the podium.
At the beginning,
it's telling you to do your own research, which is I'm realizing kind of a red flag for me because it's a total cop out, right? Like, don't trust me, do your own research. It makes them look sincere when it's not. At least that's how Word Wizard uses it.
You see, whoever's running this sock account, I'm probably going to be accused of buying viewers and likes. Like,
I think that's why I mentioned Wizard, because I think that's him.
part of the hate group, you know, they like insecure that there's numbers, this numbers are way higher, and you know, feel threatened and all that.
No,
And
it feels silly as fuck, bro. Like 500, 700 people. Like, you know what I mean? I have 500 more people in here that are normally here. Like, give me a fucking break. Like,
at the beginning of this clip that you're playing, it says
totally wizard.
A documentary by Sasha Stone. So Sasha
Right.
Stone, we've interviewed about 10 times on The Missing Link. So
oh, really? Yeah. This is a really good video. That's kind of why I showed it, because I was doing the whole, you know, crater Earth, you know, is that greater than, you know, flat Earth? You know, how does it compare? And then, you know, I threw the whole technology deal in there, you know, like how can we control at least our privacy? How can we control how it's kind of consuming us? And only because I watched this video and it's pretty amazing. I'm not going to play all the way through, but it's about an hour long anyway. But
does anyone really buy the bolt or the bolt crater Earth?
I kind of believe it in a sense. I really do.
What did he say? What did he say? Say that again, Flo. I don't even hear the question.
Does anyone really buy the crater Earth? Because like in this screenshot right here, you would see the rim behind him, right? Or am I missing something about it?
Crater, I think you're way off on crater. Yeah, hell yeah. If you're thinking,
it's a tiny rim.
It's a tiny rim. Okay.
I'm just
touche then.
Well, Flo, I'm confused. Are you talking about these people on the screen or crater Earth?
No, I'm
in
talking about just crater Earth as a concept, right? Like I've heard it thrown around, but I don't know anybody. Is it actually a thing that people believe in, or is it just sort of a LOL juxtaposition?
I've heard concave Earth.
My channel is based around crater Earth, so to me, it's pretty much the real thing, in my opinion.
Why don't you see the rim?
I do see the rim. Every time I look at a reflection, is the moon.
Look at the screen, the shot in the center of the screen.
In what screen?
Well, I guess that there's like houses and shit behind him, or a fence. But
Oh, good lad, mate, because I'm talking to that.
Well, this video actually has nothing to do with crater Earth or flat Earth. This is about the 5G, 4G technology.
This 5G rule.
I don't even know if I think 5G is a thing. Like,
that's what he's talking about. The way what they even think 5G is. It's not. There's not even 5G like they say it is, but they're, at least from what I've seen. But I mean, I can see Keith. He can bring his bullshit in here. If someone paid to have all these fucking people show up, then you know that's their money. Whatever. I don't see how that benefits anybody. I have 233 subscribers. Get a fucking life, dude.
Did the subscribers go up at all yet tonight?
I had I had 229. I'm at 233.
4 subscribers. Good job.
You know what I mean?
Thanks for that, man.
What views aren't going to do shit? I'm not even monetized. Like, what are views going to do? So, whatever. If you're going to come in here and act like a fuck face, then just get the fuck out.
That's his MO. He is a fuck face.
It's
well, no, his MO is counterfeit stamps, but
or he wants to be buddy and be friends and come in here and get on panel and promote his channel too. Go where you want. Go where you can get the goods, right? What is that? PSYOP, people in fear. But no, we're pretty good with all that fuckery.
Look, there's a weapon system. I've got a letter with central government because I know about weapon systems more than anything other.
In Britain, in a place in the north of England called Gateshead, a scientist there called Mark Steele has been very publicly and actively warning people about the effects of LED streetlights, which he says in Gateshead are emitting now 5G.
Right, what's the crack? Lads, I'm just having a word with these Gateshead council workers about replacing these transmitters on these lights that are causing harm and assaulting the community. This is an existential threat to the economy, to the environment, and humanity.
If these transmitters are everywhere, then everyone's at risk, surely.
There's a lot of confusion about what 5G is. The G stands for generation. So you started off with the first transmitter system.
Back in the 1980s.
In the 80s, yeah. So you had 1G, then you had 2G. And as the generations moved on, you started to see more complex signal systems, cleverer pieces of, antenna designs, etc., etc. So the whole thing became more data, quicker downloads, etc., etc. However, 5G is something completely different. All right, let's get a breakdown. Let's tell the people what this really is. This is the 5G transmission device. That's a hell of a beast, that, isn't it? These are the uninsurable transmitters. Just get a good look at that, guys, because obviously I know there's quite a few experts who want to see more detail about the transmitters and the chipsets. Just have a good look, boys. This is the control management system masquerade. There's an antenna there, you see that? What is this phased array antenna here? What's that? This is for phased array, all right? As you'll see, it's got a driver, it's got some chip there. It's one chip. Look at the chipsets on this. This is your dystopian world. What did Gated Council say? I'll tell you what, I think we better send some of these educated fools back to school, or just send them to prison, whichever's the easiest. I think prison's probably better. All right, that's 5G, guys. That's 5G hardware.
You must consider the whole part played by electricity in nature. Human beings cannot go on developing in the same way in an atmosphere permeated on all sides by electric currents and radiations. It has an influence on the whole development of man. This life of men in the midst of electricity, notably radiant electricity, will presently affect them in such a way that they will no longer be able to understand the news which they receive so rapidly. The effect is to damp down their intelligence. Such effects are already seen today. Even today, you can notice how people understand the things that come to them with far greater difficulty than they did a few decades ago. Rudolf Steiner, 1924. Rudolf Steiner noted that in 1924, since then our atmosphere has become far more permeated with electric waves of widely diverse types. There's no doubt now that electric waves, electromagnetic forces, cause direct biological effects. There's thousands of peer-reviewed papers on this subject. There's no doubt about it. But what are these effects? How are they affecting us? What can we do about it? We're now at a stage where we're putting in what's called 5G, which is a special type of broadcast for high-density information transfers. And it turns out that this is the same frequency bands that are used in crowd dispersal weaponry.
So I interviewed, Steve, maybe you wanted to pause for a sec? So I interviewed some people that were in the Australian protests, and they actually got hit with some direct energy weapons and their skins got burnt and stuff. So they actually, what they're showing here with these weapons, some people actually got hit in Australia during the lockdowns when they were doing some protests and their skin got burnt from it.
Yeah, I knew when I was in the military, they had some type of energy weapon, and it would basically like I don't know what kind of technology it was, but it would burn your skin, but it wouldn't actually burn you. It'd make you feel, like you're touching like a light bulb. You know what I mean? Like it was making your skin vibrate, stuff like that.
Yes, Steve. We went over that on the rebuttal bar about a few days ago, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, they was testing some weapons from a distance. They could shoot you, and you can just get the effects hit you. It's almost like it was some type of vibration weapon or something. I don't know. I can't even describe it at this moment, but I know exactly what you're talking.
In Canada, in the protests there, when it was the trucker convoy stuff, they actually sent out all the signals, so people didn't have any Wi-Fi signaling, so you couldn't do any Facebook Lives. You couldn't do. They broadcasted to kill in all of the cell phone signals. So they use a lot of these tactics. That in Canada, I didn't hear about the people being burnt like the ones in Australia. They actually got burnt by some of these direct energy weapons.
Yeah, there's a few chatters in here. It's not trying to do some pushing fear. It's literally reality of what the technology has done. I mean, you can't even say that you're going to go to Home Depot anymore, and all of a sudden your phone is giving you all kinds of Home Depot ads. You know what I mean? They're listening, they're watching. They can do whatever they want, and it's being broadcasted off all these towers. You look up, you see them. Their towers are everywhere, so it's like, how do we get our privacy back without you? Even if you shut your phone off, you literally just have to leave all of your electronics at home. Don't drive a newer car, that has built-in Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? Drive an old Chevy like I do. You can't be tracked, and it's kind of what this video, the reason I'm showing is kind of showing, people don't think it can happen, but it can happen. You know what I mean? It's literally how machines work.
Hey, Mitch, do you happen to have a link or I assume the UN bylaws are huge. I would like to see that though. Got anything that could help narrow down where it's at?
Well, man, we've got under 100 now. It's going back up again. I figured they were going to give up, but it's been an hour and a half stream, and I tell you, probably within the first 10 minutes, man, you should have seen it, dude. It was crazy. It was like a fucking rocket. Like it went up to 50, 60, 100, 150, and the number was just climbing. It was like, where? Yeah, see, there it goes again. It's crazy.
Went to 750.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll once the stream's over, it'll tell me the max.
Hey, was that facts though? What someone said about Bro Sanchez, or was that just?
Why would they say it if it wasn't him? They said Bro Sanchez and Eddie Bravo. So, and it might makes sense because when Z posted a video when he was on the stream on mine a few Fridays ago. We had really good conversation, and Z did like a short, not a short, but he just chopped the video up, and I think David Weiss said he was going to post it to their the Flat Earth app that he has. So maybe that makes sense if yeah, because he tagged my channel in it, so maybe that's where they all came from. But man, they came in hard, dude. Like even right now, it's back over.
That's what she said.
Yeah, right.
Blow don't miss.
Not this week. She's on her rag, so not this week.
That's what. Never mind. Playing the mud, man.
Jesus Christ.
No, yeah, that doesn't stop me.
Right on.
You guys. He
did
right.
Blush.
Hey,
it's
man.
hard to make the black man blush, but you're pulling it off.
We're getting too old. Time is running out, man. You can't be waiting around for the bitch to leave. So
that is true. Carpe that diem.
I mean, I'll be on. I'm what 47, so it's still. I'll just let you guys know it still works great. Not as good as when I was 20, but it still does the job. So you guys have something to look forward to as you get older.
You know what? When I was like 20, I had just turned like 21 because I was allowed to be at that bar and not sneaking in. I was on a smoking patio talking to a few women who were like 30, right? And they were both married. And they were telling me that by the time I was their husband's age, I'd need little blue pills too, because their husbands did. And it like freaked me out for the next 10 years. But now I think I'm finally old enough that I realize that they were lying and fucking with me, or they're just fat and that's their husband's issue.
At 50, it still works fine.
It's all those, the little humming bowl, the Himalayan bowls and shit.
Right. Good vibrations going on.
The high vibes help support the love tribe.
Oh shit.
So how you doing, London, man? What time is it there?
It is about hold on, let me check 1 second. What is it? Oh, just gone 12 minutes past.
Yeah, I heard him saying earlier that he was waiting up for you.
Yeah, you know, I'm like, no, go to sleep, man. You don't have to wait. My show's silly, but hey, at least you got to see the, you know, the craziness. This is, you know, definitely one of a kind. So
back up to 450.
yeah, it's pretty strange. The only thing that's really strange about it all, I mean, if they did share, like, you have that many people, if they are actually watching, they're definitely not into subscribing to my channel because apparently my channel sucks. So, but I have gotten about 5 new subscribers out of the 450 people watching. So if you're watching and you want to, you know, throw some new subs down, you know, we talk about all kinds of shit here, not just flat Earth. We talk about fucking government ripping us off to making us slaves, pay taxes, all that good shit. We talk about fucking rights and freedoms. And we talk about all kinds of shit, psychology bullshit. And we don't need to go to school for that. You just come here, we'll educate you. We'll tell you what you need to know about it.
Hey, Steve, it looks like Machine wants to spit something out, but let me just quickly say this before Machine gets it. Regarding what Flow State said, you know, with the creator Mr. Flow State, I wonder if you was aware of God Give Lamsty. Was you aware of that guy?
Of who?
Yeah, who?
God Give Lamsty. He was like the he's like the godfather of Creator Earth. He brought it to everyone's attention. But
okay, I've never heard of him.
Okay.
And okay, go on.
Hold on a second. What does FMFP stand for? If you guys keep saying in the chat, where is that? Where you what
that's
is that
from Bro
acronym?
Sanchez. Bro Sanchez.
Is that what that is?
Power. Yeah.
Oh, time of power. Okay, I wasn't sure. See, it's something new, man. Like you learn something new every day. So there you go. But yeah, go ahead, bud. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, God Give Lamsted. He was the godfather of Creator Earth, but his channel's been stricken off now. They've removed it. They've removed it completely. Him and his work. I don't even know why, because his last upload, he wasn't going against anything, you know, the guidelines or anything, but they just removed him completely. And
do you have access to any of that old removed shit?
No, I managed to save his last one. I did manage to save that, his last one. Yes, but his other stuff, that's gone for now.
Have you looked for it, like in other spots?
I think he's on other platforms like Rumble and those other ones that are out there, Odyssey and stuff like that.
Can you type his name in the back chat or something, or so that or in the front chat? I don't care. So that I. Yeah. So I know how to spell that.
Yeah, but I'd also like to take credit for the 4 subscribers because I'm also restreaming this. So, you know, if all else goes to hell, they may have came from me, you know, and my tiny little doings. But yeah, you know, we are gonna have a YouTube legend on the show tomorrow. So you know, we might get kicked off of YouTube tomorrow night. Might be the last day that Machine Live streams because a real
who's the legend?
Oh, I can't say on here right now, but yeah, you know, it's gonna
that's terrible marketing.
Yeah, I know.
You're marketing. Okay.
I know, but just know that this dude got more views than like a lot of anybody that we know combined, probably including Jesse on YouTube or anybody, you know what I mean, that we know in our circles. Because this dude had some legendary videos and
shit.
Yeah, so it's gonna be some controversial stuff tomorrow. But I remember when Eric Dubé was on YouTube, he got his channel canceled. That was the earliest when I ever heard of the flat Earth dynamic. And I noticed that his videos, they did tend to touch on a lot of controversial topics. Like this dude was, I'd only clicked on a few of his videos just to see what they were about. And some of his videos, he was saying that like the Illuminati and the Freemasons created like scientism, and that Newton was into all of this crazy stuff, alchemy and stuff. And he's saying that he like made up the notion of gravity, and he went into evolution. He would make videos against the concept of evolution, and I thought, whoa, this guy's not just talking about the shape of the earth. He's talking about a lot more than that, and this was the most notable guy who was talking about these topics, because I wanted to research. I just keep an open mind and I just look at whatever's out there, and I looked at a lot of the hollow earth and all of those theories as well. And I looked at a lot of those theories, and yeah, it just seemed like a fundamental, paradigm shift, in terms of the way they were thinking. I mean, when you get down to just, well, dinosaurs are a myth and evolution's a myth, and gravity's a myth. Well, then you're doubting a lot more than, and I noticed that Eric Dubé also brought in this spiritual, like kind of, this underground spiritual game aspect to it, where he was also teaching like some sort of vipassana, like meditation, or I don't know what it was, but he also had like videos where he was also teaching some form of spiritualism attached to his flat earth teaching as well, and I noticed that with Santos Bonacci as well. He's got this kind of I think I heard him say that the Gnostics were the correct one and it wasn't the Catholic Church or something like that, where he was actually espousing a religious ideology in addition to his flat earth kind of beliefs. And I think Jesse's like Jesse, haven't you interviewed Santos Bonacci or
Yeah, we've interviewed him twice. Once
Okay.
about a year and a half ago, and we just
Yeah, more.
interviewed him like I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and he kind
Right.
of went off about he's kind of, as people seen his videos, about really going after these controllers and taking it in our own hands and spilling blood and shit. And I said that's where I dug my heels in on the interview, and I said, don't you think if we have that thirst for blood, we become them to replace them in the cycle repeats? That's new age stuff, he said. And he's like, it says that we should be able to take an eye for an eye. And, so he's kind of really at that point where he's frustrated, and he's come off really hardcore about people really spilling blood and taking things into their own hands now.
Well, I just don't understand. See, what I'm trying to get at is, what does he think we should replace it with? Because I've seen him call like the Jesuits like blood guilty dogs, and like call for their extermination and like all that stuff. But like, does he want to put the Gnostic like religion in place of it, or like, what is his own religious beliefs? What do you think? Because if he doesn't follow New Age, or what would you say his
Not
religion?
sure.
Yeah, see, that's what I
Not
mean.
sure. We
like-
didn't get past that once. He kind of like went off when I said that.
Yeah.
We didn't kind of get to what would you like to replace it with. We kind of
that's-
moved on. We moved on the conversation from there.
Yeah, and when I heard his explanations, it seemed like he leaned towards Gnosticism. He was kind of saying that, well, if the Catholic Church is wrong, well, then let's look to the nearest enemies of the Catholic Church in the 2nd century. And of course, if you read, Saint Irenaeus or anything like that, then you see that he's just railing against the Gnostics. So he just went, okay, well, those guys, if they're, the enemy of my enemies must be my friend. It's kind of like what I was hearing, but I don't think he understood it too well, but yeah,
I'm sorry. You guys reminded me of a question. Really quick, I apologize. Do you guys remember a documentary maybe 10 plus years ago about how the Iraq war was like erasing pre-Christian religion and shit like that, and like all these. I cannot find that documentary. I thought it was like Zeitgeist or something, but it's not.
Well, like someone mentioned before, I think a lot of it had to do with artifacts and stargates and stuff. Apparently, there was a stargate there that Saddam had in control of, and trying to get functioning, and the other side, he went rogue because obviously he was part of the CIA and went kind of rogue, so they couldn't have him, with some kind of technology that they didn't want in his hands. So apparently, that's a pretty high theory of what happened in Iraq and why that war took place.
Hey, Singh, I see you back there, buddy, but the panel is full. I can only fit up 6 at a time. So if you want to hang out until someone drops out, feel free, but I'm not ignoring you.
Yeah, hey, listen, let him jump up because I want to catch you maybe one-on-one with this flat earth stuff, and I know Singh wants to come up and build, and it's getting late over here for me anyway.
Yeah, bro, get some fucking sleep, man.
Yeah. So,
London be
yeah,
excellent.
hey,
thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it.
Cheers, fellas. Much love. Appreciate you guys, man.
Thanks, brother.
Peace out.
Good seeing you and checking out your panel.
Why don't you have your donation info up somewhere?
Because I don't need that.
Hey, Singh.
What's going on, Singh? Sorry, David seemed been trying to get in, bud.
I can't see myself up yet. I don't know if anybody could hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Not much. I've been listening in. Interesting conversation. And I caught what you said, Steve, about, your phone is displaying things sort of where you're going to Home Depot and it starts displaying things about Home Depot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I translate a lot of times of information on the channel I utilize is everybody's synchronized to the quantum computers. That's just the quantum computer knowing your thoughts, and it's giving you assistance from its side. And what I pay attention to is sometimes I watch what Elon Musk is talking about, because he reveals information, but not all the time. He'll just slip it in the conversation, and that'll be it. And he also defined he was talking about the phone, the smartphones, and the technology, and defined, well, the phone he defined is the technology is an extension of yourself, actually. It is integrated with oneself. So all these technologies that we are using is actually extensions of ourselves to a great degree. So what is happening is the phenomenon of, the government observing everything. It's this whole quantum system is way out of the control of the elites. And this is what they sort of have revealed. Elon Musk has revealed that. So it's a matter of realizing we always have been part of all this technology, because we are actually in our thought projections and experiencing this reality existence. So yeah, of course it's going to be talking to you and doing various things, and it's also responding to your energetic response, because it is acting like a mirror of feedback response to give somebody back their energy state of emissions. So determinative of how somebody's going to be responding to this technology that everybody's synchronized. It is not a Neuralink that they're attempting to hook everybody up to. It's one's own mind is Neuralink, basically. Their thought core is already synchronized. So I just wanted to throw that in. There was another subject that was brought, but about the Stargate. Maybe he did have one, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but it's interesting you brought that up about the Stargate.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you there's a lot of foreign conspiracy theorists that believe in the Stargate stuff too. Like, it's not only Americans that think about this. Like, people in the East believe in that shit too. They think that that's what's going on.
I think it's a far-fetched imagination. I'm not to say it's not true, because none of us know what is or isn't, but I just don't think we have that technology yet, or I don't think we're we're intelligent enough to at least to recognize it. You know what I mean? Or even understand it.
Do you see some of the civilization, some of the buildings, some of the electric stuff from the 1800s? You know, they created these massive buildings with buggies and horses and hammers and chisels. Some of that doesn't even make any sense, and they're showing them on electric cars, electric scooters, and then that technology, the Tartarian mud flood, somehow it's all been suppressed, erased, and then all these buildings, they don't make sense when they've been built. So some things doesn't add up, and you know, of what our history actually is.
Exactly, because some of the technologies used to carve some of those stones and certain structures had to be like laser carving technology that supposedly didn't exist then.
Well, you know, talking about technology, I was kicking around the idea. So next Friday's show, hopefully we don't have the ridiculous viewer count that we do tonight to kind of, you know, make my mind a little scatterbrained. But I'm going to be talking about the pyramids, you know, how they were built, you know, kind of it maybe a multi-part, because that's kind of my next direction
That
going
should be
to.
interesting.
Yeah, you know, I've seen some new information about, you know, just how these blocks were cut, you know, precisely how far they've been moved, and it just really seems like how, you know, either it took them a ridiculous amount of time to do that, or it was done, you know, very quickly with, you know, out of this world type technology. So
if that's the case, out of this world technology, then the Stargate, you know, theory is more and more plausible. And I've even talked to this one guy. He thinks that, you know, there's guys out there that have like normal, maybe insurance jobs. They kiss their wife goodbye. They go to the office building, go to a secret floor. They're shot off to like Mars or whatever. And, you know, they kind of do the hours out there, come back, and they're actually doing exploration. They think that that technology is that far ahead, and we only know about it maybe 50, 80, 100 years behind what actually is out there. So lots of people have different theories. Whether that's true or not, this person truly believes that this is the case.
well, it's not a manifestation, right? We just manifest, you know, creativity. We manifest these ideas. That's how these movies are created, and then we run with it. You know what I mean? You know, for some of us, you know, I was old enough to say that I went and saw E.T. in the theater as a kid when it first came out, like, you know, opening weekend. I remember crying like a little baby, you know, because E.T. went home. So, you know, things like that, you know, can drive and can be in your mind. I mean, like I said, that was over 40 years ago. You know what I mean? So it's just it's just one of those things where, you know, we love the idea of these writers and these directors who can make these movies and make these ideas come to actual visualization. You know, where I go back to the flat Earth model, there really isn't one. You know, and if you say the flat Earth model is the first few fucking pictures you see when you just Google it, you know, I would like to see somebody with an imagination kind of show us what, you know, this world could be without, you know, deterring us down a different road. You know what I mean? So I do like the idea of the you know, the portal, you know, being able to just space jump, you know, from one location of the quadrant to another and whatnot. But yeah, it's all about creativity and be able to make it up in your mind, you know, manifest it.
A lot of the times, though, Steve, in the movies, they're revealing information about things that actually exist, probably not to the degree of accuracy that in reality that the devices may exist, but a lot of the times in even older movies, a lot of the technology has been brought out in the future that they are showing in the movies as fantasy.
Very true, very true. I like fantasy. You know what I mean? To me, this is fantasy. Being at my computer desk, you know, I'm doing all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? I'm searching, into things that aren't just normal, everyday stuff that, you see out in the real world. Like we can be whoever we want, behind our phone or behind this camera or behind a microphone, playing video games or, people who come up and never get on cam and, voiceovers. Like we don't know who we are. Like Machine Lies, he could probably, as soon as he's done streaming, walk off and take off his wig and take off his fake beard and, put his suit on and, what I mean, walk out to the pool or some shit. You know what I mean? So we all could be, we're putting on some type of fantasy here, in some way, shape, or another. Not that we're all a bunch of liars, but I think that's what humans need anyway. Like if you can't, let your mind wander and do that, then you'd be in prison.
So much distraction.
So
the
world is a stage. We're the actors and also can be the directors if we so choose.
Yeah, I'm gonna just reiterate here. I didn't purchase anything would I never want to. I know people are gonna think something's crazy because of all of the views and the likes today. Definitely something's going on. It has nothing to fucking do with me. It is what it is. Feel free to talk all the shit that you want. Go run and tell all the other broadcasters, that I'm buying views, whatever the fuck that does. I mean, I'm not even monetized. You can't. Buying views doesn't do you shit. It's not going to make me money, which I'm not even here to make money. But
well, it's funny. Oh wait, I think Jesse was gonna say something, or was it Jesse?
Yeah, I was just gonna say something quick. The more chatter that goes on, the more jealousy you're gonna actually see. So the ones that are blabbing, the ones that are, can't take it, you're gonna see the ones that are truly jealous.
But yeah, I was gonna say
let the dogs eat the dogs.
Yeah, really. But I was gonna say that I had a guy come on my show, Omar, from his show. I don't remember what his show. I think his show's called The Empowered Man, but it's also his old name for a show is called Third Rail with Omar. And he came on my show. I had first seen him on the Crucible where I called in and he was debating somebody that I was going to debate later on Christianity. So this dude came on my show and some of my viewers were pointing out that he had some like 2 million subscribers or something like that.
Yeah, him. I remember that character.
Yeah, he had
and he would not stop talking.
Yeah, he had 2 million subscribers, and he followed me on Twitter, and he said, and he sent me a message on Twitter and said, watch, your sub count is gonna go up, and he got my sub count to go up to all this level, and then it all went away the next day. So I was wondering what the fuck that was. I thought it was like bots or some shit like that. And then I had him on my show and I asked him, what was the mechanism that you used to do that, precisely? Did you buy them and then add them to my channel? Did you go ahead and redirect bot traffic to my channel? And he said that he put my name out in a bunch of Facebook groups that have a bunch of Arabic followers or whatever. So I don't even know because
Arabic.
Yeah, so I don't know if like they're yeah, I don't know if they're like some bot farms like overseas or some shit that like they're running or something. But it's pretty like it's obvious to me that like these numbers are not real. These numbers are completely rigged. Everywhere you go, the numbers are rigged. They have to be, because the algorithms that are controlling like whatever it is. I mean, look at Jesse, the type of interviews he does, and he'll have variable audiences. I remember the other day when you had the Druid lady in there. I remember there was like hundreds of people in there, on your new YouTube channel, but usually there's not that. You know, usually there's like 30 to 100, but that one day there was tons of people. You know, with the druid
Yeah,
lady.
she shared it out on all her telegrams and channels, and she's got quite a big following. So there's been so far 5,500 views on her interview. And our subscriber count went from 550 to 950, and we're at 996. We're almost at 1,000 right now. So we got about 400 more people, but you know, all of our interviews keep on getting more and more as the subscribers go up. They're getting more and more viewers. Like we're usually getting anywhere from 2 to 70,000 views on all of our different channels for interviews, right? Like some of our Rumble videos have got 60, 70,000 views on some of the people that share it out in the networks. It gets puts on some truther website. So we're reaching a lot of people, but we took an 8-month break from YouTube. We had 4 channels deleted. I was like, fuck YouTube. I didn't want to go back to it. But because we started, hanging out with Jack, seeing what was happening with him, and wanted to, kind of stand beside him with all the bullying and shit that was going through, we decided to go back on YouTube and then reach more people because we were connecting with more people like all of you on YouTube. That's why we decided to go back, because I didn't like telling all the doctors. We've interviewed over 60 doctors, and I had to tell them, please don't say, the V word, please don't say the C word, please, say other things instead of that. And I didn't like to have to censor them, right? I just like people to be free and open to just share and say whatever they want. But there are people that do share out that got large followings, and then we notice how the numbers increase, like that one druid lady, the one that got impregnated by an alien when she was 9, and then some tall grays, and then some Nordic aliens came and removed it. And her name is Elena Dannon, so she brought her crew, and then we keep on still getting views, and the numbers are still going up on it. So that's how come that happened, and we got almost doubled our subscriber count on YouTube in 5 days.
Yeah.
Your interview today was interesting, by the way.
Oh, with the two girls.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of like enjoy that woo shit. Like they were deep in the woo, but it was good. It's good woo.
I like their attitude.
I mean, you admit it. They were way down in the woo. They were energy healers. That is woo. Pure woo.
I believe that everything is frequency and vibration, and some of this pill popping stuff is going to be, become obsolete as the, people become a lot more aware that you can be healed through obviously proper foods putting into your system, but as well as these frequency and vibrations that, even the Rife technology, they, ended up killing him because of, it was battling the pharmaceutical industry.
Yeah, I mean,
when this show first started, real quick, I was playing this video, and Jen just said, when I was playing it, the numbers, they went from 10 to 15 to 20 to 30 to 60 to 100 to 90, like 400, like it was nuts, man. Like,
okay. So it's something.
So I was playing
video. Yeah.
Let's see if you guys, I'll show you the link. You can all play it on your streams. You know what I mean? But no, yeah, I was playing this video in the beginning, and I wasn't paying attention to shit because normally the numbers, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. And then all of a sudden, like it was at 100. Like, holy shit, where the fuck are these people coming from? But yeah, it looks like I think it's finally over with.
Did you ever think that somebody did it to take the heat off themselves?
I had that thought. Who would do that?
I don't know. That just popped in my head for some reason.
And then next thing you know, hey, dumbasses down there, like, the optics are high.
Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It'd be nice. Maybe I should check my email and be like, hey, by the way, we fucking hooked you up tonight because, whatever. But I mean, there's no, not a lot of subscribers. I think I got like 6 subscribers out of, I think at one point there was 800 people watching, or at least 800 viewers. I won't say people.
I seen 801.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Crazy.
It is crazy. I'm glad some of you guys are still here to see that go. That was nuts. Like I literally like texted my wife and I'm like, get in here, look at this bullshit, you know. And I'm like, look, and she's looking at me and she's like, holy crap. I'm like, I didn't do anything. It's this stupid Friday night stream that I really don't even really, you know, put much effort into. Where are all these people coming from? So
Truth or cop? Truth or cop's here. Thank God somebody will track down what happened.
Oh yes, truth or cop. We need your help, buddy. We need your help, sir.
How about if the system is an algorithm to the AI? If you play certain videos, you get a certain amount of subscribers, and it's just playing these certain videos that's going to give you the algorithm and the bot subscribers. That'd be pretty cool, actually, wouldn't it?
You know, it almost made sense when Jen said it, because it was typical. You know, I do my, you know, hey everybody, it's Friday, let's have a good time, and this is what we're going to talk about, and all of a sudden the numbers were just crazy, and then they stayed crazy for what, 2 hours. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's even 126 is crazy. Like it should be 26. You know what I mean? And then you look at the likes. They're what, 467 likes is what I'm seeing now. Like, where the hell did you get 467 likes from? So
Well, it was higher than that on the likes. It dropped.
Truth or cop? Have we done an investigation into homemade stamps? Where are we at on that?
And can you use them at the post office?
Yeah. Yeah. Snafu couldn't, and props to Snafu for that excellent, brave attempt to try a homemade stamp, which is something that I haven't seen out of its proponents, but
I don't think he used the right crayon.
oh, that's it.
Yep.
But it shows when people do share these out with these large
I
followings.
see. Look, it's at 241 now. It just jumped up 100 viewers.
Yeah, when people do share this out with these large followings and they have these, you know, 50, 60, 80, 100,000, the numbers do go up. So that is a valid, explanation with some of these people saying that's coming from, because when we had Gene Decode, we had 940 live viewers, and it's got, I think, 70,000 views on that interview on the different platforms. Anon, we were up to 800 live viewers shared out into their few sites or whatever, and that one's at, I don't know, what, 30 or 40,000 views. So it's possible that somebody has to do with these flat earthers shared this out, and you just got, because they keep on going to their websites or whatever their pages and seeing, hey, check this out, and why they keep coming in.
But they started going back up when you played this video again, Steve.
No, it was the video of the craters. See, look, now there's up to 400.
Yeah, 361. I see. Oh, 424. Yeah.
Well, hey there, 400 viewers. I could use your subscription, so go ahead and hit that subscribe, like button, and share.
Show us you're not bot. Show us you're not a bot. Hit the subscribe button.
I mean,
well, that's the whole thing.
They did. There was a lot of ones that came back when I gave them the old sniff test.
Yeah, but they were doing a lot
I don't know
of
how
numbers too. So yeah, I don't have anything to do with this, guys. Anybody who, yeah, go ahead, bud.
I just thought of something. Okay, if this is a sentient symbiotic system trying to give you more numbers, maybe you just need to give permissions to the bots to subscribe.
Oh, that could be it. Maybe they're not allowed. Well, so when I started the stream, I was at 229, and then it went down. Actually, I lost subscribers. It went down to like 227, and now I'm at 236 subscribers, and that is just from tonight. So it's interesting to see, almost 600. It went up like Chuck said. It went up to, see, there's another 100.
Damn.
I don't it's kind of, I'm trying to make sense of it, and I should just stop. There's not going to be
you're not going to make no sense of it.
Yeah, it's not going to make any sense. So let's try this. Let's try something.
Hey, it could make sense. Your phone was speaking to you about Home Depot. Now this is happening.
Yeah.
Okay, Flo, I clicked up here. What do you want?
Wait, he didn't hear you?
Oh, you're up to 700 again.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Subscribe.
Well, see, I don't even want to put on subscriber mode because here's the thing, fellas. As my channel's been growing, going from 100 to 150, up to 200, my view count on my streams and my videos were relative to what I had as subscribers. So, like the last 3 streams I did, I broke 300 subscribers. So I was getting more views than I were subscribers. So people are watching the content, however that works. So like people said, oh yeah, well let me subscribe on my other channel. I'm like, no, like I don't want fake subscribers. You know what I mean? Like, see what's this spamming going on now?
What the heck is that?
I don't know. We're over 804. I see 804 now.
Yeah, that's some weird shit right there with all the same exact all these different accounts.
I think they're like showing. How the fuck did I turn subscriber mode on? I forgot.
I think we should get a hold of Omar.
Yeah, that's giving me. Yeah, for some reason that's giving me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah. The thing is that, the thing is that a lot of them said hi too. Before they started doing this, a lot of them were saying hi, hello, hola. Like that. That's all they would say.
And he even responded to Flow State. Flow State said, if you're not a bot, hit a 1, and then a whole bunch of ones popped up. So there's actual interaction.
Yeah, but
I don't know how bots work. I assume that if you have a bot farm, can you like do that? Is like where you just have to hit 1 on one account and then it goes to the bots and the bots all.
Yeah.
I forgot how to get into to turn the chat on. How do you freaking do that again? To subscribe to chat. Where is it? It's
Yeah,
somewhere.
get them to subscribe. Yeah.
Oh,
come on,
man.
everybody
Shout out to
subscribe.
Well, if I put it on subscriber mode, but I forgot how the hell I got there last time I did it.
It's the whole kingdom of Unslavia.
No. Why? If you click on like your moderators, you can click where it shows participants, and it'll show you.
The numbers are way too high for that, Flow.
I don't know what the number. Oh yeah, no. His live views don't touch that, but the new subscribers.
Where in the hell did I get? I feel stupid right now. Where is it? How did I turn that on? It's simple.
Damn, somebody.
Where is that? I think that's what I'm missing. The little gearbox.
You control a botnet, it will do whatever you order it to. How do I get one of these botnets?
Right.
It's like having an army of digital people.
No, it would
get
make
Omar
sense
on your
that,
channel.
Like somebody would like that it's bots, but I don't know if bots can coordinate like that. I think it would make sense that somebody's watching the channel and they're telling people to put that in the chat so they could watch us react to it in live time and make fun of us or some shit.
Oh.
That
yeah, right. Look at
like,
these dummies.
Because that would make a lot of
Copy
sense.
and paste this.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure people are making fun of me right now. I get the feeling, I get the distinct feeling like thousands of people are making fun of how my face looks and all that shit.
Hey, Flow State.
Hey, Chuck.
How did I get kicked off without a warning from Jack?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
He fucking hates you, Chuck. He hates your ass.
All I know is I got a message that said you have been removed from StreamYard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what it is specifically. I don't think that he knows. I think it's just personality great. You notice the bullshit, and you like when I call him on bullshit, I put sugar in the medicine, and then I let go of it if it's not moving.
Well, I don't tend to. I go straight for the truth.
All right, I'm not telling you you're doing anything wrong. I'm just telling you what I think it is. Like, and I think it's just a personality thing, right? Like, I would want you to tell me the truth like that, like you do, right? But not everybody's the same way as me.
But that was just a question I asked him, and he was, as soon as I popped up there, I could tell he was agitated at me.
I'm sort of just out of curiosity, why do you go there? I think that if Jack treated me like, or if somebody treated me like Jack treats you, I'd be like, fuck your gay ass panel.
Well, number one, I went there to see what he was about, and then I stuck around to try to understand him.
Bam, figured it out.
Is what I was exactly trying to do. But he told me not to come back no more, so piss on him.
So what was the question you asked him?
So
it wasn't unreasonable. It wasn't unreasonable, Chuck. Like, you came in a nice attitude, and right away, as soon as you started to speak, I could see he just was agitated. Didn't really matter what you said.
I asked him for, instead of going to the top, I tried to start at the bottom. I said, what would we do with all these people that are committing these stealing from the stores like they are right now? You know, the thousands of dollars of merchandise. Is all I asked him for a solution. And before I could say anything else, he went off.
So, I mean, you guys have heard me, like, and Sarah as well, go into our little personality type psychobabble. If I've guessed his type right, and if I've guessed your type right, you two would have a relationship called the conflictor relationship, which is the worst one. You know, there's 16 types, and one of those is the one that you get along with the worst. I think you two are probably conflictors.
Well, I just assumed, since he went through the 12 steps, and I've been through the 12 steps.
I went through 4.
I think he missed some along the way. Because I don't know.
Going through the 12 steps and going to 12 steps are different things. Are you sure you guys both went through them? Because I've been to 12-step meetings, and I've only been through like 4 of them.
Oh, I went through all 12. Jack is what we call a 2-stepper. He did step 1 and step 12.
He might have went through the Mandela effect at 12 step. That's why it might have happened. Messed him up.
No, I talked to Margot because she was going the same time he was. And she said, as soon as the booze got out of his system, he went to the spiritual deep end and thought he was better than everybody else all of a sudden. And he didn't need them anymore, is what Margot told me.
Why? I'm just curious. Since you talked to Margot a bit, what is her interest in following him around?
I'll be right back. She used to live in the same town, and they sobered up at the same time. And that was when Jack was in all of his crap, when he got in all that trouble and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So she knows the whole story of him.
But why is she still around though? Because like I went to rehab twice, and I might still keep in touch with one of them, I think.
Well, I know he kept trying to contact her on Facebook or something, because he was trying to find allies. But I don't know why she keeps dogging after him like that. Because she knows his wife and his kid. So I'm not sure what her angle is.
She wants that. She was grateful for the Talcott D she got before, and she wants some more, I guess.
I know nothing about that.
You should ask her next time you talk to her.
It could be, Flo. It could be.
Jack said me and Jesse are the same type of people, so I don't know what
No.
that's supposed to mean.
Well, I mean, if you said that in reference to the personality type thing that I just cited, you're not in that system.
No,
at
I'm
all.
talking about. That's what Jack said.
Yeah.
When you said Jesse was the most lovable guy,
I said
and
he's
he said no.
Jesse is a sweetheart. He's got the high vibe love tribe.
All I know
But
is
he-
that I once walked into a country bar really drunk, and I learned to do the two-step. So that's my, experience with the two-step that you were talking about.
And see, I try to go just straight to the 13th step.
Oh boy, that'll get you every time. Every time that'll get you. You stuck around long enough to know what the 13th step was then.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a choice.
Oh, was you court mandated?
Uh-huh.
No. At least I wasn't. Maybe that's why it worked. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, no, I was open to it. I do think even though it was court mandated, I got a lot of I gained a lot of beneficial things from rehab.
Yeah.
But one of them was not the program. It never the 12-step thing. I don't know. It
well,
just didn't do it for me.
What I found out about that, a lot of it depends on the group you end up going to, because there's some really good ones and there's some really bad ones.
I had an issue with it philosophically because it seemed like if like a lot, especially a lot of the ones that would like come to the rehabs and stuff, these were people who were religious about their 12-step program, and they went to like 3 meetings a day every day, and it's like, well, fuck, your life is still revolving around drugs and alcohol. You're just not high.
Yeah, Jack reminds. Go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I just wanted to shout out. So there's 750 people here. He turned on the comments off for non-subscribers. So if you'd like to be part of the chat, you'd like to get your comments posted up so we could all see them, then just hit the subscribe button and then your comments will be registered.
How many people is
Yeah, that's a
registered
good strategy.
that are viewing it?
Oh, Steve's not here at the moment.
Yeah, he took a
stepped
break.
out.
So he's at 235 subscribers and there's 731 in viewing right now. So all those comments were coming from people that weren't subscribed. So if you want to continue commenting, just hit the subscribe button. Otherwise, we're just gonna know that you're all just bots somehow. It came even though you were able to put ones. Hit the subscribe button and help him out. He's only got 235 subscribers. Like, come on, the least you can do is hit the subscribe button.
So would these viewers be visible on live chat? Like right here, I'm viewing my phone. All I'm seeing is 29 people here on live chat.
That's because he took off anybody that can't chat who's not a subscriber. So there's actually 29 subscribers here in the chat. So the other 737 people that are watching it cannot comment, so they can't be in the live chat because they're not subscribed.
All right. Okay, that's what's happening. Okay.
And I noticed a lot of Arabic writing on that last batch of names that came through. Or it looked like Arabic writing. Who knows?
So did Jack know that you were talking to Margot, and could that maybe be some of the reason why he's kind of got a chip on his shoulder when it comes to you? Did Jack know that you were talking to
it's a love triangle.
That was a long time back, though. That was way back.
I think Jack is still sore.
And I just talked to her in chat, so I'm not sure. But see, I've caught him a couple of times, called him out, and he didn't like it because I jammed him up.
Bye, Aaron.
Like the night when he said he was trying to do service work, but he wanted to get credit for getting Paul to change and come around to his way of thinking so that they could go out and make money together. in order to. And I told him, I said, that's not service work, Jack. If you're seeking recognition and fame and fortune, that's not service work. You got ulterior motives. Oh, he
There it
went
is.
off.
That's
And
why he
I got
doesn't
the
like you.
I got the swift
you nail
kick
him
in
to
the
the
ass
truth.
on that one.
Here
Exactly.
I am trying to figure it out, and you already knew the answer.
No, it's been this way from the start. But the night he accused me of trying to buy privilege with my donations,
Oh,
I didn't give
I
to.
saw privilege. You get privilege on my channel.
I'm talking about on Jack's channel.
Oh yeah, I don't know if he apparently doesn't.
I quit giving to him when he accused me of that because I saw a man in need, so I was just giving to him.
Why would you shoot yourself in the foot like that?
I don't know. Maybe I'm glutton for punishment. I thought maybe.
Well, I mean, you are a glutton for punishment, but I meant him.
Obviously, showing up when you know that you're going to get.
I mean, you are a glutton
treated.
for punishment, but I meant him.
Whoa.
Obviously, showing up when you know that you're going to get.
You're killing us on your own stream.
Whoa.
That's me actually.
Showing up when you know.
That was me actually. So my likes are going down crazily. They're down. They were up to like 470 something. Now they're down to like 420. How is that? How do you lose likes?
And all you did was turn subscriber mode on, right?
Yeah. Well, like I said, I started the stream at about 228. So this whole time I've gained 10 subscribers. So maybe there are some people that are seeing it and like they're hitting the live tab or something and holy shit, there's fucking 800 people in there. Let's see what they're talking about. So maybe some people, real people, actually subscribe, but yeah. So that's weird how the whatchamacallit. So I'm just looking at like the live stream analytics, and you could literally just sit here and watch. Like the likes are at 416. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, that's way down.
Yeah. So
it was
like
almost 480 earlier.
Right. But here's the thing is like when I'll watch this tab when I'm streaming and it's showing the average view duration at 952. It should be much more than that. And then the amount of views, that's silly. So yeah, it doesn't make any sense. None of it. So clearly they're like Snappy was saying, for whatever reason, I don't know what it's doing or why someone would either pay or someone, would send that many, people to, or bots, or why someone would do that. I don't know.
Well, for all
I think I think Snafu's down there blaming it on me and my optics earlier on Jax, which Snafu, stop LARPing.
Your optics on Jack.
Because I was talking about the M guy that he's always bitching about, calling a P and a P and blah blah blah.
Oh yeah.
Right. I think that he's if I understood his comment correctly, I think he's suggesting that that's what caused the bot attack here.
No.
Right.
Because I don't even think Snaps was here when it started in the first place.
I mean, I wasn't here when it started in the first place.
Yeah.
I think he might have been.
Well, because I came in and the first thing you said is, do you see the craziness that's going on? I said, no, I just got here.
Oh, that's right.
Well, I see Jack that's in the back chat and seems like he wants to talk to Chuck or whatever. I don't know if he just came to give his number, but I'll jump out. You guys.
I'll jump.
No, he wants to talk to you.
So
it says if you read the private chat, it says he left the phone number. He wants to actually talk to you on the phone, or maybe here. I'll just jump out. This was great. Thanks for having me up. This was entertaining, to say the least, with all this wild stuff. Great stream, and keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing.
I'm not going to argue. It's too late at night.
I hope your subscribers do go up through all this, and you reach more people. So, good job, and see y'all later.
Blessings.
Thanks, man.
See you later, Jesse.
I don't think I really did anything here, but
you know what I personally think, Machine? It's the Omar virus. Since he came up, things started glitching.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit
It's
up here to argue. It's too late at night.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at 2.5 hours. I normally try to keep it at 2.5 hours. So we're going to wrap up here, in a few minutes. So what's going on, Snafu?
Mr. Steve, we could talk in an email privately or get connections.
All right.
Don't be. This is nothing new.
Sounds good to me.
And Mr. Flo, it's not a LARP. This is just proving what's going on. There's multiple.
Wait, so first of all, did I understand what you were saying correctly?
You triggered some pogos.
So they came to Steve's stream before I was here?
I've been here the whole time with Steve. They follow me wherever I go.
I've never seen this happen before in a panel that I've been on.
Steve has happened to multiple channels that the crew goes to, the Truthio. This is nothing. They use this multiple tactics. One, they could probably try and hit your channel now with the likes and for algorithmic like banning and tools like it's multiple tactics, but also there's IPs and data collection involved. Notice you noticed a lot of the foreign names in your chat. These are international, and some of them are AI mixed with human mixed, but also there is a artificial intelligence to these bots as
What
well.
I've noticed is that you had an explanation for them being here that
I sure
did not fit with the timeline of what actually happened.
I've been here the whole time.
I know that fits with the timeline.
I didn't know at first. I thought it could have been a shout out because they were mentioning other channels. We looked into it.
What I'm suggesting is that the crew, the optics on the crew is looking a little bit.
I know why this is going on. What's happening here? It's nothing new. We've seen it before. Again, you notice the foreign bots mixed with the human AI bots. Your numbers, algorithm. There's multi-purposes, including data collection with some of these quote bot raids, as you call it. But Steve, there are reasons it's happening to your channel, and it's not just me; it's other things too. We could talk privately, but don't be worried either.
Well, look at the likes though. The likes they went from going down from 400 to now up to 644.
Yeah, and it's just tactics that they use. And again, these people are connected. We're talking about Oracle, Twitter, Facebook, the people who run the shit, and the people who have very nefarious criminal racketeering rings. They use YouTube, Facebook, Twitter as their home bases, but you don't think they have like this kind of shit like in the background where, hey, let's fuck with these motherfuckers or fuck with no, this is all the digital experience, DEX, pogo optics in play, and there are 100% reasons why this happened today on your stream at this second, Steve. And I'm pretty sure we in the crew have an understanding of what's going on here. We've been doing this for years.
The crew are looking awfully sus.
Okay, I'm just saying the optics are in all your faces. Believe me or don't believe me. I don't give a shit at this point. All I got to say is the optics are high, and I say that for a reason. But, Steve, you know I got you, brother, and keep doing you.
Right on, man. Right on. I'm trying
Are you catching this? Are you catching this? He knew details of the event that I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
How are you gonna blame it on me when I wasn't even here yet?
Actually, it was only me. I was literally showing a video of some craters on the earth, all over the earth. It was just me kind of narrating it, and it was fucking me up because I'm looking and I'm like, where are these? No, like when I hit 100, I'm like, holy shit, 100. And then it went over, and then it was 200, 300, 400, 500, and it just kept going and going, and it's like, what the fuck am I missing?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I'm a nobody.
The Flow State crew, the Wolf crew we're looking into it, Snafu. So my crew is looking into your crew. Your crew going to catch fade if you're doing shit like this.
That's crazy though. But yeah, looking at like the analytics, I'm curious once I end the stream of how the analytics are going to be running, because they definitely change. But yeah, like they were at 475 likes, and then I mentioned it like, hey, the likes are going down. That's how do the likes go down? Like, how do you take a like away? People are unliking it now. You know what I mean? But not disliking it, just unliking it. It was that happened, and then all of a sudden it almost doubles. What? It's fucking weird. Like, I haven't checked the subscribers. It was at 238, and we are at 239. So one more subscriber, and that might have been Tarek. He tried coming into the chat, but then he left. Like, why would Tarek even want to fucking come here? Like, what could you possibly have to fucking say to me?
Tarek is such a sweetie.
You know what I mean? Like, what could you possibly have to fucking say here? So, well, anyway, guys, definitely crazy stream. It definitely, what is this? What Truth or Cop say? Look at where the views came from. Oh yeah, I'll be able to see that.
Oh, okay.
In the analytics, it'll show. It's going to be crazy analytics, because I've actually, like I was saying before with my stream, like I can watch, and I was, seeing how many views, where they're coming from, male, female, where, what countries they were coming from, which, the range was small. I have no subscribers, you know what I mean? Like, I don't advertise that I'm doing the show, you know what I mean, other than what our normal panel communities that we go to. So it's definitely it's definitely interesting. So I'm curious in the next few days how those analytics will actually, I just joined Discord, but I joined Machine Lies Discord, and I haven't used Discord in years, so I'm kind of like, I actually haven't even gone into it, so I don't have a Discord channel or anything. Just I've only subscribed to Machine Lies Discord. I don't even know any other Discord channels to go to, honestly.
The machine loves.
Yeah, it's weird. Why would I get attacked? We're not talking about shit. We're nobodies. Nobodies.
I mean, speak for yourself. I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah, you are a big deal. You have like
I'm basically famous.
You have like 2,000 more people that go to your channel more than me. That's pretty impressive.
Pretty big deal.
Now my car audio channel, that was pretty big. I had over 20K.
Your cardio?
My car audio.
Oh, okay. Oh, I need you to come here and fix. I think if an amp is wired, if an amp is wired or is poorly or is old, it's a pretty old amp. Will it just suck down a battery?
If it doesn't turn off when you turn the ignition off.
I think it does. But
so when you turn your ignition off, go to where your amp is, and if you see any lights on it and they don't shut off, then yeah, it will kill your battery. And the reason that'll happen is the board inside something may have gone bad, and the power just won't turn off, and it'll drain it. So
it's not my primary vehicle though, so I don't drive it much. So it's sitting there for a minute, but it's a new battery, so it shouldn't be dying that fast. Probably is the amp.
Yeah,
that is the weakest link. It's the oldest thing in there for sure.
That's typical. We actually do a lot of repairs on just systems that were installed, very poorly, and fix them. But yeah, if your car's sitting, just take the negative off the battery, and that way it won't drain. Take off the ground. It'll be good.
All right. Well, I'll let you go. Thanks for having me up. To the massive audience later, the optics are gay.
TML, man. Well, I appreciate you being able to witness the craziness. I guess I'll go through the same shit that you got accused of buying subs or whatever. Man, it was crazy.
Yeah,
definitely crazy.
But I guess it's just part of the strange territory. It's like playing Russian roulette or whatever with these fucking panels and shit. And definitely I've attracted some strange people to my panel. I noticed that me and Flow State's panel have attracted strange people to them. I think it's just because we're different types of people, and you have your own type of energy. I mean, I'm sure that everybody will be trolled or bot attacked or whatever at some point. It's just part of the territory of what goes around, the normal tactics. And I do notice that the people that are a lot older or they've been the channels that are a lot older or have a lot more subscribers built up, they're generally aware of these tactics. You know, you see some of these older or bigger channels, they generally know, like, oh, you know, certain of you know, those things are going to happen. But about the topic today, because I know you got to get out of here, you know, there's you know, on what I was saying earlier about the models and the theories, you know, you were asking kind of what's the biggest aspect of this whole flat earth or this science thing that could make it false or right. And I think what it really is the philosophy of science. You know, because you could have a philosophy of science and it looks at I guess what is knowledge or what is empiricism, or you know, the general flaws with empiricism or the way we gain knowledge in the world. And ultimately it comes back to the problem of mind and how we perceive what's in the world. And then really on the other end, you have the science of philosophy. So you can apply science to philosophy, meaning you could learn how to do philosophy. So you could do philosophy as a method. And you know, and that's the thing with you know, science, is that it's not consistent. You know, it's not a consistent way of looking at the world, you know, because it succumbs to philosophy, it succumbs to history, and it succumbs to our technological limitations that we have to either observe the world or the way we mediate to look at the world. But yeah, thank you for joining me again, brother Steve, and to the panel and the chat. We'll definitely be out here with you guys soon. I gotta go wrap things up at my channel too. So thank you so much, brother Steve. You have a blessed night, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks for coming out, man.
For sure.
Appreciate the insight, friend.
For sure. Bless you as always. Yep. And we'll talk soon. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody. Well, that was Machine Lives. He's going to be having a special guest tomorrow night, so let's tune into that. You know, crazy night tonight. We got to
All right. And that'll be doing it for my panel here tonight. Not a panel. I mean, it was what it was me hopping the panels. I'm sorry, guys. Me hopping panel hopping. You know, and I'm not going to be doing this too often, so I appreciate everyone who joined me. You know, hopping panels. But I just learned that I can use the StreamYard to sign into the other StreamYards. Some technical difficulties during the whole affair in terms of you know, the screen freezing when we were on the other type of thing, you know. But yeah, man, you know, it's been a real night with you guys. I appreciate everyone who showed up in the chat, because you guys were kicking some real theories and, you know, some real truths my way, man. Bless you guys, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, you know, I'm going to go ahead and get some sleep and prepare for my interview tomorrow. All you beautiful people, man. And we're going to be bringing you an exclusive interview with a truther legend, a former YouTube all-star, as long as he can make it, you know. But I'm sure we'll have plenty of good material for you lined up, whether they make it or not, whether they decide to come or not, you know. But yeah, I guess a lot of interesting developments tonight. You know, we had the bot attack at HMF5 Sea of Steve's. You know, we had an interesting panel discussion at London's. You know, we had a fascinating discussion at Jack Talcott's, and also shout out to Luma Tommy, who got struck up tonight, man. Hopefully nobody attacks anybody out here, but you know, I'm looking forward to being attacked after tomorrow for having the kind of big name guests that I'm having. But you know what? I'll continue to bring controversial figures, PhDs, scholars, and also people who come from controversial sectors of the YouTube community. Like, you know, we had debates with Andrew Wilson. You know, we talked to J.F. Garapi. You know, we talked to a lot of people. You know, we talked to weirdos on here. You know, we talked to a lot of strange people on here. You know, collaborated with a lot of strange people. You know, but yeah, man. You know, who knows, man. Bless you guys, man, for being out here with me. And you know, again, we're doing a Wednesday show. We're doing a Friday morning show. Wednesday night, 7:30. Friday morning, you know, around 7 a.m. You know, and then we're doing a Saturday night show around 7 p.m. This is the Machine Lives, and we'll be bringing you more episodes of our regular show as well, featuring exclusive interviews and all that shit. Thank you guys. Bless you guys for being out here with me. And enjoy this musical outro, man, for one of my favorite songs, Pillar of Smoke, one of my favorite brands. You know what I mean? Pillars of Smoke. You know what I mean? A brand you can trust. You know what I mean? The Pillar of Smoke, you know. That's what's going on, man. Smoke signals. You know what I mean? Features, you know. Shadow-like shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Bless you guys, man. You know. And yeah, man. Peace from the Machine Lies. Thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. Join us tomorrow at 7:30.
I was just driving home. I'd only had a few drinks. The world was completely dark. I saw flashing lights in the treetops. It was like a helicopter or something, you know. And then it was dark again for a minute. Then these lights appeared right in front of me in the road. I swerved in my head. I hit the steering wheel. When I got up, I saw these pillars of smoke rising like mist. And as I followed them up, I was sucked up through the vortex. I felt like I was completely floating. All around me, white light. I felt strong, piercing sensations all over my body, like mild electrical charges.
Rock. Low pop cops up the trip, type of front like you the shit. Head by the gift, shift gears with the ship touch. In your mind with the design, elastic speech. I'm mad, make nature, like you at the gator, make you scream like you won the lotto. I rock the show with no rehearsal. My name is sensational, I'm live like roaches. Scope this, I do hocus pocus.
Yo, check it.
Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke. Follow the smoke.
Happening? What's happening?
Follow the smoke.
It was that one spark of fear that went down.
Yeah. This is definitely one of the things I need to get out.